Can I be your quiet place, your great escape? Can I be your quiet place, your great escape? Let's go, let's go, baby, gonna let's go, let's go. You've been moving silent, I've been on the run. You've been on my mind, that there ways of time. We need time to lay, in your hair I play, could send you to the moon, will it make you stay? Sun-kissed golden brown, I see your aura and I can't help but smile. Can I be your quiet place, your great escape? Can I be your yeah? Baby, let's go, let's go, baby, let's go, let's go. Press into my love and get close, baby, come and speak to my soul. Tell me all them things I don't know, it's only me and you better know. In the spaces where we connect, close like I was your silhouette. Take everything till nothing's left, I will show you things you won't forget. Can I be yours? Can I be your quiet place?
His life with her. It's a simple enough story. He didn't know much else that he wanted, but of that, he was pretty certain. While sitting in her New York apartment, he felt alive. Pistols at high noon with the whole town watching alive. Inspired. Fueled to manic fits of creativity, a muse in the flesh. Exuberance. And beautiful. These walls could never confine her. He accepted that. She always said that her life was the setting sun. West, and untouchable from this East Coast apartment. The place where they tried to flourish and grow, only he became painfully aware of that barrier that kept them apart, loving her from the infinite distance of a breath. It might as well have been the West Coast she dreamed of, desolate miles between him.
More became the way I saw you, living in the moment. They say that only dust settles and lust is a motherfucker. So I'm hoping that my words and my luck don't both run out in the same night, but I'm sure it will because you're beautiful and you and that Ruby Woo have a schedule to keep and you can't keep seeing me. I know that time is money and I'm not trying to pay you for this, see. Love is supposed to be free. It's supposed to be a vessel to free your insecurities and allow you to see in me the things that the last person didn't, and vice versa. Yeah, I'm not perfect, but all I need is a chance, and my chances are, you probably heard this 1,001 times, but I'm nothing like the other people. Cause my dream's bigger. I'm trying to give somebody the world and pack my seeds in a queen. Give my babies a real sandcastle, run back home to my mom's too. So let's not wallow too long in the intangibles, because as cliche as it may seem, true queens are among the extinction. And I could go into what I should say about men, but that's a conversation for another day. And what I realize is you've been flexing on the false surface, and I'm sitting here really hoping that you fall through. Ruby Woo.
enjoy calling it the lab. I'm a big fan of the old analogy of alchemy. And as artists, our job is sort of to transmute all these feelings and emotions into some sort of a tangible medium. And it's like this process of like divination and magic, and nobody really understands it, so it's like alchemy. And therefore, this is a lab. This is where alchemists perform miracles. Turn stone into gold. So welcome. This is exactly what me and Johnny talked about before moving in here, and it feels damn fine. Damn fine, Johnny. Johnny Rios on the decor of the lovely albums.
Real love. If they tell you you catch butterflies when you fall in love, ignore them. I've grown into a hopeless romantic, believing love's supposed to make you frantic with its little antics. It's risky, gambling. Placing a bet on my heart that I wasn't even planning, she saw right through me. Picking away my flesh, unveiling the unravels of my soul, detangling the ropes of my lost hopes. I wasn't ready to give myself wholeheartedly, because bare minimum was always acceptable. Prohibited to show what was not allowed, she stretched deep into the grounds of my misleadings, wanting to understand my deeper meaning. How could love do this to me? Weak in the knees has a much stronger meaning, bending me and twisting me, wringing out all of my regrets and doubts, leaving me to dry in the warm grass-scented sun, folding me into shape and back open again. I was sprung. Love isn't soft. Even its caress will leave you scarred with memories bleeding from your damaged heart, aching to compare what I know to what I'm experiencing. Deja vu would have been helpful. Prepare myself for a true awakening, facing each obstacle just to love someone I didn't search for. I thought I needed to hurt more. She poured herself into my hot grease of revenge, only causing herself to be scorched by my fire. Continuously adding aid or reassurance, she was healing us both. Appalled by her love language, we made our own language and created a world within this world that left us sheltered. I fell in love with every letter that spelled out her name, every shape that creased her frame. She was divine. Expected not to meet, she became my lifeline, traced upon my palm, and I hold tight. Translation: without her, I die. And for eternity, I wandered this world, seeking for her love, having faith that I'll one day have that love again, only creating another hopeless romantic.
Hello, welcome. This is your girl Chris. So happy you're able to share this moment with me. I welcome you to love, to life, to peace, to serenity. I'm so happy you're here. Let's take this journey together, shall we? Here we go. Loving you is easy because you're beautiful. every day of my life is all because of loving you. Oh, I was wondering, maybe could I make you my baby? Could we do the unthinkable? I was wondering, maybe could I make you my baby? Yeah. Oh, I hope that you're the one. If not, you are the prototype. We'll tiptoe to the sun. Ooh, and do things I know you like. Ooh, all you gotta do is say yes, say yes. All you gotta do is say yes. Oh, you love me, especially different. Oh, you love me, and I thank you. Thank you so much. Peace and love.
The Magic City by Spirit Sahriel. Plastic bags blowing in the wind, pigeons squawking about, couples arguing about kids, about rent, everything makes a sound. I just watched someone piss in the street while yelling loudly at me. Yet fear was the furthest thing from my mind. I've already been warned about staring. Beggars wake up and beg on time, while I'm late heading to the train. I pray today's weather is on my side. The streets smell funny in the rain. One guy said he's just trying to come up. I looked at him like, me too. Everyone in New York has a hustle. Waiting around just won't do. Living here, I question existence. Like, doesn't even matter? I watch people shoot up dope. I watch them explode with laughter. I witness the wealthy spend like it's nothing, while others can't pay their bills. Street vendors will sell you socks, pills, and incense. Is this place even real? There's something so beautiful about a place so ugly. I guess 'cause no one's faking it. So if New York won't give herself to me, I suppose I'll be taking it. It's made me tough, it's made me bite. It fills me up with joy and life. The kids are old, the old are young, yet New Yorkers' hearts beat as one. Don't move too fast, don't get caught up, and please don't take it personal. I can't name a place that will batter you up, then show you others worse than you. So if you're gonna make it, I suggest you start thickening your skin today. The city packs a mean punch, but it's where the best players play. New York, New York, all over the world, famous for its vibe. New York, New York, all over the globe, famous for its tribe. There's magic here. It floats about, disguised as trash and leaves. But if you've got a hustler spirit, you'll never truly leave. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aiyana Sha'niel, and this is my poem titled Drop Dead Gorgeous. I wish my looks could kill. Imagine me, head to toe in the finest of clothes, walking down the street just minding my own when out of nowhere a nigga ups and grabs my ass, and as I turn to cut my eyes at him, his spine shatters like glass. Yeah, I wish my looks could kill. Sharper than any pocket knife or taser that I would keep on the side. Faster than a bullet and no trigger for me to pull it, because I'm so tired of having to put up defenses for these fools with no senses. I would rather just be relentless, Take them down and put them out, body after body, adding to my account without me having to raise a single finger. See, if I'm the bee, then now my eyes are the singer. So step away, honey, because you will not walk off from this hive alive. I wish my looks could kill, so that I wouldn't have to deal with telling someone off or shooing them away. Sometimes when I've had a bad day, all I want is a glare so scary it will make you flatline. Might cause controversy or make me a threat, but hey, I would have no regrets, because it only takes a few seconds to recognize the disrespect of someone approaching you wrong. And I don't need something that would take too long, see, because I don't have time to cuss every single person out. It's exhausting. So instead of talking, I will deliver an instant eye locking, and that will get your breath stopping, see, because you wouldn't listen when I said get lost. So please, I don't want to have to take your life, but you need to learn to start acting right. I wish my looks could kill, so that I wouldn't have to keep preparing for this fight, trying to get where I'm going, and you're slowing me down, talking about I should take a second to get to know you. I'm beyond through with saying no politely 5 times, and you're still going because I'm supposedly just playing hard to get, or I haven't met the real you yet, but baby, I don't want to. So that's not an answer that you would accept. I guess I'll give you one that you won't forget. So stop trying to approach me, because I will not play nice anymore. I'll show you all drop dead gorgeous like you've never seen before.
I'm just here to make memories, taking the good with the bad. I'm blessed to have experienced this path. I mean, what more could I ask? Born into the struggle, I chase my dreams off premonition. Against the odds, I take the moment and use it as ammunition. I find balance when the burdens hit, taking steps to protect my sanity, finding time to spend leisurely. And for the days that are remiss, it's just a flip of the mindset or a change of environment, and a terrible fucking day somehow becomes a little less terrible. Because there's just as much to love as there is to hate in this world, and one of the luxuries of life is that I get to control what I consume, and that I get to decide where to direct my focus. So when trouble knocks at your door, how will you approach it?
Baby sister. Am I not someone's baby sister? Rather than a cut-out figure from a misplaced picture with deteriorating alterations. When people realize who you are, they run to me trying to understand the dysfunction, and during conversations, your issues become the central topic of discussion. Why was I placed in this family of no connection, bitter feelings, and mass destruction? I wonder how I get your attention best. Get you to listen to my address. To understand how many years of hurt I've held without being harassed because of so much I withheld. I am speechless at your actions. They just don't make no fucking sense. Did you forget you were raised with sense? How dare you question my love, let alone my loyalty? I have always held you to the highest top of royalty. See, you were a king who sat on this throne. Once upon a time, you were the muse to my sickest poem. My vision across the board. We had different visions, but they equaled the same purpose across the board. Did you forget who you are? Not who you were, because you're still there. Maybe you got lost along the way. Maybe you forgot how to care about your dreams, about your pride, about your family, about you. You forgot so much that the demons was able to come through. To trick you into thinking you're someone different. To make your mind go crazy and act belligerent. Showing your goddamn kids what it looked like to be ignorant. You're smarter than that. Last time I checked. I guess the world is more important to you than the ones you seem to neglect. Am I someone's baby sister?
Oh shit. Oh shit. Ah! I'm late! Fuck!
Okay. Goes without saying that I'm still in love with you. Wanting you, missing you, touching you. Mentally, girl, I still fuck with you. Take this heart off my sleeve if you want me to. We gon' take it, you could have it on me, it's all for you. I feel so naked, lost and lonely because of you. In the trouble, I'm waiting. Where's my emotional savior? Somebody that'll help me with the peace.
Leewater!
What?
You're late! Again!
It was a rough morning.
You're almost 2 hours late! What do you mean a rough morning? Look, I don't care what's going on, okay? You're 2 hours late. You know I gotta dock your pay in half for this.
Half?
Yes, half.
Like 50%?
Yes, 50%. You work till 5 o'clock tonight.
Come on,
Come on.
man.
We got a new sign for you to flip.
I gotta flip this ugly ass sign?
Yeah, you gotta flip that ugly ass sign and your ugly ass shirt. Now go out there and flip it. Come on, Lee, we're counting on you. You gotta change your clothes in the back for you.
In spite of my flaws, in spite of my flaws, girl, will you want me to still? In spite of my I can't front. With you I don't want to. You lift me up, suspended love. Ooh, hanging on to a maybe, feeding on you like daily, needing on you my baby, feeling so blue I'm navy, definitive not no lazy, my sentiments got no safety, invested in you like crazy, invested in you in spite of my flaws. Hard liquor made me talk like this. Lonely, I'm in my feels. Hard liquor made me talk like this. Lonely, I'm in my feels. Damn.
Is the turn, acknowledge, and spill. Yeah. Okay.
Shit, it's 10:30.
No.
If memory serves, I used to prefer what's that? The things of this life, like the fruits of the earth. Chauffeurs, coasters, I had them all on call. Step down from the throne and go beyond the wall. Now I see the differences of life and the flaws. Stumbled for a bit, but I gathered all the Dragon Balls. Made a wish, now I reminisce over hieroglyphs and the fits and the way we used to sit. Cancel around the layout of the layer. Gotta keep it player when I meet up with the mayor. Gotta save it some flavor. Gonna show out an hour later. Smooth as activator. Got some shit I can't wait. Oh, that's cool, that's fine, that's my type. Do what I want, that's my life. Learn so much shit from hindsight. So for now, I'm gonna be like
what they told you before, you're gonna find it. This coming straight from the soul. Please be reminded.
Okay, true that. Walk up in the building, they like, who that? Flip that bitch, they like, how you do that? Looking up, asking where the roof at. Beat me up, Scotty. Hoes in the lobby, hands on her body. Plans to get naughty. Do this as a hobby, but before we get too sloppy, hit for lobby. And my nigga Rodney, they said this shit a piece of cake. That's cool, that's fine, that's my type. Do what I want, that's my life. Learn so much shit from hindsight. So for now, I'm gonna be like
what they told you before, you're gonna find it. This coming straight from the soul. Please be reminded.
I just wanna let you know, I'm just gonna vibe alone. If you gon' swing the roll, no, I can't share this soul. Doing 90, you know it. Break it all down to the biz. Doing 90, you know it. Never fall in love in a dick. Pull up, stop, swing, doors open, swing. going folks. I'm just gonna ride alone. I just get the bag and go. Make sure my cup is poured. Pour a little out on the floor. Count another stack, I'm sore. Then I put it all in the drawer. I just had to let one go. She was on life support. She kept her swag on low. Something I did not know. Phone ringing, who's calling? Telling me that they want this. Just pulled up, I'm falling. I'll be right back in the morning. Pull up, stop, swing. Doors open, swing. Pull up, stop, swing. No, we don't play those games. Pull up, stop, swing. Doors open, swing. Pull up, stop, swing. No, we don't play those games.
I need your panties on. I know it's been a minute since I hit it. We're not the weed, but your linens. Now I'm back for the panties on. As soon as I hit the door, let the motherfuckers hit the flow. It's a marathon, so I keep the pace low. But I need your panties on. On your t-shirt, below the waist is where I'm trying to work. I'm skipping dinner, heading to dessert, and I know it's been some time. It's been some time since we connected, and you living your life. You living life and I respect it. But baby girl, I'm starting to feel neglected. So listen, check it, all my wrongs have been corrected. All my moves have been perfected. I don't know what you expected, but I'm currently erected, no deflection. Little baby of mine, my little sweet Caroline. I picked your ass straight up off the vine. Don't forget it now, hey, don't forget it now. Know what's going on when I say it's going down. Whenever I pull up, girl, I don't wanna hear sound. Whenever I pull up, girl, yeah, babe. I need your panties on, little baby of mine, my little sweet Caroline. I picked your ass straight up off the vine. Don't forget it now. Don't forget it now, check it. It's been a long time, the only thing on my mind has been sexing you and how you been stressing. I know you been stressing, cause baby I've been stressing too. Ooh, when I get you to myself, I'ma give it to you like you never felt from no one else. I'ma give it to you better than you give to yourself. I'ma give it to you like this shit is good for you.
Now, how after all this time you question my love. After everything I did, you question my love. You question whether I care. You feel like that's what I should be doing.
All day, all night, all year, all time. We should live our lives separate. I've been getting colder, it's been chilling on freeze. You made your demands and I put them in your hands. Now I'm trying to understand how you tripping on me. My love, you question my love. You question my love. You question
question my love. Wrong day, wrong night, wrong year, wrong time. We live two lives separate, had no vice. Ripping through the city, missing the silly. Now that we live our lives separate, no vice. My love, you question my love. You question my love. You question my love. YOLO, we get one life to live. How you tryna live it, girl? We get one life to live. I tried to give you the world. I tried to give you the world. But you was scheming on me. I was scheming on you. We was scheming on we. But my love needs no question. My love needs no question. My love needs no question. My love. Jasmine.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something.
What's up?
Do you love me?
Yes.
Do you think I love you?
No.
Why you question it?
Because
So I hit the back of her cup, I'm calling buckets. Drink it all up, baby, don't leave nothing. Now that's something. She on the third cup, laughing, talking about how she belly buzzing. Well, have a cup full of beer, and I'm sure in due time, girl, you're bound to feel something. If not, let's take a couple of shots. So by the end of the night, I'ma have your ass stumbling. Now your knees rocking all off beat. The music stopped playing, baby girl, but you still move your feet. Talking about you ain't feeling it. Oh, I can see it in your eyes. We all know your ass just a ceiling. So please stop lying. You relying on your girl to hold you up, trying to help your ass sober up. But you say it's cool. Well, come with us. We making moves to my man grid to play a game of flip cut. A little later, you're rocking smear makeup, slurring a bit, but damn, you're still sexy though. A little sloppy, but that still wouldn't stop me until I spotted the face of an upcoming vomit. I was prepared. I made your homegirl aware that she might have to hold your hair. Before that, just sit down, relax. You won't throw up. Here, have this. Take your water cup. If you can't continue, then you better tap out. Hey, oh, we gon' keep on drinking till somebody passes out. So if you get that feeling like you gotta throw up, take a sit and call it quits and drink your water cup. It's only 1 o'clock, so of course it's to the next party. A man walking around waving a bottle of Bacardi. The music real ratchet, now these bitches getting naughty. A white girl can't dance, go get a shorty, nigga. I'm so gone, man, I'm so on. Feel so good, I could do no wrong, man. Hand me that Patron. I'm yelling bottoms up, my man's like, nah, hold up, dog, have your water cup.
didn't even know I was wilding like that. Shit, I relax. For sure.
How do you live with yourself? Did he away? Partied all day till you had no one left. Cause she don't want love, and you don't give a fuck. And she don't know what to say. But I do. You know it falls down this way. Yeah, you. Yeah, you. I only take my own advice now. Do this for my team, yeah, I took a vow. Let my dogs eat, it's on sight now. Raining in the pen, every night I drown. Unavailable, yeah. Going ghost, I be going ghost, yeah. Moving crates to the ice flow. Back on road with the cycles. Double cup, that's that antidote. Like a tightrope. Walk on water, that's like Michael. My mama flies, got that Holy Ghost. Hotline booming like a trap phone. All so cold, I'm on 3 below. Off it again, watching her body roll. I'm in the dungeon, whipping a combo. Ay, yo, killer wrist, yo. Whipping a big old stick, huh? She kinda counterfeit, yo. Come from the dungeon pit, yo. I've been on froze today. Fuck it, I'm stuck in my ways. I'd rather chill my game. I'd rather play the flame. I only take my own advice now. Do this for my team, yeah, I took a vow. Let my dogs eat, it's on sight now. Raining in the pen, every night I drown. Unavailable, yeah. Going ghost, I be going ghost. Moving crates to the ice flow. With the cycles, yeah, going ghost, ultralight, yeah, baby look like Amber Rose, can you stay the night, give me that shit, strike a pose, yeah, catch a vibe, yeah, I do 90 off the edge, read the signs, yeah, by design, fighting for my life, all these dark times, yeah, should've pick a side, should've catch his vibe, I go ghost alive, cut them off in time, can't put shit aside.
Sway, sway, sway. Your love feels like sway, sway, sway. Your love feels like sway, sway, sway. Your love feels like sway. Your love feels like sway. Your love feels like sway. Go out on occasions, you always look amazing. I really know what's underneath. Fell in love with a doll, with a queen so sweet. I would never do you wrong. I would never bring you home. Said I'll always treat you good, yeah. Always make you feel good.
soft to the touch. Hate to get you wet, cause it's a mess to clean up. But I love it when I get it, love it when I get it, fall in love with it, girl I cannot quit it. In the zone, don't make me call
Your
your
love
phone.
feels like sway, sway, sway. Your love feels like sway, sway, sway. Your love feels like sway, sway, sway. Your love feels like sway, yeah, like sway. Sweetheart, honey love, brown sugar, you the one. Sweetheart, honey love, brown sugar, you the one. Patient lover, I could wait for you. Get more, I won't take more. You got a sweet tooth, girl, I crave for you. And God told me I was made for you. You, definition of a queen, product of a story and a dream. Energy glowing like a beam, hoping it's for me. All this love is all I can see. In the zone, don't make me wait too long.
Like sway.
In the zone,
like
don't
sway.
make me wait too
Love feels
long.
like sway.
Yeah.
Falling in love again. You made me believe in falling in love again. You made me believe in falling in love again. You made me believe in falling in love again. You made me believe. Yeah. You made me believe in. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Sway, sway, sway. Your love feels like sway, sway, sway. Your love feels like sway, sway, sway. Your love feels like sway. Your love feels like sway. Your love feels like sway, sway, sway. Your love feels like sway, like sway. Your love feels like sway, like sway. Your love feels like sway, like sway. Your love feels like sway.
My name is Dom Root, and this poem is called Sky Blue. With clear skies on the forecast, this life could be what I make it. And maybe I'm an optimist, or maybe I'm crazy to think that my poetry could take me places. I used to dream high like where the spaceships go. Now I just need room to cultivate on Earth, you know, like a space to grow. And I thought about making myself a shirt with small font that reads, "Your dreams are closer to reality than it appears." And for years I thought of my own as the balloons being let go after graduation, symbolic of celebration and dissipation. Staring up at the sky as something once grounded, now elevated, almost certain that I could make it. And if it was just a conversation, then I've wasted my potential. As products of this culture, these years are instrumental. Every week, in different ways, I'm feeling hopeless, so I tap away my time with focus driven by emotion. In this moment, I'm supposed to know the way or the move. But the thing about ascension is that gravity kills the groove right when you try to catch a break. Before it all burns, I invest in the journey and hope for some return. Taking the good with the bad, because there's always a lesson to be learned. What you'll do for money far exceeds what it'll do for you. So stand firm upon your morals and keep it closest to your roots. Money may make the world go round, and that's probably true. But I see the bigger picture, and I'm not playing to lose. My dreams are closer to reality than it appears. It may take a few months, it may take a few years, but we'll get there. Sky's the limit.
The equation is added in such a manner: your date of birth, day plus month plus year, added together to form your life path number. Mine is 3, the creative child. So artistic, the number 3 speaks volumes, attracting others as they wonder how to trap this social butterfly who can be hurt. Because amidst all that light lies hidden self-doubt and even hate that traps the 3 in a life cycle filled with weight. Procrastination, which triggers depression, allowing escapism to come in any fashion. Drinking, my best pathetic passion, numbs the pain, even if it's for a short time. I actually own it as mine. Because I forget the pain while I'm buzzing. I just want to stay on cloud 9. It's been a few months since my awareness of the breath has lightened my stress. I've been soul searching, asking longing questions, and actually waiting on my symbols and answers. This is one. Went to the store to buy shower curtains and mats. Felt a light push to the counter instead, saying, "All right, don't spot. Here's your challenge. Buy a book, 2 pens, and go home. That's where you'll spend your time." You're here to write, not to be a sheep or a yes gal all your life.
The only empire to not crumble to its knees. The most valuable will that we will leave behind for everybody to inherit. This gift is best expressed when you share it. The most credible merit. This gift is more ancient than the Egyptian hieroglyphics of time. This gift empowers us all to be held accountable to the highest degree. The wedding feast of simplicity and complexity. This gift cannot be negated. This gift is celebrated emotionally, socially, spiritually, and mentally. the waterproof electricity flowing within your bones. Like the law of vibrations, this gift cannot be created nor destroyed. The foundation for all generations. This gift fulfills the deepest of relational voids, a priceless, portable home. This gift makes families out of strangers. This gift protects us from the danger of being in prison, in the lonely prison of indifference. Like the freedom fighters of old, this gift is persistent with making a difference. This gift will always be box office. This gift cannot be topped. This gift is everybody's favorite topic. This gift can withstand any natural disaster or a natural epidemic. This gift can make believers out of cynics. This gift is our greatest enigma. Like our first trip to the cinema, this gift keeps us in a holy state of awe and wonder. The presence of this gift never fails to make our heart grow fonder. Peace.
Perfect timing, spotlight diamonds, from the islands, tequila lining, bright like diamonds, put my time in, you so righteous, fit a right in, I don't slide in, pouring ices, I like blue tint, that's that fly kid, feel the vibe in, so surprising, make it priceless, she go right in, quarter piece, she was a runner, half for me, you know I'm up now. Ice on me, it was a bust down. Give you everything you want now. Took a walk on the edge. That's the dark side. All my bros love to win. We don't switch sides. Aria, Harikari, make them all die. Rockin' black on these ends, cause our tears dry. Palm trees on me in Miami. Dive in the deep where I can't breathe. Give it to me, make it so sweet. Make it so sweet, oh. Perfect timing, spotlight diamonds, from the islands, tequila lining, bright like diamonds, put my time in, you so righteous, fit a right in, I don't slide in, pouring ices, I like blue tint, that's that fly kid, feel the vibe in, so surprising, make it priceless, she go right in.
I'm from a place where most dreams are made, but 1 out of a million are fulfilled. Where nightmares turns to real life, so you know they kill like guns with ammunition. Where you see kids starve because getting food every day it is just another mission, and you see people judge male and females as they go into transitions. I've been traveling so much, it's like my whole life is on a war tour. Like Tupac said, we got money for war, but can't feed the poor. So need I say more? Because I have the right to remain, but being silent is not right, I must be heard. So may I please stick at them headphones and earphones so y'all can hear me out. I remember waking up every Saturday mornings just so I can watch PBS Kids Sprowl. That's where most of my imaginations are from. But as my height continued to grow, my age continued to increase. My eyes continued to observe. That's when my imaginations, they started to decrease. Because I wasn't mommy's innocent little boy anymore. Mine was being attacked with things that could create sores, you know. Sores that are open at the bone, making it hard to heal. That's how stubborn we are. And one day I heard a voice. It told me, speak for yourself. But that's how ignorant they are. For not accepting the truth. They prefer to the lies in a soundproof booth. But you can't be mad. At least they accomplished the goal of being rappers. I'm from a place most fathers are never a factor. Brothers who don't even know their own brothers. And on every application under who's in your household, this is written. Me, myself, and my mother. That's why I thank God. I thank God for my family, even though they're not together. And I once thought everything would have been okay if we lived in the suburbs. But you see, there's always pros and cons and wishes that we have. Because I wouldn't be a writer, and I sure wouldn't be a poet. But in gang signs and slangs, I wouldn't even know it. I wouldn't even know them. Sorry, it's how I speak. Look at me funny, but you see, all the correctors come easily to me. I was born in a place where Lion King relates to, and it's hot throughout the year, but I'm from a place where Wu-Tang came out of, and it's cold throughout the winter. I wasn't used to the weather until it started to give me splinters. I was being judged because what I ate was never, ever, ever their dinner. They labeled me as an L, but what they never knew is that my name, it starts with a W and it stands for winner. I'm from a place where it's called hood, because nobody ever acts neighborly. When new aunts, uncles, and cousins are coming to exist, but you never knew they were your family. New jails needs to be built. That's why the government cuts down our family trees. Does anyone ever feel sorry for us youngins as witnessing this catastrophe? I'm just trying to grow up to be a legend. Johnny Appleseed. But where I'm from, if your skills aren't qualified, you're just another slice of cheese. Your environment is how you make it. Negativity is how you take it. So may I ask, where are you from?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. You're such a blessing. I think of you like every second. Body dangerous, it's like a weapon. I need your light, need you in my life. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah, on the grind, I'm focusing. All the signs you showing it. Soul and mind, I'm noticing. Controlling mind, you too legit. Something I never seen. It's like a fantasy. You feel like a melody. I'm feeling like you for me. Hold me down, but give me space sometime. Girl, I know you can relate sometime. That's why every time we make some time, that should be worth the wait, no lie. You're such a blessing. I think of you like every second. Body dangerous, it's like a weapon. I need your light, need you in my life. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah. Out on the road, you feel like home. Out of control, you be my zone. Out of this world, you broke the mold. Reason why I can't let you go. Is that sexy look up on your face? Is the way you rockin' lingerie. Need more than a slice, I need the cake. You the reason why I always say, show me love, I will show you love, candy. Unwrap your love, I'll unwrap your love, candy. I'll fill you up, I will fill you up, candy. Candy. You're such a blessing. I think of you like every second. Body dangerous, it's like a weapon. I need your light, need you in my life. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. you mine. I make your body speak whenever we align. You got them hips that I get lost in. I slip and I might fall in. Your body's calling. This is your warning. How about I want it? Feel it coming from inside. Don't be scared to feel. Don't be shy. I want your little body on me. Body on me, yeah. I want your little body on me. Body on me. When love wants you, there is nothing you can do. And don't question because I'm falling for you. Girl, you know you fine. Girl, you know you mine. I make your body speak whenever we align. You got them hips that I get lost in. I slip and I might fall in. Your body's calling. This is your warning. How about I want it? Coasting, all in that ocean. Rolling, it's all in that motion. Surfing, waves and they crashing. It's okay, throw it back, babe. Coasting, all in that ocean. Rolling, it's all in that motion. Surfing, waves and they crashing. It's okay, throw it back, babe. I want your little body on me. Body on me, yeah. I want your little body on me. Body on me. Girl, you know you fine. Girl, you know you mine. I make your body speak whenever we align. You got them hips that I get lost in. I slip and I might fall in. Your body's calling. This is your warning. How about I want it?
Late night radio with Dom Rue.
far as how I create, I try my best to do it how Aretha do it. Aretha Rodney, not Franklin. I try my best to do it how Aretha do it. So in a way, I try not to try to make my sound like anybody else's.
When did our values started being determined by how many people choose to follow you? When did our worth divert to the double tapping of one's finger, leaving thoughts to linger? If enough people didn't tap twice, then maybe, just maybe, that photo wasn't post-worthy? When did our identity and our reality become our enemy? See, I don't mean to offend, but in this era, we would rather live a life of pretend just to stay up to date with the recent trend. Again, when did our worth divert to one's opinion behind a device screen that results in us tampering with our genes? It seems we now live a life based off others' reaction. So self-love just fits a great caption. Our satisfaction now lies within the world wide web of lies, being deceived by what we see in front of our eyes, being displeased with our own lives because we're still clocking into a 9 to 5, as if a 9 to 5 make one less applicable to succeed and thrive. See, much has changed. And if you're not doing it like the world, you're considered a lame. At some point, the ultimate goal became a blue check beside one's name. Now, if you ask me, social media is what you make it. And it's filled with a lot of opportunities. It's filled with people coming together and building communities. But on the other end of it, it's filled with a lot of hypocrites, a lot of judges and jurors, a lot of counterfeits. So be sure in who you are or you will be lost.
So yeah, this is Dom Root, and I'm here with Aretha Rodney. She is a spoken word artist, singer, musician, entrepreneur. I'm sure I left a couple things out, but we're gonna get into it during the interview and just learn, all about who she is and, all that she's embodying when it comes to art and, just making things happen. So how are you doing today?
Doing great. I'm doing good. I had a good day, so I'm doing good.
Nice. So for you, what does a good day consist of, or
A good day for me consists of being able to create quietly because I have 2 babies.
Okay.
So my son is in school and my daughter, she slept today. She slept for a long time. So I had a lot of quiet today. Okay. Well, until my husband picked up my son, but right. I got to create today. And just that's a good day for me. A day where I just get some peace of mind, I get some quiet, and I get to create.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, you talk about creating. So what would you say was like the first, art form that you got into? Because you have a extensive resume in terms of things that you can do. But did you like start singing first, or were you into poetry first?
Oh, dancing.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Dancing. Nice. Yeah, I praise dance. This was before I even knew I could sing.
Okay.
My AirPod keep coming out. This is before I even knew I can sing. This is before I even knew I could write songs and do poetry and all that stuff. Right. It was dancing. Yeah, nice. I praise dance. Yeah. I haven't danced in a long time. I actually went back the other night looking at videos like, you know what? I have to post this for my new followers that don't know, but I actually danced like in the church community and even in Jamaica. Like anytime anybody said, "Are you dancing? Are you dancing?" That was it for me. So I would have never guessed adventuring off into singing and poetry and all that. Yeah.
That's what's up. My family's from Trelawney, Jamaica.
Oh yeah.
So that's what's up. Yeah.
I was born and raised in Jamaica.
See, yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's amazing. So yeah, dancing in the church, and then so was that something that you were like, you saw and you're like, hey, I want to get into that, or was it something like your family was like, you're gonna be dancing, get in the church, we need people?
Yeah, I think it was just put on me. Like I was young, and then they were starting praise dance groups, and it's like my nickname is Punky. All right, Punky, come. So I danced, and I was good at it. So yeah, it's just that's how it came about.
Okay, so tell me, because what I know of you, what we've discovered, from hashtags, finding your own poetry hashtags and stuff like that. When did poetry come into your life?
If I would say over 10 years ago. Okay. I was at a church event, spoken word. Of course, I know poetry, but spoken word poetry, I never really knew much about it. Okay. And I remember I was at this church event, and this one guy, his name is AJ Freeman. I tell him every chance I get, like, it was you that introduced me to this thing. And it was this other group called Yahweh. And I heard them and I was like, oh my God. I was just like blown away. And then the next day I went home. I have to post that video too. I tried. You should hear what it sounded like. Like that was me trying. It was horrible, you know? Yeah. And then, you know, as time went by, I started like, you know, listening more and I stuck, because at this point I write songs. Okay. So it wasn't hard trying to write the poem. It was just how to deliver it and how to find my own voice in the poetry, how to make it my own and to find my character in it. Exactly, so that was what the struggle was for me after I fell in love with it. It's just finding my identity in it. So yeah, I found it over 10 years ago. It's a long time.
Okay,
yeah.
It's amazing, and it definitely pours through, especially the personality portion of it, you know, because like doing poetry, even for myself, like finding that voice, you know, because like we watch so much Def Jam poetry, and you're like, oh, okay, you know, and even some people, the slam poets, they may follow a certain cadence, you know, and we joke in the community like you have that type of way that you spit it, you know, that cookie cutter way, but it is amazing to find your voice and that spunk and that little flavor that, you know, different people come with, because going out to open mics or just different events and watching people do their thing is really where you find a lot of that inspiration, you know, and you're like, yo, I like that, or I don't like that.
Much. You know. I learned so much from other people. I always take what I can. Take what I can. I go to open mics a lot here in Orlando, and I learned so much from other people, and I learned what to do, what not to do, and you know, so it's still a learn. As much as you've done it for a long time, there's still always room to learn.
Okay, you know, I like that a lot. So, you know, where that's leading me, I want to talk a little bit of where God and your faith and, you know, how that all plays into, you know, what you do. I haven't really, I know we have the Rooted Minds blog interview coming up, and I haven't previewed that, you know, or, you know, at least coming with information, you know, to this interview. So yeah, talk a little bit about like your faith and, you know, how that plays into what you do.
What keeps me going. When it comes to church, I was born in church, but I was a typical church girl. I only went to church because, you know what I'm saying? But as I got older, I started having a personal relationship with God for myself. One thing I speak about all the time is 2020 for me was, you know, the pandemic hit. But for me, I could have lost my life in 2020 after I'd given birth to my daughter, because I had COVID. I had it bad. In the hospital, I had to be on oxygen, so forth. Oh, wow. And for me, that moment was, okay, God, this is me and you. I believe that God had placed me on this earth with a purpose, for a purpose. I mean, I literally have books filled with songs, poetry, all of this. And it's like, God, if you take me now, like, what happens to my purpose? And I would never forget. I remember in the hospital room, I was like, God, I promise you, if you take me out of this thing, I will serve you wholeheartedly. And I will go after the purpose that I believe that you have given to me. That's why you see me post these poems. I promise you, if I get one like, I'm all right, because I feel like I'm in alignment with God's purpose for my life. So I'm at ease and I'm at peace with what I'm doing. And my faith is, I'm not gonna come on here, preach to people, yell at them. You know how preachers talk. I'm gonna do it in the way that God created me to do it. And that's in my poem. So I have people writing me, telling me, thank you, because I was at my breaking point. And your poem is what helped me. So I believe I'm walking in my faith in the purpose God has called me on this earth to do right now. And I'm excited to see where he takes me with it, because I'm just humbled. I'm really just humbled because it's just me and him rocking this thing out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm just humbled, and I'm letting him take the lead to wherever he takes me with this thing. But my faith is what keeps me going. It's what keeps me going. It's what keeps me rooted.
Hey, I love it. I love it, you know, and it's a blessing, you know, thank God that you are still here and you are walking in your purpose, because I know that it will, you know, continue to help other people, you know, and it's great that you are receiving that love back, you know, people are letting you know that they feel it, because, you know, poets and artists like ourselves, as we walk and, you know, tell our stories, we may not have to be like the preacher type and, you know, necessarily fishing to get people in, but being who you are, just embodying that faith and just being happy and like people seeing that that happiness, they're gonna inquire like, yo, why is she so happy? Like, what is going on in her life? And when they ask, you know, you get that story. Like for us, you know, I started doing our events, and when I got here to Arizona in 2010 for college. And, you know, I didn't really know what I was doing. I was into poetry. I saw some people doing it, but, like, being from LA, it's a busy city, so I'm always having dreams, and, like, I want to do things. So, like, I just found some people that were about that life, you know. We started renting out spaces and using the venues and doing it, you know, and people were, like, coming, you know, super young. Didn't really know what I was doing, you know, but they would ask, like, you know, what's this vision that you have, man? You seem like you have this all planned out. And I'm like, honestly, man, I don't know. Like, you know, I just pray about it, and you know, God tells me to move on something, I move on it, you know, and I ask, you know, for his guidance, and I reach out to my friends, and I see who's, you know, willing to pull up, and that's how it all originally started, just a dream and just kind of following the path that was, you know, laid for me, honestly, and just feel like walking in my purpose. So I definitely connect, you know, with you on that level, and, you know, just moving in that way, because there are times where our events didn't go so well, you know, and I'm like, see, I definitely understand that I'm not in control, because I do the same thing over and over again, and I don't get the same result, you know. So, you know, so you just follow and you move. When things are for you, they're for you. When they're not, they're not, and you get to learn from them. So, sorry, I'm a rambler. I didn't mean to, you know.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
So yes, let's talk about the music that you're making as well. So when it comes to, I seen a couple of videos with you on guitar. Also seen a really creative video that you posted. I think it was like a reel where it was like meeting all of your squad. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that was hilarious. Good job. Like, there's a lot of content out there, but that had me cracking up.
Yeah.
So like, that's real life who we are. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, seriously, like it really sometimes be a one-man band. Like, you know what I'm saying? But gotta do whatever shoe you gotta put on to make it work. Gotta do what you gotta do.
Absolutely. Yeah, I definitely connect with that post. Like, you know, you had the security too rolling in. That was just like humor,
listen,
real.
my Paw Patrol gun. Like, listen, I'm ready.
Ready for sure. So yeah. With the music and stuff that you're making, you know, where do you find some of your inspiration? Who are some musical influences, either growing up or today, that you just find, you know, help you lock in and, you know, find the passion to create?
As you, like we talk about my faith all the time. So the genre that I stick to the most is gospel. So there's a lot, and then because of my background being Jamaican, so reggae plays a lot of part too in, you know, the things that I do. And honestly, my accent, it doesn't go nowhere. So sometimes when I'm singing, you know what I'm saying, you'll hear, you know, the accent. So my but honestly, growing up, as far as like musical people, Christian wise, Donnie McClurkin. Right now there's a group called Maverick City. I listen to them a lot. I listen to them a lot. I listen to a lot of upcoming gospel artists as well, because honestly, there's so much creatives out there. And I try not to stick too much in traditional gospel with the, you get what I'm saying? So I try to listen to different genres of gospel. So we have Tasha. I have a lot. Tasha Cobbs. I love her. You know, these are people that sometimes when I'm feeling down, I just put the music on and it gets my spirit up. It gets me feeling good. You know, it gets me in a place of, all right, God, let me just surrender how I'm feeling to you right now so I could get back into the space where I need to be. Right. So, you know, those are just a couple. If I go to the reggae, I'm an old head type of reggae listener. So nothing wrong with the new school, but it's not my vibe, you know. So the old school, like, you know, the Barris and even Bob Marley and, you know, those people just get me into the mood just to rock and just, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes just takes my mind off of certain things. But as far as how I create, I try my best to do it how Aretha do it. Aretha Rodney, not Franklin. I try my best to do it how Aretha do it. So in a way, I try not to try to make my sound like anybody else's, because I strive to be unique. You know what I mean? So I try my best to make my music stand out. Like when you hear it, oh, that sounds like Aretha. Okay, that's Aretha. Not, oh, that sounds like such and such, but no, that's Aretha. I want my music to be like, you know, I want my music to identify who I am.
Okay, no, absolutely, and I can connect with that. In terms of like when you're writing and you're in like the, like, you know, the creative mode, are you looking to create through the lens? So say you're writing a love song, are you writing through the lens of like love and its like connection to like your faith as well, you know? So
Yeah.
like, so
Okay.
So
Okay.
or even if it's not love, it could be like, you know, you going about your life and you may be writing a song about, you know, staying positive or overcoming battles. Do you feel any pressure when it comes to like being in the genre to have to connect it in some way to faith, or good? Okay.
Not at all. Because I have some posts that I posted where I don't talk about God. And as a matter of fact, I have a post that I'm actually getting ready to record that I'm going to post tomorrow, and it's not talking about God. The thing about it is I want to be very realistic as I can in everything that I do. It's a few songs that I do, and it's not worship song, or it's literally an inspirational song, but it doesn't mean it's literally saying, oh, worship God or anything like that. But it's just encouraging, because the thing about me is I really don't want to be put in a box. I mean, literally at all. You can expect to get positivity. There will not be anything negative. I'll never give a negative message. It will all be positive, but it doesn't have to be linked to faith. You know what I'm saying? Because for me, I don't want to be literally stuck in a genre of all she do is gospel, because that's not the case. But you're not going to hear me doing nothing dancehall either. You get what I mean? Like, I want to be able to reach people that don't even believe in God, and then slowly wheel them in. All right, I got you on that post. Now this is going to be a post, because I do that. Some of the songs that I sing is inspirational that doesn't have gospel. And then the next week I'll do a gospel song. Right. And then the next week, you get what I'm saying? So I even it out, I balance it out, because I really want to be able to touch different people. I want to be able to touch people that don't have a faith, and then slowly just wind them in. You know what I mean? Yeah. No, but a lot of my stuff is not strictly connected to faith.
Okay, no, and I understand that. A couple of artists that I work here that identify as gospel artists, I know that's been a battle for them, just like kind of how people in the social space are, you know, view them for doing things that may not be that. You know, they receive a lot of pressure and are reluctant to release certain things. And even myself, like some of my poetry, and I do some rapping and songwriting, and my primary thing is producing and audio engineering, so I like to mix, master, and behind the scenes more so. But I do enjoy writing songs and putting things out. And, you know, when I was in high school, it was, you know, my influences were Ludacris, Lil Wayne, you know, and my the things that I wrote and rapped about were connected to those influences, you know, in terms of language. But as I became an adult and, you know, realized, I want to do this for real, you know, which meant my grandmother, my mother, you know, the people that I love and respect have to hear this, you know. So I started to kind of run into this space of, all right, what areas am I walking in? Because I am greatly tied to my faith, you know, and it's, you know, moved me and like the things that I do. So with poetry, I always, like when I'm writing, it always comes to that. Like I'm just writing, I'm not trying to or nothing, and I'm just talking about God, you know, it just comes up, you know. So just finding that balance of like not trying to be preachy, but just also like doing the thing that I feel called to do, you know, in the moment. So
I get that. Yeah, that's how I feel.
Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit about maybe some stuff that you have upcoming or that you are working towards, or that you could receive some prayers or, you know, good vibes, you know, for anything upcoming or things that you're working towards.
As of right now, I'm literally thinking, yes, I actually have this young lady that I met on Instagram. Shout out to social media, honestly, because social media really is like with the poem that I did, like social media really, it is a platform, and it really is filled with opportunities. So I met this young lady on Instagram. She's a poet as well, and she's having a not CD, a launch. She's having a launch. I was about to say a CD launch. Oh God. She's having a launch for her album, an album launch.
Okay.
And she asked me to be one of the poets on the event, the night of her launch. So I'm excited for that. I'm literally trying to think what else I have coming up. Honestly, right now I'm just focused on creating, and I'm trying. One thing I try my best not to do is become inconsistent, you know. So I'm trying my best to just keep on going. It won't be every day, but I'll make sure that even if it's once a week, something is being put out there, you know. So for me, I can't really. Oh, and I have a bonfire event coming up. I'm excited about that. I've never done a bonfire before.
Oh, nice. Okay.
But it's it's gonna be filled with different artists, and I'm excited about that. It's gonna be September 17th. Yeah.
You know, in your area, and definitely get them out to that. Your poem for that this contest was about social media. So a little bit about social media. What is your feelings about social media? I know some people always feel like every so often they need to get up off of there, and
Definitely. As a matter of fact, for me, I had a personal page where I'll post like my family and just me being funny. Like my art page is literally just for my art.
Okay.
But I just disabled my personal page because social media can be really, really distracting, really distracting. Whereas I want to create, but I'm on social media scrolling.
Yep.
So for me, I disabled that page. So for my art page, because my art page is really for my art, I don't really do much up there. But for me, like I told you before, like social media is filled with opportunities. But man, you can definitely get lost in it.
Yeah,
And that's why when I wrote that poem, I was just like, it's the honest truth. You got people living lives that, oh my God, if you would have heard the the unedited version of that poem. Like I tried to, oh my God. At one point I was like, okay, whoa. I started, cause there's this comment, like, people caption, oh, catch flights, not feelings.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, well, you're about to catch an eviction notice when you no longer have a ceiling. I'm telling you, because it was just a case of you have people literally trying to keep up with the next. You get what I'm saying? And you really would just do things just to flex on social media, and you really can get lost in that world. Absolutely. So for me, I do take a break. I do take a break because then self-esteem start coming in. But dang, I wish I could do it like that.
Right.
I wish I had that much followers. What makes her so different from me? I'm doing the same thing. Comparison, it do kill. Yeah. If it don't kill you physically, it'll kill you mentally. Yeah. Like people really have to be strong to be on social media because you got cyberbullying. You have so much going on in the social media world. And again, you can lose yourself in that thing. You really can. And then, like I said, on the other end of it, it's really filled with opportunities. People's lives are changed. Right. It takes a viral post that could change their life. You get what I'm saying? It's just up and down with social media. It's what you make it. It's what you make it. For me, right now, I'm using social media as the platform to get my work out there. To get my work out there. So it's what you make it.
Right. And I feel like, you saying that it's what you make it is a really powerful thing because honestly, it has the capacity to turn someone from broke to a millionaire, so
yes.
And it definitely has the, the ability to also to make someone contemplate suicide. So you get the good, you get the bad, and even some places like some organizations, church institutions, nonprofit institutions are trying to learn how to use that to their advantage. There's still like a big for places to exist on that space and to really attract and connect with people. Because at first it was something they viewed as like negative because you can get in the comments.
The pandemic kind of drove them to that though, because the world was shut down, so it was like social media. Okay, because I know a pastor, he didn't know anything about it. So now he's like, okay, I got to get on Facebook. I got to get on Instagram. You get what I'm saying? Exactly. So the pandemic actually drove a lot of them to doing that.
So many live streams and just like figuring that part out. And, it's honestly, it's good for them to like learn that, that skill set, honestly, going forward. As we ease out of the pandemic or, pray to ease out of the pandemic, that's going to be a tool that they can continue to use and, make accessible for folks that want to stay connected to service and, and everything of that nature. So we are hitting the 20-minute mark here, so I do want to let you go. I definitely thank you for your time. If you can, drop your IG and your social. I have your YouTube channel up here, so I believe it's just Aretha Rodney. So if they search YouTube Aretha Rodney, they can find you. But what about Instagram or Twitter or Facebook, anywhere else?
Instagram is Aretha Rodney Artistry, and Twitter is Aretha Rodney, but I still haven't really. I don't understand Twitter yet. I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna get on there. But Instagram, Aretha Rodney Artistry, TikTok, Aretha Rodney. Like you said, YouTube, Aretha Rodney. Facebook is actually Aretha Rodney Live. I'm going to switch that to just Aretha Rodney.
Okay.
But once you type Aretha Rodney, it will something pertaining to me will come
all
up.
the search engines right now. Okay. That's what's up. That's what's up. Keep it going. Well, I definitely appreciate you. Thank you for taking the time out today.
No,
and yeah, we'll be looking forward to of course, yeah. We'll be looking forward to that Rooted Minds blog write up that we have coming soon. You can always gain perspective from what others are doing, especially if you have that connection where they feel open enough to talk to you about things, and like share experiences, outlooks, etc. Even for like younger folks, how that plays in. It's like going over to somebody's house, seeing how they do stuff. And Alright, what up everybody? This is Dom Root here with Trav the White, and we are back with another episode of Let's Talk Traditions, this time with episode 5 about friendship. I feel like, at any point in our life, my life in particular, but just like for the general, public, like we've had our own experiences with friendship, from the playground, elementary school, throughout, adulthood, co-workers, just like there's different variations of finding friendship and that being a connection to either a larger purpose or just more information and data about yourself.
Yeah, I know friendship's not necessarily something that's like kind of lost tradition, but I picked this one because I think it fits within the category that we're talking about in the previous episodes. And so but I also think that it's like a tradition that even though we haven't lost, it's something that we could always return to and kind of look back on. Like from our youngest ages, like we have friends, like your like parents take you to like a play date or whatever, and you're just running around starting to build like the beginning of these deeper relationships that you'll find yourself on later in life, right? And they evolve and change form over time. Like how your friendships in high school are a lot different than your friendships in preschool, which are going to be a lot different than your friendships in adulthood. But at some level, this friendship thing is carrying through, right? And even if we get into like, let's say like some of the deeper esoteric stuff, like let's say we're going to get into like alchemy or anything like that and get the deeper stuff about it, it's all about friendship, right? We're trying to come up with some type of relationship with not only myself but with the universe that involves particulars, and those particulars end up being in the same category as friendship. If you look at what we're asking for from the highest version of ourselves, right, in relationship to the universe and the universe in relationship to ourselves, it's the same thing as what we would be expecting from our best friends,
right?
Yeah,
that's true.
I think that's weird, but it's really an interesting point,
Yeah.
Like ultimately, like for me, like one of the things that keeps me the most sane is my friends. It's like I always be able to like have somewhere to turn back to. But like, like one of the points that I make a lot these days, because I talk about the way that social media or computers influence us, right? Like let's say like you wouldn't know what a mind control device was till you built it. And we've kind of built it with a lot of these, like we're starting to build it with like the cell phone and the way the internet's all working out. But like, let's say like, you're able to be influenced by like a third party. Like, let's say China or Russia or Mark Zuckerberg is like changing your feeds to like get you to be a different person than you, right? Well, as long as you and your friends have different habits and they're different people, like you're not doing the same thing all the time together, right? Who's going to be able to tell how much you've changed because you interacted with something? Well, it's going to be your friends and your family, more importantly. But you still need like have a friendship with your family, right? To be able to like have them track those parts of your personality. So like, as you start to change as an individual, it's going to be, the category of people out there, your friends are going to be the ones who are going to be like, hey, I think that you aren't who you say you are anymore, or, I think this is affecting you in the negative. And so, and I could see how that plays out, like just like even outside of the, let's say, mind control conversation, right? It's just how we are normally. Like, let's say you're like starting to slip in life. It's your friends who are going to be the ones who hopefully call you out.
Yeah, for sure. That point of accountability is like big, because like for me, a key part of it is obviously building relationships and like, learning to coexist with other people. It's like, picking what y'all about to do for the night, or, what y'all drinking, or, whatever it is, just kind of working through that. But on the other side of it is like when it comes to goals and aspirations, like one book that I read by Jeff Johnson, it was called Everything I'm Not Made Me Everything I Am, which is a play off of the Kanye West lyric. And in that he talked about just having people to kind of hold you accountable, like like at the time in particular, what was important for me was like I was working on a book, right? And I'm reading that book, and one thing that he mentioned in like a chapter was just talking about mentioning things out loud to people, telling people like, yo, this is what I want to do, because in a way they're gonna follow back up with you, say, how's that thing going? And that'll kind of not force you, but that pressure in a way will kind of get you going. It's like, oh shit, I want to make sure that I'm a person that follows through on the things they say, or if they genuinely care about you, you have that kind of support system or team around you to remind you, or keep you up to par, or just kind of get on you about shit.
Yeah, that's when I thrive the most, is when I have like a group of people around me and I'm like having to hold myself accountable, not just towards like myself, like that this is like more involved in myself. Like if I don't show up, I'm not letting myself down, I'm letting other selves down, and I think that allows you to drive yourself into a place that you wouldn't be alone. And I think that those types of effort that you put in when you're trying to become that type of individual who could be good for other people, or at least not letting other people down because, whatever's going on, because they're speaking to it or they're trying to figure it out, whatever's going on, right? That makes you a more robust version of yourself, right? Like even if you just were like going off into the woods and just trying to survive, if you had the skill set of other people, like you've seen other people move and do this, like I think you'd be able to survive more. I think that there's no amount of like that. I mean, you could hang out with them long, but like I think that you could ultimately, the more we socialize and the more that we interact with people, especially at a deep level, the more we really unlock the type of person that we could be.
Yeah, definitely. On that learning aspect, it's like you can always gain perspective from what others are doing. Especially if you have that connection where they feel open enough to talk to you about things, and like share experiences, outlooks, etc. Even for like younger folks, how that plays in. It's like going over to somebody's house, seeing how they do stuff, and if it's better or worse or whatever the case is, it really makes you appreciate what you have, or it kind of makes you want to work harder to have more, or, and you kind of grow, and just really it opens your eyes to things, and specifically even when you're older too, not just when you're young, but like just in general. I feel like there's so many, this topic in general in relation to the podcast is big, because I mean, obviously the steps leading up to it, but it's just like a core part of just like a person's being. Like, you don't want to die alone. Like you have to kind of make these relationships and, kind of connections, and, it may start from small talk, but that comes from practice essentially. You have good relationships with your friends, and you kind of bounce ideas off of them, or they let you know when something's trash, so that way when you're prepping for something that is important, you have some people to bounce things off of, or maybe not, you know, maybe they're not your friends for that reason, but they link up with you to take your mind off of it because they know nothing about quantum mechanics or anything. Like whatever it is that person does, like your friends may not be into that shit, but they allow you or offer you some release that's, you know, opposite of that, so that you can focus when it's time to go back to doing, you know, the thing that you do best.
Yeah, I think that's where we find ourselves the best, is when we have like some type of integrated group, you know, like myself, you know, I'm pretty serious all the time, except when you find me playing video games with my cousin, you know, and then you'd be pretty surprised the type of character that I end up getting to play out and do things. But I mean, that ultimately comes down to me being able to focus like really hard in these other arenas, or at least as hard as I possibly can. Right. And I was like, while you were talking, I thought like, you know, the whole podcast that we've done so far, every episode is something that you can take from those episodes and become a better friend. Right? You can start from food and go onwards. You know what I mean? Like, even if you're in like a platonic relationship, like isn't just like me and you dancing, you know what I mean? Like, could end up making our entire relationship better if we actually like worked on like some dance routine together, you know?
Right.
Like Will Smith and Jazzy Jeff, you know? And so no matter which way you take each one of these episodes, it kind of all plays into that idea of like, look, we're going to interact with each other. We're going to be social beings. There's things that we need to understand about ourselves. But, you know, and then, you know, if you want to do it to the deepest degree, here are some things that you can pay attention to, you know? You know, as we talk about citizenship, we're going, you know, there's this deep relationship that you're going to have with the entire, like, society that you're in. You know, friendship is going to be the people that you're going to be with, trying to interact with this whole much larger concept of yourself called a citizen, you know? So I think that each podcast episode, like, really working together so we can, like, figure certain things out. Like, you take almost any of them and figure something deeper out by thinking about all the other ones in relationship to it, I guess. I don't know. That's what I'm starting to see.
Right. Yeah. No, I see the same thing, because like essentially you could just unpack them all individually, but like throughout the course of doing that, like you'll eventually get to that, like, you know, some kind of deeper understanding for what's going to connect for them, you know, or what's going to stick out. And I mean, everybody's obviously on their own journey in terms of what they want out of life and what they feel they're called to do. But I feel like, you know, we're just working on things differently. Like we talked about food, season 1, you know, and like talking and walking, and we spent a lot of time on succession. Like it's just really essentially the growth, you know, and maturation of like a person, you know, in their journey. You know, it's like, all right, you know, here's the fundamentals. If this was basketball, you know, you get to the dribble, you know, the three-man weave, you know, we make you do suicides. It's like the real basics of getting your breath under you, you know, getting your legs under you so that you have a foot in the door, you know, a position in the world. And just something really to chew on. Maybe if you didn't have that, like, this is a space for you to really listen in and like start to think of whatever works for you.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like your friends, almost sometimes like you don't know what you're doing with yourself, and just by going and like being with them, they provide this like structure for you, and you can figure something out about yourself, and then you can have like a deeper life, you know? And yeah, it's really interesting, you know? Like what we have available to ourselves as beings, as individuals, especially with other people, you know? And so I think that's what I'm like trying to focus on the most with this podcast, is like how we all interact with each other and how we're supposed to be interacting with other people, and like what all that means.
Yeah, for sure. No, and I've definitely, I mean, even myself personally, just thinking about these different topics, like it's impacted me, you know, just like the reflective moments, you know, thinking about when I was like a heavy clown dancer / crumper, you know, like how much of a role that played in my life, even, you know, now that that's not too much a part of it, but like that was a part of my expression, you know, and essentially like, you know, creativity, energy, like it just continues to grow and transfer into other forms, you know, and, you know, where I am creating music and poetry and like writing and stuff, I mean, that's that creativity, that will, that want to express. I mean, it all comes from like those days, you know, dancing or like just doing whatever, just to be able to feel the music, you know, and to want to be. And even in those times, that's where friendships were built, because like everybody had a little crew, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and you
right.
would like link up and battle people, and then you would connect and be cool with them after. It's like, oh, that dude's sick, like that move was nice, like, you know, and you start to there's community around that, you know, and essentially that's kind of what friendship is too, you know, outside of just two individuals, you know, a group of friends, you know, it's a small community there, that's a village, you know. And you know, when someone reaches a certain feat, or you know, if they get married or have a child, or you know, reach a certain level of life, like their friend group, you know, or their community, you know, however it's constructed, like is usually a huge part of that celebration in that process.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like, you can't celebrate who you are truly without having like other people just kind of come and surprise you, like, hey man, you were awesome, or like, you know, thank you for being there, thank you for being a part of this song, you know. You know, and on that note, you know, thank you for making these situations, you know, like you create this like social circumstances for friends to come together, or at least the opportunity for individuals to come into a place where they might come in contact with an individual who might one day be a friend, you know. And I always thought that was important. That's why like I wanted to participate in this whole thing too, you know. It's just to be able to like make sure that there were places outside the internet people can hang out, you know, like, because if there's only the internet and that's the only exciting thing that's available, it's like, that sucks. Or like, if like the only place you can go is a club, you know, that sucks, you know. And at least that we're, you know, it's what I like about this whole Iron Core project is, you know, trying to at least provide places people can like spend time together, you know.
Yeah, man. I mean, honestly, that was a huge part of like the decision to do it, you know, and to like take that step. It was like, you know, where I'm from in LA, my friends weren't into poetry and art. Like, I had a couple homies into making like music and like rapping and stuff, but like when it came to poetry and all of that stuff, it was still kind of something that we were exploring or whatever. So like when I got to college and I had the opportunity to really like rent a space and like, yo, make some noise, like, you know, have people hear about this thing and want to come through, like I had to create a community, you know what I'm saying, of people that I could connect with and like just make something and see who comes out and kind of build from that. You know, in my DNA, from, you know, how my grandmother is and, you know, how my mom is, it's all about like showing love and supporting other people, you know, and friends, family, extended family. Like, it don't really matter if a person is showing you like that they want to make a move, or that they want to grow, or that they got a plan, or that they trying, you know what I'm saying, or looking to try, like give them a shot, you know what I'm saying, and see what they do with it, and, you know, take it from there. But yeah, I mean, that's that, you know what I'm saying, so no thanks needed. It's just like honestly a part of like how I was brought up, you know, and like what's important to me was like writing and poetry and like doing stuff, and, you know, just the fact that I could be able to like throw something out there and like get support, or, you know, get people to come through because they want to do their thing, even if they don't care nothing about Iron Root and they come in solely on some selfish shit, like still cool, you know what I'm saying, like that's what artists are, like you be you know what I'm saying, get your rocks off, feel like you just came and smashed it down and you deserve $500 for your performance, like feel that way, you know. I respect it because like that's what we build it for, you know what I'm saying. Don't shit on nobody else and make people feel bad, but at the same time, like be you, like, you know, this is your moment, you know what I'm saying, are you practicing for your moment, so like treat it like it's you know, game 7.
Yeah, right, you know what I mean, make sure that like come out, be a part of something, and like don't just sit at home.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and I feel like that in a way is like, you know, because people, you know, they make friends at the shows and, you know, the different things that the brand curates, and I mean through that, like a lot of people are learning to be held accountable. You know, there's plenty of shows that I've been to, either our shows or Poetic Soul or something put on by Flip at Infuse, you know, just whoever in the community, King Kong, whoever, like, you know, it's people at these shows that pop up and they see a performer and they're looking for the next thing that, you know, it's like, oh, you know, you said you're working on a new poem, or, you know, I love the last one that you did, you know, so in a way it's kind of putting that pressure, or, you know, in a way holding these artists accountable, saying like, yo, keep going, you know, keep grinding, keep creating, because like we looking forward to the next thing that you're working on, or hey, I haven't seen you on in a minute, or, you know, what you been up to, you know, that's always a big question. So, you know, people feel inclined to have something that they up to, you know, to share with people.
Yeah, I think artists, that friendship and artists go together. Like, you can't really do art in a bubble, you know, like you're supposed to have at least some type of community there, even if they're not like sitting on your couch like hanging out with you every day. you bring your art and they say no, even if they say no and they don't like it, that's still like a peer. Then, you know, like your life might just be you painting the picture, bringing it to this one person, they say no, but at least you had this one other person who was like, you know, a friend or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I just find the whole friendship concept very deep, you know? Like I said, we can get into the esoterics of it, but, you know, that's a whole nother podcast. So I say, we keep it light and keep it right there, you know?
Yeah,
because friendship is a deep conversation. It can go forever.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
In the testimony and those dark details and everything that happened in your life that you afraid to uncovering that is the power. That's the power of the gospel. Like, because God brought me out of this, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to get real raw with it. So I was like, dang, I can talk about a love story or me having relationship problems with this woman and things of that nature, because it's all a part of the story. It's not like,
absolutely. Mostly like everything is down, you know what I'm saying, what I'm focused on. So the pod is one of which, you know what I'm saying, where I'm just like, this is shit that I'm interested in, things that I want to do. It's not really iron root focused, you know what I'm saying. Obviously our relationship and a lot of, you know, what our connectivity is through iron root, the brand. But, you know, I got to know you as a dude and, you know, watched you online, social media, do your thing. And honestly, one thing that stuck out to me is like your connection to your faith, you know what I'm saying, and how you speak openly about your relationship with God. And I seen some posts of you preaching and stuff like that, you know, or, you know, spreading some word, however you want to phrase it up, you know what I'm saying. But for me, you know what I'm saying, it was like a beacon of light, you know what I'm saying, because obviously you do music, you're on the scene and you're around and within everybody, but you still embodying, you know what I'm saying, who you are, what your purpose is, you know what I'm saying, and like walking in that. So yeah, talk me through that. Like, how did you, you know, grow up? You know, did you grow up in the church? You know, moms or grandmas, everybody waking you up, get you there on Sundays type of deal?
Yeah, man, all of that, bro. Honestly, I kind of feel like I was kind of born in a really unique situation because I did grow up in church. My mom's always had me there and stuff like that, and I found out later that like my grandmothers are very heavy in the church on actually both sides of my family. And you know, has some like spiritual giftings and things of that nature that I feel like kind of like fell on to me, you know what I mean? But yeah, I grew up in church my whole life. My mom kind of told me that actually, no, a lot of people don't know this, but I'll tell you, my parents don't know how to sing. So like, I don't come from like a super singing family. Like my mom's brothers know how to sing, but their father knows how. He has the singing ability, but they have a different dad than my mother. Okay. So my mother actually cannot sing. So the reason why I can sing is because when I was in the womb, actually a minister, an elder from the church I grew up in, man, he prayed for me in the womb, and my mom said I came out singing. Hey. So that's how I literally like got my gift, you know what I mean? And like I had to hone it on my own. I didn't have like a whole bunch of influences as far as that outside of like my uncles. And you know, it was just a very unique experience, you know, not having, you know, my parents being able to sing or coming from necessarily a singing family, you know. But I grew up in church, but my father, man, he was a street dude. Like, he sold drugs, he was a pimp, he did everything in the streets, man. He was gang banging, you know what I'm saying? So he was with all that, you know what I mean? So big situation, because I grew up in church my whole life, but when I was 16, I told my mom I need to go live with my dad to learn how to become a man. And she let me do it, you know what I'm saying? And it was a total different outlook. I've been on the road with prostitutes and all type of stuff, man. My life is really crazy. Like, when you look at it from the outside looking in, it look like it's clean and polished, but it get dirty in there. It's a lot of just realism and connections to a lot of other people's stories and what they have gone through, and maybe their family structures and things of that nature. And I'm just showing that you could be a beacon of light, and you can be yourself, and you could be a culture interrupter, a disruptor, and in the way that I am, where you can still have your faith and believe in your faith and stand on that. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm at with it. Okay. I'm just a musical savant, you know what I'm saying? Cool, got the vibe and everything that a lot of people have, but it's like I'm pointing them to where it came from, and that's that light. That's my faith. You know what I'm saying? I believe in me because God believe in me, and I know what He made me.
Okay. Well, and you don't got to go too heavy, but I do want to touch on one thing that you brought up, because like growing up, like in the church, and then you saying at like 16, you know, like at the point in which you truly are like growing and becoming a man and that mind is developing, like you hit a 360 on lifestyle, you know what I'm saying? And what would you say was the one key thing that kind of kept you connected to the faith? Because honestly, like, you know, I've known niggas similar, you know what I'm saying, who didn't, you know, who grew up with me in the church. I grew up in the church as well. My grandma and them used to make sure I was there. I was in all the little programs and orgs and all throughout it, you know, youth church, children's church, all of that. I was in there. But, you know, some folks that I know that may not have been my same church, but they just, you know, at the same time, we got introduced to some different lifestyles, you know what I'm saying? And that for them, like, you know, was the way. So what for you kind of kept you to faith, even though you got to see a lot of different things?
Honestly, when I came out here when I was 16, I wasn't going to church. I actually was just like you said, a total difference of lifestyle. But what it was when I was 17, I had knew that I had been in church my whole life, but I had a talk with God. So I was like praying, if you want to call it that. It was a conversation, and I just literally, I'm like an all or nothing type of person. So I literally told God, I said, listen, man, I've been going to church my whole life. I mean, I believe because my parents believe or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And this is what I've been doing, but I don't really know you like that. You know what I'm saying? So I told him, I said, listen, I'm going to do all of the stuff that I've been taught to do, which is like read my Bible voraciously. I'm going to pray. I'm going to fast. I'm going to do all of this stuff that you say, like, it's like, this is what Christians do, right? And I told God, I said, if I don't see you, I'm going to leave church and never come back. And I was dead serious. Like, I was really dead serious, because like that was the fork in the road for me. You know what I'm saying? Where I was gonna be like, either I'm with this or I'm not with it, and I'm about to go full force in whatever side I'm on. So, man, I did that, and I feel like one of the things that's kind of tricky about God is like when you fill yourself up with that word, when you be fasting, when you be praying, and you do it you make it a lifestyle and do it consistent, you're going to see God show up for you, man. And then once you get so much word and you can't really take it out, you know what I'm saying? That's like, you know, God ain't necessarily telling you like, all right, when you do all this, like, it ain't going to be able to be something you can just rip out of your being, you know what I'm saying?
Right,
it become,
yeah.
That's where that led, man. So, yeah.
Okay. No, I like that. I like that a lot. So at what point did like music become something that you got into? You know, at what age more so?
Yep. I've been singing my whole life, but I remember as a young kid writing songs just to try it. And I thought they were pretty cool, but I never really thought I wanted to be a singer. I was like totally focused on being a football player or still doing something in sports. You know what I'm saying? I was athletic, so I'm like, I just want to do that. That was where my love was.
Well, let's pause on that real quick. What kind of sports were you into?
Oh man, when I was
Obviously
younger,
football, but yeah.
Yeah. When I was younger, I used to play basketball, football, track. I think I could have been real in track. I just didn't like running enough to actually train. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, you definitely built like a sprinter. Like
yeah, Exactly. Like I was nice in track for a little bit. Like I was running 400 and everything. I was giving cats the blues out there. You know what I'm saying? But football was definitely more my thing, where they made sense and I wanted to do it. Like I didn't mind putting in the work. So, that's where my life took me. Went to JUCO and Arizona State and did all that stuff that I did. But really when I was in college, man, is when my life kind of changed as far as football is concerned. Because I went to a conference and we was in this thing called like a prophetic training or whatever. And then this dude that prophesied to me, I was just helping out my friend, Water Like Soul, just with some hooks and stuff. And I was just helping him out because he was like, I need a singer. I wrote some stuff, but I can't really sing. And I was like, yeah, I got you, bro. So, I mean, it was like, no problem. But
I feel like I remember that first video y'all dropped. Y'all was like in like the dining room or living room somewhere. And y'all was just going off.
Yeah, so like he got me into it. Like I wasn't thinking about no music. Like I could sing, but I'm like, bro, I'm not trying to do no music. Like at the very least, if I wasn't gonna make it to the league, I was like, I'll be a businessman. Like I know how to, do business. So he initially, but I was actually getting ready to stop. Most people don't know that. I was just like, I'm kind of off it, bro. I ain't really trying to do this music thing. It's a lot of work. It's like, why am I even doing this? I'm not trying to be a star. You know what I'm saying? So when I went to this prophetic training, man, some dude prophesied to me and he told me, he said, you're looking to stop doing music right now. He said, because you think that it's secular. And that's literally what I thought. And then he told me, God said, keep doing the music exactly how you doing it. And people going to come for your music and they're going to meet the anointing. That's what he said. And I was just like tripping out when he said that. Cause I'm like, this nigga just told me my whole life, bro. Like, wow, that's wild to me that he even knew that I was about to stop. So I know it was God telling him. Cause I'm like, no one knew that. I didn't tell anyone that I was about to stop doing it. It was a decision I had made in my mind. But I see that God kind of had to like, get in front of that, like, oh, wait, this your purpose. And then so I started, like, music was really more a part of me than I even realized, like, this is where I was supposed to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for real, that makes sense. So, like, before that, you were kind of in a space where you felt like it was something that you would be interested in, but because of where you were in your faith and, like, kind of where that road would take you was a little difficult, to either, like, you felt like you maybe had to do gospel or, like, the stuff that you wanted to do wouldn't be like fit into the scope.
Absolutely fit into the scope of religion, man. Like I really had a heavy spirit of religion on me, and I don't have that no more. I'm cool. Like I do my music and I'm good, but like it took God to really show me a lot of stuff, having dreams, visions, and all types of stuff. Where it's like he had to start breaking that out of me, what I was taught as a young person, as like what a Christian looked like, or what like we put. A lot of times the parameters that we have as people, we put those on God and not understanding that like God is not subject to the same rules as us. Do you understand what I mean? Like exactly. we have to be in, but like God don't have that. He don't have to be in a certain place or do a certain thing. Like there's certain laws that he will never do. He will never lie and all of that good stuff. But it's like he don't. God, just because you want to be in the church don't mean God has to be there. God can be everywhere. If he's omnipresent, he is everywhere. So every dark, sick or wicked place that you think he ain't, he's there. You know what I'm saying? So I had to just start realizing that. God kind of like started changing, my mindset on everything. And he got the spirit of religion off me and opened up my eyes. And I was like, okay, cool. And I wanted to say that I just dropped the opinions of men, man. I stopped worrying so much about the opinions of other people. And that's what really allowed me to come into a new level of freedom.
That's real for sure. I was just having a similar conversation with a new poet that I met out of Florida, and she was in a similar space. She does poetry, she does music, but she's really, really tied to her faith. So she does gospel music, but also just music, you know what I'm saying? And it was a point for her too, where she's battling the poetry, and even with myself, like I come there as well, because like coming out, like growing up, like when I came up rapping in like high school, like my influence was Ludacris, Lil Wayne, like 50. So you can guess where like I was going with the narratives and stuff that I was like rapping about. But like when it came to sharing that publicly, you know what I'm saying? It's like I was raised by my mom, my grandma, my auntie, all wonderful women, you know what I'm saying, had me in the church. So it's like, nah, I'm not trying to you know, I would rap in my room, that kind of stuff, but it's just like, nah, I thought that was for fun, you know what I'm saying? But when it came time to be polished and, you know, with something to present, I was in that battle of, all right, like where I can do this stuff really good, but obviously, you know, I'm just like mimicking my influences. But this other thing is like a battle of me creating like this narrative, because obviously I'm attached to my faith. And when I do a lot of poetry, I'm talking about the things that I've been through and how God has worked through me and, you know, this and that and so on. So I'm like, dang, all right, obviously I have that connection to where I constantly want to give my testimony, you know what I'm saying? But I don't want to come off like I'm preaching to niggas, you know what I'm saying? But it's still my story. It's like what I enjoy, you know what I'm saying? So I kind of had to get over that feeling, you know. This one dude hit me up, and it kind of helped too, because I got to get all of that out. This dude out of DC, Reverend Romao Toon, he had this book called God's Graffiti, and had 8 different chapters about different individuals in the Bible telling their lens through a more like teenage story, you know what I'm saying? So they can attach to it. And this is probably like 2012 or something like that. But he hit me up and was like, yo, can y'all get a group of people to make this into like 8 spoken word videos, you know what I'm saying? So we kind of adapted the chapters and did a poem and shot some videos for him. But it was like, you know, that allowed me to really dive in and like, you know, I don't want to say get all of that out, but like, you know, to have to make it, you know, forcibly be all gospel in a way, you know what I'm saying? It was kind of a challenge, you know what I'm saying? So now as I create and move, it's like I could, you know, do things a lot more freely and kind of just create and express. But all that to say is like I definitely connect on that level, because it was a battle, like, you know what I'm saying, not wanting to live my truth and like be exactly who I am, but still like participate in this, oh, I got bars, or, you know, when people dissect the lyric, you know what I'm saying, they're not distracted by how much I love God or how much I'm connected to my faith or anything like that. Because I mean, in a way it's distracting to people who don't believe in the way that you believe, but for others it's like, yo, I already know what he's talking about, like God's moved through me as well, bro. I feel that, like, you know.
And that's the thing I wanted to touch on that, man. It's like, you know what really helped me break that spirit of religion off of me, man, is like God told me to open up my Bible one day, and like he brought me to this story. I think it's in the book of First Samuel, right? It's talking about the story of David and things of that nature. And it talks about how, like, you know, there was a young lady, one of David's daughters was raped. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, I started reading that, and then God stopped me and said, you see how raw that it was written? And I'm like, yeah. And he was like, people don't preach like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Bible is not written like PG, how we like to put this like beautiful little thing on it. Like, it ain't written beautiful like that. It's written like very raw, very like to the point, because that is the power of the power is in the testimony, and those dark details and everything that happened in your life that you afraid to uncover. Uncovering that is the power. That's the power of the gospel. Like, because God brought me out of this, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to get real raw with it. So I was like, dang, I can talk about a love story or me having relationship problems with this woman and things of that nature, because it's all a part of the story. It's not like I have to just say Jesus. It's like the Lord was just talking to me like, man, all they ever say is like, okay, I praise the Lord, I praise the Lord, I praise the Lord, but no one knows why. You tell them why, like, and you got to tell them really why, not like, oh, well, because he's just good. Like, nah, like, what did he really bring you out of? Like, where is the power of your testimony? You know what I'm saying? Because you leaving the details out. And so once he told me that, man, I was like, it finally, like, man, it was like the scales came off my eyes, and I was like, dang, dog, I could really do this, and I could feel free and feel okay. And I still go to church, I still preach, I do everything I do, and I don't feel no way about it. Like, I do my music. I got an R&B tape that I'm working on right now, and it's dope. I'm good.
Absolutely. You know, and honestly, it's about the narratives. There's plenty of narratives in the book, like, you know, alone that's you could just tell as a story, you know what I'm saying, that'll connect to life. Like in that God's Graffiti thing, I did, one of my chapters was the story of Ishmael, and I had Hagar as well, and like just that whole narrative. Honestly, I had a bad relationship with my father before I even had to, you know, go through that, like, that book process, you know what I'm saying? But like dealing with those 2 chapters alone just really helped me like address that head on, you know what I'm saying? And like things that my family didn't even know I felt, you know what I'm saying? Just really studying that, you know what I'm saying? And seeing how how that unfolded, you know what I'm saying? How I could tell that through my lens just really just helped me get that up off me, you know what I'm saying? And just be able to move more freely, like not thinking about what my family's gonna think the next time I put something out, because I did that already, you know what I'm saying? And just, you know, letting the story just continue to tell and like, you know, move from that way. So yeah, as we talk about the R&B tape, I know you mentioned that. You know what I'm saying? So the last thing I think I checked out was Sharon's Rose.
Rose of Sharon, yeah.
Rose of Sharon, my bad. Yeah, but look, man, let me tell you what you doing with the cinematics. Even that one and the one before it, I don't have the name, but where you jogging on a treadmill, and the one model from out here is yelling at you in the background. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I feel like what you're doing with the videos, man, it's amazing. Not only the quality of the videos, but like, you know what I'm saying, the shots, you know what I'm saying? In each of those videos are definitely real cinematic shots. You know, there's the wine tub shot with you sitting on the outside of the tub, her in the tub, that was clean. Even in the other one where you like choke dude out and then you look up, like, you know what I'm saying, that's definitely, you know, Fast and Furious quality type stuff. So where are you drawing some of that inspiration? Are you collabing with like the directors, or a lot of this you just visualizing and like, y'all need to see this?
Man, a lot of it is just taking the creative shackles off myself, man. I'm really like fully diving into like the fullness of my creativity, and also collaborating with some different directors, man. With this particular tape, the guy I've been shooting videos with is Isaac Joel, real dope. Videographer, I mean, you know about him, and he's done a lot of work out here in Phoenix. He's been traveling in LA and a bunch of different places. He does a bunch of rappers and singers videos and stuff like that. So I knew that I wanted kind of like that cinematic feel. I just wanted to kind of come up with a certain narratives and stuff like that. So, and just kind of push my creativity to a different level. You know what I mean? So with Rose of Sharon, you know, it was a beautiful song. It was a ballad, obviously, to my Black sisters and all of that stuff, and great singing. And, you know, it's a certain little vibe that's real dope. But I kind of wanted to take it left a little bit with the actual visuals, man, because it's like, it's almost like, well, how can we make it dark a little bit? You know what I'm saying? So went left with it, and Isaac, man, like his visuals captured everything that I seen in my mind, man. And with Love is War, I kind of wanted to be a little bit more comedic, you know what I'm saying? I feel a little chaotic, but also like me keeping a certain level of stoicism. You know, it's something that a lot of men may go through in their relationships and stuff like that, you know, like a constant nag or whatever. But it's like you just staying focused on what you got to do, you know what I'm saying? And I think that was just a dope vibe, man, and then another idea that I came up with. And I got a couple more videos with him, and we putting everything together. And yeah, it's just pushing my creativity to a whole nother level, man. Just getting out of those boxes.
Yeah, no, that's phenomenal that you even thinking about it in that way, and especially, you know, with something like with the topic being like, you know, a ballad to Black women, but then you giving it that dark look, because, you know, I mean, honestly, a lot of them watch like the murder shows and all the docs about all the Mr. Murders, you know what I'm saying? That kind of aesthetic definitely goes with the vibe. That was brilliant. So I'm definitely looking forward, man, to what you got like coming out in the future, music, videos, you know, just whatever it is in terms of just creativity. You know what I'm saying? I feel like you may not say that you've been doing it a long time, but I feel like you've been doing it long enough to, like, you know what I'm saying, like, how can I put it in words? Because, like, was your first video the one with you with the guitar in the grass? Was that be video number one? Like, you know what I'm saying, getting from there to like where we are, you know what I'm saying, like most niggas don't have that kind of growth, you know what I'm saying, and they can do it even longer. So just being a student of the game, you know what I'm saying, recognizing like where your ability is and like ways that you can like flex the talent even more, because like those are we just talked about R&B songs, like you gave us verses on Killmonger, you know what I'm saying, like other tracks. There was the one with you and Kal
Motion.
Oh man, come on, man! Like it's a lot of versatility there. I'm like, I don't have them all on my list. You wasn't really feeling it?
No, I like the song a lot, but I just felt like, man, I love this song honestly, but like I didn't know that people like heard that song and really was like rocking.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely got a lot of streams out of me like after the first time I heard it. I think it was a Rebel Lounge, you know what I'm saying, and just the energy was there. You know, I had to like actually just hear it, you know, stream it, you know what I'm saying, hear that audio version after I watched y'all perform it. And yeah, it's just something about the vibe, the flow, you know what I'm saying, just like that energy that was in it. It was just like a fun record, you know what I'm saying. It sounded fun, some shit that you could put on repeat, you know. So
that's dope. Appreciate that.
Yeah, man, definitely in this, in this amount of time, man, you've definitely built up a nice little catalog. What kind of team are you working with? Are you self-managed? You got managers or?
With me, man, I kind of put together like a little team. So I'm trying to work on my little imprint, which is called Genreless Collective, and I'll be like the first coming artist from that. And I got a graphic designer and a creative director, which is Jamil Dewar. Arizona. Sure. Yeah, a lot of people I've seen, like, they loved, the photography work and the shoots that we did.
Yeah, all the sweaters, nigga. You had every color.
My type of thing. They still talk about that, and we still got some other shoots that ain't even dropped yet because we kind of had to take a little break because he's making a transition back to Atlanta. But he told me once he gets back to Atlanta, we back to work. So we working on a whole little rollout for Love Is War. I also have a kind of like a marketing guy and a guy that helps me out with some other kind of like creative ideas, which is my boy Vincent Trigue. So it's about like a 3-man team right now. We just kind of working. I don't have any manager or nothing like that as far as like writing or anything. I'm coming up with all of the songs. I'm writing them. I'm vocally executing them in the studio and vocally. If I'm picking all the beats, you know what I'm saying? Even some beats, like we gonna have some beats that are very original, kind of off the YouTube thing on this next tape. You know what I'm saying? I linked in with a couple of different producers, and I recently went to a writing camp out in LA called Rising Stars, and man, I was linked up with so many great artists, man, that I just was just mind blown by just a talent level and like the fact that they rocked my music so heavy. It was like just amazing to me because I'm like, dang, I ain't even really been doing music that long. It's probably been like 3-4 years, and I don't even done it full time yet. I don't even feel like I've literally given everything to it, and like to see the strides, just like you were saying earlier, that I made, it's just like I really see this as something that's for me. You know what I'm saying? But so far, that's the team, man. And like I said, I'm always down to collaborate with more people and obviously get way more producers. And now I'm working with a couple different singers and stuff like that. They've been adding just embellishments and background vocals to some of my songs to make it more polished and, sound more up to the level, to the industry level. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, like you said, a student of the game. I'm a great observer of other people and what they're doing. And I can obviously kind of with deductive reasoning kind of like break it down and add that to my game. So that's what we're doing.
Okay. Hell yeah, man. I definitely fuck with that. So, all right. So who's your, it's a tough question, obviously, but this is Darius Mylik's answer, not like, we don't need the general consensus, but like your top, I don't want to say top overall artist, but we're going to say top 5, top 3, just artist. Yeah, just like for who you get inspiration from, like your favorites, you know what I'm saying? But I want to keep it diverse, so they don't all got to be like rap or R&B, but you know what I'm saying, just artists.
Man, I'm so fickle with music, bro, because like for as much as I do music, I'm probably not like a music lover like how other people are. Like some people listen to music all day, every day. That's not me. I don't really do that. I kind of gotta like let my mind just be free for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Okay. But a top overall artist, obviously, I'm from Minneapolis. He's from Minneapolis. Prince Roger. That's off rip. You know what I'm saying? I would be this song from South Minneapolis. If I ever said anybody else, but Prince is number one. I mean, his music speaks for itself. For sure. It's musical to that nature. Other artists that really influenced me, I could say like a Mali Music. If we wanted to say somebody like right now that influences me, I'll give you one that a lot of people would never think. But Lil Durk, man, Lil Durk is like inspirational to me, but more so just because of his work ethic and seeing his growth over the years and the fact that like he never stopped and he was able to hone in on his sound by just work. You know what I'm saying? He never complained. He never cried about, oh, he's getting canceled or, people kind of are getting off of him or nothing like that. He never said anything about any other artists or did any hating tactics or nothing like that. I just respect how he moved as a man, you know what I'm saying? And like as an artist, and he just worked his way through it to get in front of the eyes of the people. Like he just
honestly, because there was a lot of cats coming out from that area at that time. Like
and he was cool for a second. Like even his first album was cool, and then he kind of went on a different direction when he got with Dej Loaf and stuff like that. And I remember a time when people thought he was out of there. He was just like kind of like just pushed to the side. And like to see now it's just like, dang, dog, like that's a dog like mentality. Like he literally just kept working and got himself to that point. So I get a lot of inspiration from him, and even just his ideas, just vocally and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I think about, just because I don't try to listen to too many R&B artists on this tape, because I don't want my R&B to sound like theirs, obviously. So I just be listening to a lot of rap dudes, man. Like I said, Lil Durk is, you know, I'm off that Donda with Kanye West for sure.
Okay,
You know, I gotta say that Donda hitting a little bit better than that CLB to me. But you know what I'm saying? Hey, you know, Kanye from the Midwest, so he one of them top guys too, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, and I was gonna ask you about that too. Not necessarily pitting either against each other, but like how you felt about not Ye politically or, you know, that stuff, but more so on the music, like how he's been trying to make that transition. You know what I'm saying? Obviously it's tough because, I mean, we can dissect the bars from previous verses and then compare them to today. They're not saying one's better than the other, but like the narratives and like the things that he's talking about and the ways that he's painting that picture is a lot different. You know what I'm saying?
I could speak on that, man. I think with Kanye West, he's in an interesting spot because obviously we made a life change, and it's obviously a drastic change, so we can't necessarily talk in the same type of manner that he used to. You know what I'm saying? So it obviously puts you it kind of puts parameters on you in a way. You know what I mean? But I love where he's at musically, man. I think he could have been a little bit more like cohesive, as far as like just making everything kind of unified as far as his verses are concerned. It feels like a lot of free thought, you know what I'm saying? A lot of like just a stream of consciousness. But I think that also helped the emotional content of the album, you know what I'm saying? Like every time I listen to it, I feel a certain vibe on it, you know what I mean? And the fact that he had most of the artists on there talking about God and things of that nature, like, and not even cussing and stuff like that. Like, I think that he's an incredible, you know, artist to even be able to do something like that. But musically, production wise, Donda, it was like that, man. Like one song I really love, I'll say, is Moon. I love Moon.
Yeah.
I wanna go to the moon. Like that's that whole vibe gives me My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy all over again. Like, man, just that organ in the back, and it's like, yo, this is the vibe that he's catching right now. And No Child Left Behind, man. Crazy on them. Like, I be feeling the spirit on them joints. Like, yo, this is nuts. Like, and now I see why he did it in the stadium. When I'm like, yo, this is stadium music. This is not like, this ain't regular, bro. You have to feel the environment with other people. Like,
right, yeah, he knew, you know, knows exactly how to curate the spaces, you know what I'm saying, and like, you know, for the vibes and what needs to be there. But now, if anybody, you know what I'm saying, is a good testament to like not worrying about like what people think, and you know, obviously everybody got opinions about what's what, but like, you know, you were talking a little bit earlier about, you know, where you were deciding to do music or not. Like, you know what I'm saying, people can be brought to it, you know what I'm saying, they could, you know, feed off that anointing. You know, you can give your testimony, you could continue to grow and evolve as like a creative, you know what I'm saying, and people gravitate towards you because of what you're doing, the way you make your music, or the way you're talking, the way you post what you're posting or whatever. But when they come to talk to you, you know what I'm saying, or learn about you, you know, you're talking about how great God has been, you know, and why, or how, you know what I'm saying. So
absolutely.
For sure, man. All right. Well, yeah, man, we're going to wrap it up here pretty much, you know what I'm saying. I definitely appreciate you dropping in with me. This is, I don't even remember what number we on, bro. We probably on 7 or 8 of these things. But no, I definitely, you know, appreciate it, dog. We got to get something going. I'm going to send you some stuff. You know, I've been working, about to launch my website and shit. So I'm going to send you some stuff, man. Let me know what you think. Not for the tape, but like for just some shit I'm working on. You know what I'm saying? If you feeling the vibe on something, let me know what you got. It could be a hook, bridge, or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what I'm working on. I don't want to call it a tape. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm just in a space where I'm creating. I'm trying to find my next vibe. You know what I'm saying? So if you working, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to send you some stuff and we can get something going.
I'm always welcome to it. And thank you for having me, bro. You know, at any time you need me, or or you want me to get on something, I'm there for you, my brother. That's how I feel about it.
Hell yeah, man. I appreciate that.
Hey, thanks for watching. Subscribe below and visit IamRootCo.com for more content.
I don't really have a problem in those like really fast, undeterministic moments. Like the only time I ever get in trouble with those is when I let anger take over in the very private situations, you know. But like normally, if it's like on the fly, on the go, like we can get on an airplane right now, go to New York. I can meet like 15 new people. We can go to a conference. I can like do a speech off the. What is this, episode 7 or 6?
This will be episode 6, meditation.
6, all right. Yeah, so for this episode, I picked meditation. I think that for the last ones, dating and friendship, I think that if like you're gonna get into those type of situations, one of the ones that you're gonna need, like one technique or tool that we've developed over the last, like, I mean, as long as writing's been around, there's been writing about something like this, you know, but it's meditation, right?
Right.
Yeah, about like sitting down, taking a moment and not letting anything bother you, not necessarily letting anything bother you, right? The way that I like to explain it is like this, right? Like here, I'm gonna teach you meditation real quick in the fastest way I possibly can, right? Well, take a deep breath though, right? Yeah, you've already gone too far, right? So that moment where you went to take over and take the deep breath, right? That's a circuit, right? Like that's like your brain has, right? You can like lift up your hand and then like stop it wherever you want, right? It's the same circuit, right? Let's say that you're in a place and you know, like you're on an airplane and a little kid behind you is kicking your seat, right? Well, watch, take a deep breath. Okay, that same circuit that you take a deep breath is the same circuit you're going to need to not yell at that kid, right? And so the whole art and practice of meditation is about developing that circuitry and allowing that circuitry to be your like primary go-to, right? Because like one of the things when I was in college, one of my sociology professors, Dr. Anna Bailey, said was that men only learn in the Western world how to like emote from anger, right? And it took me like, I was floored instantly, and then it took me a long time to like truly get it. Like I'm still learning like what that means today, right? But I'm learning that like if I have a meditative moment before I go and do something, then I'm almost expressing myself from a different emotion than the primary emotion that I was going to go with, which would primarily be anger, right? So if I'm going to stop myself from expressing myself like in an anger way, I can use that same type of circuit where I go to take a deep breath, right? And instead of taking a deep breath, I could just take a moment to think like, yo, is this emotion and the results of this emotion going to actually like benefit me? Like, should I punch this person in the face, right? Like literally take a deep breath and go, no, there's actually going to be no benefit from this, right? And then I find that you can do that, you know, in isolation. I know I'm saying I find I can do this, but like this is me exploring stuff that's already suggested that you explore, right?
Right.
Now I find you can do that same type of like take over your nervous system while you're by yourself, right? And that same type of like, okay, well, what do I do with all this, right? Well, I think that it's all there to gain mastery of who you are in relationship to this very complex thing that's going to have to be managed, especially in relationship to other people, right? I think that most of meditation has to deal with how you're going to interact with the world out there, but mostly the world of people, right? But that's just for myself. You know, I'm not saying that's like what all of meditation is, but I'm just here talking on meditation, not you know, trying to define it.
Yeah, no, that's very powerful, honestly. For me, like meditation is like non-scholarly approach, like you know, getting them whoopings as a kid. You know, you go into your room or to whatever space you got to yourself, you know, and you sit and think on that shit, you know, whatever it was that got your ass beat, you know. And also, like, my grandma was, you know, really into getting us to church and, like, prayer and, like, you know, just really asking God for the things that we feel could propel us forward, or how we could be of service to God, and, you know, just different things like that. So that, though, you know, that's always been with me in terms of just, like, thinking about things, you know, prior to movement, you know, with, like, faith in mind, and you know, specifically today as an adult too, I spend a lot of time, you know, processing things. Like, I can't just, like, you know, sometimes I am impulsive, I feel like, you know, but that comes from, like, time spent meditating on being impulsive. Like, you know, it's like I focus on trying to be better in those times, because I know that as a businessman, you know, as a creative, there are things that I can't just always meditate on, you know, the moment it's presented to me. You know, I have to move as though I'm prepared for that interaction, or, you know, try to prepare for various things, and, you know, trust in my ability to come through on those, you know, and I kind of spend time meditating on being more clutch, you know, kind of honing my inner Mamba, or, you know, just really just being available to, like, my team, my brand, myself, my family, and, you know, stuff like that. So
I mean, like, that's my problem is kind of the opposite, right? Where, like, you know, I am all an impulsive person type, you know, and then I've, like, used the meditation to, like, not be impulsive, and then I don't really have a problem in those, like really fast, undeterministic moments. Like, the only time I ever get in trouble with those is when I let anger take over in the very private situations, you know. But, like, normally if it's, like, on the fly, on the go, like, we can get on an airplane right now, go to New York, I can meet like 15 new people, we can go to a conference, I can, like, do a speech off the top of my head, we can go get food, steak, this, that, the other thing, wake up in the morning, go do a workout, you know what I mean, hit another conference, you know what I mean, go meet some new people to have, like, a blunt session, and, you know, like, I could do that for, like, 2 weeks straight without having, like, any falter, you know. But then, you know, like, my problem would be then, okay, like, let's get out of that type of scenario where it's like go, okay? And I'm supposed to, like, let's say, in a relationship, I'm supposed to be in a relationship, you know, and I'm supposed to be paying attention to someone else's, like, let's say, being, not like any particular part of it, but, like, you know, incorporate what they mean to themselves inside of myself, right? That's when I need a lot more meditation, right? Oh, wow. So if I can't just tell, you know, go to the I'm going to actually have to take a time out of my day and almost have a completely different way of thinking, right? And so building that, you know, like, it's weird being not go, right? And so meditation for me is building that particular part where it's like, okay, I'm here now. I don't really need to be anywhere else. The problems that I have, obviously, they're not going to get solved right now, but they were never going to get solved right now anyway, even if I went and tried to do these other order of events. Even if I take a couple of hours right now and just spend some nice, quiet, like, I wouldn't say non-productive time, it's very productive, right? But it's, like, non-productive in this, like, go way, right? And, you know, but it ends up being better for me because I end up learning how to slow down and calm down. So then when I'm on the go and I'm on the fly, there's a little bit, like, it's weird what's happening, you know, like the slower but still fast travels, you know, and that integration. So meditation's been a, you know, just always returning to my breathing in that way too, you know, like it's helped, especially with working out, you know.
So 2 things I want to throw out there. One is, like, I definitely, for me, like, it's the self prescribed like FOMO at times, you know, just depending on what it is. Not everything, like I don't really care about missing out on everything, but certain things, like for my business, if I discover a new thing, like I spend so much time on my website, you know, just like banging that shit out, like, oh man, this needs to be on it. Same thing in music, like when I learn a new technique, a new mixing technique, or a new something for beats, like all my sounds have to have it, you know, or, you know, has to have that new technique involved in the experience, you know. So I'm just going through the process and like continuing to do it. The other thing I want to throw out there too is like, you know, as we touch on the topic of meditation and we talk about ways that it's helped us, you know, are there any meditative like practices that you actually follow? Like, you know, there's different people out here in the world that meditate, and they kind of coach people with it, and actually give information, you know, about best, you know, practices, you know, to like actually do the thing, you know, not just like say it. I don't have any like technical things or any things that got from a book or a person, you know, that I use. But I was just wondering if there's anything that you either not necessarily use or that you just come across, you know, that you feel could help people get into the space of like actually doing the thing.
Yeah, my two go-tos are the first one's satsang. It's like there's this guy, like one of the easiest ones to like get an introduction to it is Mooji, because that's what he does. Mooji, and all he does is just these long talks that are there to like trigger feelings and emotions in you that then you can deal with while you're focusing on being, right? Like you're just sitting there, and it's a guided thought meditation, right? I like to do that with people other than Mooji. Like I like have Robert Anton Wilson. Like I've listened to the same lecture for like almost 20 years now. You know, like it's like what, 18, 19 years now. You know, every time I don't feel like my life is in my hands, I put that on, and then for that whole hour, I just kind of like let me think, right, and let it guide me. And then the other meditative technique, I don't remember what I fucking said. I was just so getting into stuff right now. Yeah, I mean, like I use satsang a lot, and then I just use breathing. Like, you know, like I just really try to like focus on my breathing these days. If I can get
you like inhale for a few seconds, exhale for a few seconds.
Yeah. There's a couple different breathing techniques. You know what I mean? Like you can like breathe it pretty rapidly, like, you know what I mean? Like do that, but like I like a good all the way in, hold it for a second, all the way out, all the way in type, you know what I mean? And just doing that whenever, like during the day, it fixes my posture, which then leads into like my mood and leads into like a lot of things, you know? Because I know like it's a cascade of events.
In those times, are you like focused on like clearing whatever's on your mind out to where it's just kind of still and nothing, or are you actually in those moments while breathing and kind of thinking through the things that you are battling essentially?
Yeah, no, I'm letting the breath be the moment, right? I'm just allowing like the whole moment to collapse down to just like, okay, fuck what's going on. There could be like a fire truck on fire, and the only thing that's happening right then is just the breath, and then go forward from there, right? Almost like a restart, you know? You know, that doesn't work all the time, right? And so then, I forgot the other technique that I use is this like mental landscaping. Like it's hard to explain what it would be, but like just think of like developing a room that you kind of can go to, and in that room there's things that hold you accountable, right? You know, close my eyes and like, you know, like let's say like some people, like I've heard them say, like I pray, you know, like I pray when I talk, you know, I talk to my grandma on my hand, you know what I mean? Like for me, when you're doing that, you're in a place that I would call a room, and then you put something in that room, your grandma, right? It's not really your grandma, but it's like some object you formed that your nervous system can use with you, right? In that room with you, and then you can sit there as you and as this other thing and go back and forth and have a moment, you know what I mean? Like, so like if you really want to hold yourself accountable, right? One of the ways I always introduce this like concept is like, you know, like close your eyes right now and ask Michael Jordan, like put Michael Jordan in this room with you and say, Michael Jordan, am I better than you at basketball, right? And obviously Michael Jordan's going to say no, right? But then like ask them, how hard would I have to work? And you can almost feel that there would be a difference between how hard you'd have to work and, let's say, if like Devin Booker asked.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So why would this thing inside your head almost be accurate for the type of being you are? You know, it's a deep kind of conversation, but, you know, you can almost do it with anybody, right? And so, like, let's say there's like a higher form of yourself, right? Like the best version of you. You can sit there with yourself and be like, yo, dude, am I acting the fucking, like how you would act in this? No. Okay, well then how would I act if I was a different, better version of you? You know what I mean? And then like start trying to have a conversation that way with yourself, you know? And that's what I try to do, is just like have like time with myself where I'm thinking of something or someone greater than me who can give me a critique on whether or not I'm even being the type of person I want.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's the type of meditation that I do the most often, right? I do that every day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before I go to bed, I go and like try to go and say, like, you know, was today successful in me trying to become this person I swear I am, but I still need to work on being, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, you know, no, give me the money, you know, I'm this guy, but no, I still need to work real hard at this thing that I, you know, like, you know, that's how I try to hold myself accountable, is with that deep type of meditation, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And like reflection is definitely a huge part of my process, along with like, you know, just measuring our current process, in addition to I forgot the other. I was thinking of another one.
As you're like meditating.
Yeah, you know, but like for sure, reflection is like huge, you know, just because it's just thinking about like what you've gone through and how to be better at it, you know, and just having a vision, you know, manifesting what you want to see for yourself and the steps necessary to get there, you know, what type of person you need to be to achieve those things. And I feel like a lot of the other things that we touched on in other podcasts, like for sure help you answer some of those questions. But in this one here, you get to just think about, you know, in what ways you need to move. And sometimes, you know, part of meditation is not thinking about those things at all, you know, and for this process, I feel like it's a little bit in it for everybody, you know, like as you say, I know some people that breathe slow. There's the fast ones, you know, it's just like really find your center, you know, and kind of return to the source, you know, and I remember one conversation that we had early on. I know we're approaching like 13-14 minutes here, but I wanted to touch on like early conversation that we used to have, and used to talk about the lobsters and, you know, so on and so forth. You used to also mention like just when people ask questions or they're looking for answers, kind of just, you know, closing your eyes and asking yourself the question, and often you get the answer back, you know. I feel like that has a little bit to play with, you know, meditation.
That's my whole form of meditation. You know, you can maybe call me schizoaffective or something like that, but I think that everybody that I've come in contact with has this ability, right, to go and say like, think of your mom right now. Could have her speak and tell her inside your head, is your room clean? You know, something actually starts yelling at you, you know what I mean? Or at least there's a feeling thereof. Or you can interact with a part of you that can become another person, right? And I think that like that allowing someone else inside of you in a way, right? Like is I don't know, it's really important for me, right? Like let's say I wanna like hold myself accountable to like, let's say, the legacy of Martin Luther King, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, wouldn't it be best to like go read a bunch of Martin Luther King, learn a bunch of Martin Luther King, so that voice inside my head could like really be there for me? Like, you know, hey Travis, slow down on your speech. Now, when you speak, you know, like there's going to be a whole like modification of myself as I incorporate more Martin into myself, you know? Like, so yeah, I think that, I don't know, we can go on forever about this, you know?
Right, yeah.
Like,
so how would you like to, what would you want to, what would be a good space to end it on?
On this one, you know what I mean? Like, every great rap album had a 2, so wait for Meditation 2, y'all.
All right.
So, yeah, Meditation 2, maybe we'll end like next season with the longer conversation on meditation and actually get to like a history of it and maybe some like more like solid ideas about what it means versus just kind of a free flow back and forth with me and you.
Right. Yeah, maybe even bring on a guest that, that's what they do.
Yeah, that'd be dope. You know what I mean? Like I got a couple people who, Siam.
Oh, right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, dope. Hey, you know what's funny? Siam's name means patience.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's tight. That's tight.
Yeah, that's the funniest one. Yeah.
Yo, what up? Welcome to another episode of Culture Convos. This week I'll be talking to Juniper Ridge. We'll be talking about his music, his art, and what he's been up to, all of 2020 and the first quarter of 2021. We've known him for about 5 years. He's performed at plenty of Iron Root events. We've performed at a couple of his shows that he's hosted and just either curated himself or that he was the host of. So, yeah, let's get into it, and be sure to drop a like and leave us a comment. All right, so we rolling, man. We're gonna get this started. If you can,
sounds good.
For the folks that don't know, man, just tell us about your journey to music. Like, what when did you get introduced to music, and then when did you start playing music, or getting interested in playing music?
So my mom was a music teacher growing up for like public schools, and so like there was always kind of like music around the house through that. And then I did in like 5th grade. Started doing like the school band, and so I was playing trombone in 5th grade through like all the way up through high school and everything, and then just did like all of the school based stuff essentially. And then like junior year of high school is when I started learning guitar, because I wanted to like be able to write music. Was really like the thing that drew me to guitar, and it's really difficult to write music through trombone or tuba where you're playing like one note at a time.
Gotcha.
You can't get like full chords going and stuff. So I started playing guitar like junior year of high school, and then liked that a lot more because of the places I could take it and the things I could do with it. Okay. And then I've just been playing guitar since then. And then did doing the audio program at MCC, which is where we met, was like a big part of me like making music.
Okay.
Because it made it possible for me to just like figure it out and do it on my own. And so like you could take the time to just like, okay, I want this thing to sound this way, and then you can just like make it. And having that like ability to like record and learn the whole system on your own really opened up like songwriting for me. And a lot of like songwriting I feel like happens while I'm producing.
Okay, got you. So when you first started like playing on guitar, was it mostly like acoustic or electric?
It was all acoustic. My dad had like an acoustic guitar that was sitting in the corner for years.
Yeah.
And I had a friend teach me like the simplest chord. There was like I had a homie that just like also didn't know how to play guitar very well, but had been playing it for like a little bit longer than I had. And they were like, yo, you got to check out, play the C like this and stuff.
Right.
And then so it was all just like learning acoustic covers and writing like really bad singer-songwriter songs for a while. And then eventually I got an electric guitar and started to get more into like different styles.
Okay.
But a lot of like the early guitar stuff was really like trying to learn Jason Mraz songs and stuff like that, and playing like really, really acoustic singer-songwritery things.
Yeah.
Was kind of where like all of that started.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. I was gonna say, do you remember the first song that you learned to play, like the one that you would go around showing people like?
I remember, let's see, there's a couple. I remember the first song I played that I was like, yo, I thought this was so hard. And like I learned it was Good Riddance by Green Day.
Okay.
Or like it's like Time of Your Life, which just has like a little picking pattern thing.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking like, oh, how does he get his fingers to move that fast? Which is not even that fast of a song, but at the time. Yeah. So I remember being like super stoked when I learned that one. And then I Love Rock and Roll by Joan Jett.
Yeah.
It was like one of the really early songs, because that's just like power chords on the lower strings, and you can just like dun, dun, dun.
Right. Hell yeah. No,
so I feel like those are like two of the earliest ones that were just like trying to learn like 3-chord songs and stuff like that.
Exactly. Okay. And then you were talking about MCC, of course. That's where we met and linked up. Talk a little bit about that. Like, what drove you to wanting to pursue more of like the audio space? Was it because like you were interested in like looking to create, so you were like trying to figure out how that world of recording like worked out?
I really felt like it kind of was because I wanted to do music, but I didn't really feel like, I didn't want to do music for like trombone and that kind of stuff. And I hadn't really been playing guitar long enough where I felt like I was good enough to like, I couldn't have gone to like ASU and studied guitar or something. Like I don't think I was like there yet to be able to get like accepted to a program. And so I saw that they had that like audio production program, and that just seemed like a way that I could like create and participate in music that might not necessarily be like studying playing an instrument. And then through that, like kind of luckily, because I don't really think I knew fully what I was like getting into. I think I just thought it sounded cool.
Gotcha.
But I think being able to like record my own music and stuff really like just encouraged me so much to like work and improve and like create stuff.
Yeah.
Because you could like hear yourself improving, and you could like fix it. And if when I was an early musician, I had to like pay for studio time to make demos and stuff like that.
Right.
I don't know if I would have taken it as far, because you would have spent a couple $100s to be like, this didn't even turn out good.
Right.
And then I feel like I might have gotten a little more frustrated along the way, because you don't have the access to like watch yourself improve and record and stuff. And I feel like a lot of my growth as like a musician, both like just like as a player, came through like recording and stuff. Because when you record yourself, you really hear
it, yeah.
Like all the flaws and things. You think you're playing something really well, and then you record and you listen back to it and you're like, oh crap, like that's not good. And I think I improved a lot through just like recording myself and listening back and then doing that over and over again.
Got you. So before the program, had you like been working in a DAW, or had you been recording yourself at all at any stage?
I had like a high school band, and so we had recorded a little EP with a guy who worked out of his garage.
Okay.
And so that was kind of like a thing that got me excited about recording, and I think probably led me to wanting to do that.
Yeah.
But I wasn't doing any of like the DAW work or the audio work or anything.
Oh,
I was
nice.
just there being like, oh, I'm in my high school band.
Yeah,
We're going to
yeah,
record
right,
an
about
EP.
to
It's
record,
going to be
yeah.
awesome.
Right. No, I feel that.
But I think doing that made me realize that that's like a thing you can do. Like, you can go learn to record stuff. And even though I wasn't the guy recording the stuff in that situation, it's like, oh, I could be. And that seemed like I really enjoyed like the process of that and stuff.
Right. Okay. No, that makes sense. It definitely appeared to me like you were like, I don't know, like my first glance was like, it seemed like you knew a little bit about it, you know, and that one that you were either like you were passionate about like gaining that information and knowledge. So I think that like for me at least, I don't remember like the conversation of how we like actually connected, but I can tell that's probably why I often went back to you, you know, because like even when we got later on in the program and you know we had to pair up and like do projects and shit, like you're always pretty much my go-to guy, you know what I'm saying, in terms of like doing shit. Primarily I'm a low-key and like a quiet kind of guy, you know what I'm saying, but still there was something about like just, you know, your work ethic and then just, you know, how you carried yourself just around and shit, you know, you just made yourself appear welcoming, you know what I'm saying, so it was always just, you know, dope energy whenever we connected and, you know, we're working on shit.
Oh, thank you so much. And I mean, right back at you, man, like I felt like always talking to you, and I feel like there was a group of like however many people in that MCC program where I feel like we were all kind of like trying to push each other to be better, or like kind of like friendly competition where we're like working on projects and it's like, oh man, my stuff doesn't sound as good as Dom's stuff does. Like I gotta like go home. I gotta like make it better and stuff. And like Javier too. I don't know how many classes you had with him, but me and him were always
Quite a
like,
few,
oh, I gotta make it, like I gotta be as good as that guy and stuff. And I think that whole culture through like the people that kind of found each other was really good for us. Like I think we all just were really excited about it and just wanted to like be pushing and like working together and stuff.
Yeah, and I was honestly just really thrilled to be like in the program because I had gone through ASU's English program and I was studying philosophy, and I was just like sitting around a year after I graduated like, fuck man, I still feel like there's, you know, education, something out there I didn't really pursue. And then I had ran into like the CRAS program and shit, you know, I took the tour, got ready to sign up and shit, and then some dude at my job, literally, he was an Ableton guy, and he's like, bro, like, you know, I'm not trying to tell you not to do it, but like you should go pull up on MCC and like, you know, see what they're looking at, like what they're talking about. And I had no idea that they even had like the audio thing. So I like swung by, bro, took a meeting. I think Keith and some other guy like showed me around, and it was a wrap after that. I like hit up Cross and like canceled all my shit because I just felt like I was able to be hands on. And then like, you know, even the teachers from like Mike on to Scott on to just pretty much everybody, you know, they had their own way of doing shit, but I just felt like I had access, like, you know, not necessarily to like the equipment all the time, but to like information or to the real. I didn't feel like I was gonna be like rushed through it, you know what I'm saying? I could ask questions and like kind of really be hands on with like the process. So I was in their eyes open because it was like, you know, I kind of blew through my first 4 years of college in terms of like trying to balance fun, like be serious and all of that shit. So when I got there, I was like, you know, looking to like actually get better, you know, and just being around everybody and seeing how like they approach stuff. And, you know, because I had been making music for a long time, at least, like just messing around. So it's just like I was finally able to like put together some of the shit that I was like self-taught about, you know what I'm saying, and like actually make it make sense. And I had never really had that experience because like in school and shit, you always feel like you just like learning something, you know, and it's new to you. But this was like familiar, but like I didn't quite understand like why I would use the EQ or like why I was doing some of the things. I would just be on there just moving stuff left and right and just hoping hoping for stuff. And I was like, damn, this makes sense as to why all my shit in the past sounded trash, because I was thinking I needed to high pass filter everything or like, you know, just do this one weird trick to all the other stuff. So what was now that I'm done rambling, what was like one big takeaway that you had though, just from like your experience in either the program or just like stepping into that world, you know, like what was the biggest thing that you took out of it that you use today?
I think there's like a couple different ones. One just about like real quick about like talking about like community college versus crass and stuff like that. I think the thing about community college, I can't speak for like ASU or anything because I never did anything through there. It's really like you get what you give. And what's really interesting about like community college specifically is kind of like there's all sorts of people that care varying degrees. And you have people in your classes that are there and they don't care at all. and you have people in your classes that are there and they like care a bunch. And so I think just like you really like get what you give, and like if you went into that program just trying to learn, then there was like so much you could learn. And if you went in there and were just like, I don't know, I don't care, I thought music, it seemed like it was cool, then you're like not going to gain a lot.
Yeah.
I think the biggest takeaways were for me like really like that you can make high quality stuff in a pretty DIY fashion if you know what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think like the biggest takeaway for me was just like that energy of like always trying to improve and always trying to like push yourself to be better and better and better. Because I remember thinking when I was doing projects like, oh, this is the best sounding thing I've ever made. And then now I look back at the stuff I did back there and I'm like, oh my gosh, this sounds awful. And like, I think right now sounds way better. And then I'm hopefully in a couple of years, I'll look back the same way right now and be like, oh, that sounds awful. It sounds way better now. But I think like that idea of like, you can do it on your own and you still want to work with people and you need that community, but also you don't need someone to be like, okay, now it's time. You can make the thing
like a
you want to
gatekeeper,
make.
if you will, you know, kind of keeping you from really just trying or like going for it.
Yeah, and I think it just like opened my eyes up a lot to like how much you can do on your own with a smaller amount of supplies. I mean, there's still stuff you got to get an interface and you have to have a laptop. There's like some barrier to entry you have to be able to get to, but after that, like you can just build from there and make really like cool, fulfilling music through like a lesser setup than you would need 10, 20 years ago. I don't know if that's a takeaway. I don't know if that answers the question, but
I mean, honestly,
that's like what
it
comes
is,
to mind the most.
Because it impacted like your perspective. So
for sure. And I think the other takeaway would just be like how like it made me realize that like the audio side and like the producing side of things is like very much a craft you practice the same way that like an instrument is a craft you practice. Like, you know, you'll notice if you don't mix for a couple weeks, you come back and you're like, like I can't get this to sound kind of how I want it to. It's the same way if you don't play an instrument for a couple weeks, you come back and you kind of can feel it in your hands and stuff.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. And no, I definitely think those were like huge takeaways, you know, especially the first one, because that impacted me in kind of a similar way, because like I always knew about, you know, doing it yourself, but I just never knew really how to do it the right way. I always just felt like there was a level of place that I could go that I just wasn't quite getting to, because I didn't have the knowledge or understanding of like how to use certain things. But afterwards, it kind of just helped open my eyes a bit more to like understanding that one, you got to go through it, repetition, you know, just like put in the reps and put in the work and like, you know, continuously work with people so that you know, like as you were saying, in comparison to the instrument, you know what I'm saying, use that muscle and kind of, you know, just kind of build that up. So no, those are some very good points, and I definitely share those with you. I was gonna go on to some like lighter topics, I guess, in terms of like what not that was heavy, but
yeah, but it wasn't like super fun necessarily. It's just like talking about
so in terms of music, man, what music, I guess, have you been listening to lately? Just, you know, throw some names out there and anyone that you just find yourself putting on repeat. And it could be local, it could be, you know, popular music, whatever you just been jamming to, you know, and then I'll be cutting stuff up and putting images on screen so that, you know, the folks can check it out, dropping links so that, you know, if it's local specifically, I'd definitely be dropping links so people can check out those folks.
Cool. Let me pull my phone a little bit. I'm going to search through my Spotify, but a really cool one that just came out, Summer Knit is a local artist. And he does like indie kind of stuff, and he just put out an album 2 days ago called Tame.
Okay.
And it's like phenomenal. It's so good. There's a band called the Tune Yards. They're not a local band, but I really like them. They just put out a new album the other day that I've been listening to a bunch.
Okay.
Let's see what else I got. There's a guy named Sam Gendel who's like a sax player from, I'm not sure where he's from, but listen to that. Pablo Love Train, previously known as Pelvic Trust, who like we have a EP together.
Okay.
Just put out a song that's like so much fun. I mixed that song and I recorded that song, but he did all the writing, and him and some other guys played on it. And it's a really good, just like indie, straight ahead, like rock song.
Got you. Okay.
I think those are a bunch that come to my mind off the top. Oh, one more. There's this Japanese band called Atarashi Gakko. It's like a jazz trio, or not. I don't know, man. It's like math rock mixed with pop. It's one of those weird albums you can't explain.
Yeah.
But that's been like blowing my mind. That's like one of those albums I heard for the first time, and I was like, oh, I've never heard anything like this before.
Right. That makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna be sure to check some of those out, man, and give them a listen. I'm always like looking at like new music or shit to listen to, specifically like not necessarily for inspiration, but it's just always, you know, good because like I don't know, like I use Spotify. I should use it more. I hear it's a lot better for like kind of getting you interested in like shit that you know that's not already in your little list, whereas you know mostly I'll be on Apple Music and it's kind of the playlist that I built for myself. So I'm gonna start listening to a lot. Like when I ask for people's suggestions, I usually go and listen to it on my Spotify so I can keep that as like rich and random as possible because I love just getting put on to music through that like platform.
Yeah, I think Spotify does a really good job of like the algorithm or whatever of like feeding you music. Sometimes it'll show me stuff that I'm like really into, and then I look at like the popularity of it, and it's like not super popular. And I'm like, man, how did it know to like find this obscure thing and then be like, oh, you're definitely gonna like this.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so that's kind of why I like it and kind of, you know, why I subscribe to it. What about shows, man? Are you watching anything you know, that's, you know, keeping you like either on like a binge streak or just some shit that you find yourself constantly checking in on via, I don't know, regular television, Netflix, Hulu, Disney, whatever you're watching?
You know, I haven't been watching a ton of TV lately, but at the top of quarantine, I bought a PlayStation, and then that just like replaced TV for me, to be honest. I had never had one before that, and I'd never been much of like a video game guy. And then I was like, okay, I got like enough time to kill. I'm gonna buy one. So then I've just been like playing all sorts of video games pretty much, and as opposed, it's kind of filled the gap of like what a lot of watching TV was for me.
Okay, what you been playing?
I just played Last of Us and Last of Us 2.
Last of Us, okay.
I really enjoyed it. That was probably like my favorite game I've played. And then, I mean, when I first got it, I was playing a bunch of GTA.
Oh,
that's
right.
Like,
I mean, you
that's
can't
like
go
the
wrong
quintessential
with that.
PlayStation game, I think. So that's
Pretty
probably the one
much.
I've played the most.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. No, every time they, especially around the holidays, whenever they're releasing like giving away money or you got to log in to get some free cash. Even if I haven't played in like 6 months, dude, I'll log in and get the free cash and then go back to my business. It's like, I get.
Yeah, I mean, that game is just like so much fun, and it's just so absurd and like over the top, and it's the best.
Yeah, I could definitely kill time because you can just do so much random stuff on there. Like even if you're not doing missions, you could just make something on your own and just go do it for an hour, and then you're like, damn, where'd the time go?
Yeah, you'll spend 3 hours on there, but I didn't even do anything. I just like drove around, turned the radio on, and
right. They got stations. You're just like robbing people, getting stars, and seeing how long you can go before they catch you. It's just all kind of randomness. Okay, well, yeah, man, we're getting close to the end here. I do want to ask, just in terms of like stuff that you are working on that you're able to share. You know, anything? Because I know. Well, no. Before I get to that part, there was a period of time. I don't know if the page is still up, but like you have the Gare Bear art page. On the art level, man, are you still into art? What's been going on with like your visuals and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, man, I'm still doing visual art. I think I took down that Instagram page and just started posting all of that visual art on like my normal Instagram, mostly because I just got tired of having multiple Instagrams and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, trust me, man. I know, dude.
And so I was like, yeah, I don't really feel like I need this one. But I've just been doing stuff for fun. I know for a while I was trying to like do more like selling of like visual art and stuff like that. And lately I've mostly just been doing it for personal enjoyment. I think like when you're doing music and you're trying to like really like, push it and make it happen, and like audio and push it and make it happen, and then take art and like push it and make it happen. You can only like professionalize or monetize like so many of your hobbies before you just like have nothing that you enjoy doing anymore. So like visual art is really something I just do because I enjoy doing it and for fun.
Yeah.
And so I haven't really been doing too much of like trying to push it and really having it be like a thing I do just because I want to do it. Because that's what it's always been. I did visual art from like, just as like a kid, I was always like drawing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so I think it's always been like a very like pure thing or like safe thing for me. And just like not worrying so much about like, is this the best it could be or whatever, and just doing stuff because I enjoy it and stuff like that. So I've been doing visual art, and I post on my Instagram whenever I do some stuff. So you can check that out, like at GareBearGare. And I just do that for fun. I've been doing a lot of like painting and stuff lately, and doing more abstract stuff is kind of where I like to have fun.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's dope. And that's a big lesson that I also had to learn for myself just in business. You know, it was like when I started I Am Root, we just recently celebrated our 10 years in business. But
congratulations.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that. But I remember when I first started, just because I was so hungry, like I thought that everything that every skill that I had was something that I needed to like make available via the business. You know, it's like if I could take pictures, like, well, then we got a photography service, you know, whereas I had to understand too, like, you know, part of some of these things are just like hobbies and things that I just genuinely enjoy doing, you know. And as I started to like, you know, pick up in bookings for certain tasks that I, you know, viewed as just skill sets, you know, and then it's taken away from the music production stuff, the audio stuff, the stuff that I'm actually passionate about. If I find myself getting booked to make flyers, you know, I'm like, damn, bro, like I could do this stuff, but it's not like what I want to do, you know. And that was a big lesson that I had to learn over time, is to, you know, just also, you know, in delegating, you know, just hiring people to do certain tasks, it was just also just not doing those things. Even though I, you know, I may like to do them, or I love learning new skill sets, I don't have to turn every new skill set I learn into something that I'm trying to market or like profit from, you know, because it gets really stressful. One, if the bookings aren't there, you know, like, damn, man, I'm like, you know, I find myself just chasing tasks and stuff, you know, and it's just like completely overwhelming. So that was a big one, just in general. So that was good.
And if you have those skills, like you can still apply them and use them. Like for Juniper Ridge stuff, we just put some stickers out, and I like drew and designed the stickers.
Yeah.
And so you can still like take that skill and use it for those types of things, but it's just not like, you know, every time I sit down to paint, I don't want to be like, okay, what's the thing I want to make that's gonna like do this or that or whatever, because then you just kind of ruin it that way. And like, I think you need some things that you're doing just for fun, or even with the music, like sitting down and sometimes making a song or whatever that you have like no intention of releasing is really good, because it's easy to be really like, okay, this thing is going to go on this album and this is going to go here, and then sometimes you just need to like make a song, save it to the hard drive, and then move on.
Yeah, for sure, and I got plenty of those. I do want to ask, man, where did the name Juniper Ridge come from? Was that like your old block, your old stomping grounds?
So kind of. It's a place up in Sholo, Arizona.
Okay.
Which my grandparents have like had a cabin in the woods up there, like growing up.
Yeah.
And so my family would go there in like summers and stuff.
Okay.
And it was just always like a really nice place that's in like a super rural town out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
And so like we'd go up there for a week or two in summer, and it was just always a place that was like, as a kid, like you go up there and there's just like in the trees, not worried about anything, like hanging out.
Yeah.
And so I always remember just like turning on to that like street or whatever that has like really good memories.
Okay.
And then I was just like, I really like I just felt like it had a good sound to it and stuff too.
Yeah.
And I felt like it kind of fit. And so it had like a good meaning. And then I also just felt like it had like a good sound quality to it as far as like a name for something.
Right. No, I like it, man, because it sounds like one person, but it sounds like a group of people too. You know what I'm saying? And I always like names and things like that have a bit of like mystery behind it. You know, just like, because you're like, yo, you could just come out and it could be you, the solo, or be you and your trio, or, you know, however you got the band set up. And just
and
like
that was. Oh, sorry.
No, you good. Go ahead.
No, keep going.
Nah, man.
That was.
Yeah, go ahead.
really intentional that like sounds like it could be a person or a group.
Yeah.
Because the way that like I do the project, it's all like songs I've written, and they're like my songs, if you will.
Yeah.
But I work with like a bunch of other musicians and great people that it's like without them, the songs would be nothing. Like just because I wrote the song doesn't mean. And so I think it's like a really nice blend of like, oh, this project is like a thing. It's like my creative project, but also it's a bigger thing. And I work with all these other amazing musicians that really bring the song I write to life. And so it is like a band, but it also is sometimes like acoustic songs and stuff like that. And I can kind of function in both modes.
Okay.
Where I can play an acoustic set,
yeah,
or I can show up with like a 5-piece band and we can like play a big show.
Nice.
And so I wanted to do that because I wanted to do it in a way where it's just like, this is the project, and it's about like the project and all of the people that make it happen, and not just like, these are the Garrett Bowers songs, you know?
Right. I know that you maybe, I think you were in a group prior to, right? Because you had a project out like Plains.
Oh yeah, I played. That was my high school band. So I played in a band
the one
called called Bears and Airplanes in high school, and you can look it up if you want. It's fun. It's music made by some high school kids, so I can't promise it's like the best music you'll ever hear in your life. But it's nice to look back at it and be like, oh man, when I was 17, when I was 18, this is what I thought was
cooking that stuff. Okay,
the best.
I was only asking because I was trying to figure out like, all right, you know, since you've been like making music, let's say music that you control from front to, you know, start to finish in terms of production, who have been some of the musicians you've worked with? Because I don't know if all the music that you've released has been under Juniper Ridge, or if it was like before you got the name, you dropped a couple songs. I just couldn't remember.
No, most of the music I've put out that's like music I've done where it's like all stuff I've written stuff, that's all been put out under Juniper Ridge.
Okay.
The stuff that I put out in my band in high school was like a very like collaborative process. Like we all wrote those songs together and stuff.
Got you.
And
when I met you,
stuff,
how long had you been out of high school?
4 months.
Oh shit. Okay. Got you.
Yeah. So I had like just graduated high school and then like gone straight to MCC.
Got you. Okay.
So I had like, I think you met me on like the tail end of me doing that project. Like we all went to college and we're like, oh, we'll keep it going, man. And then, you realize that's not going to happen.
Yeah. Got you. I'm just old as fuck. So my high school was like 4 years before then. So, but yeah, no doubt. Okay.
But yeah, the stuff I've put out that I've written is all Juniper Ridge. And then that stuff has also been like, I mean, other musicians I work with, there's like Pablo Bastidas, Ian Graham, Dylan Zinner, Dean Nelson, Lee Nelson, all these people that have helped me are all like such great musicians, and like they're helping so much. They're such like an integral part of the project and everything.
Yeah.
And all of those people also have amazing projects of their own where they get to call the shots and I'll show up and just play some guitar sometimes and stuff like that.
Right. And that's pretty dope to have that kind of community, you know what I'm saying, that you're a part of, where you guys collaborate and express in that way. Because I'd imagine, man, it's tough, you know, to find just musicians in general that'll, one, want to share in your process, or two, that'll be open to exchange. You know, I'm sure that, you know, you can't just get anybody to, you know, to play your song, and you know, some people may want a fee, or, you know, maybe a little difficult. They may want to posit some kind of information to it, like, oh man, this chord should be this instead of that, and you know, whereas sometimes you may just need what you need, you know, for the project. I guess talk a little bit about that experience. You know, you got your crew, you got your squad, you know what I'm saying, that you always go to, but have you had any either experiences just out there trying to like find somebody to play for you, and any difficulties with that, or?
So you were talking about like people wanting to put input. I'm actually really love when people show up and they're like, no, you should do this. I have a song that's going to be coming out later this year for like when I have a full album coming out later this year. And there's a song on it called Pink Wine. And Ian, who puts out music under Topanga Breakfast, if you want to check it out. Okay. I wanted him to like play some piano on this. And I had the song like mostly set up besides like piano, and I was like, oh, I'll play these chords, and he showed up and he was like, nah, man, you should play these chords. And he wrote like a whole new chord progression underneath the song I had already had.
Yeah.
And it just sounded like awesome. And he just
Oh,
showed up
nice,
and like totally changed it in like the best way. And that's the stuff where it's like, you know, you start with something and then you bring someone else in and they have this idea that you never would have thought of, and then they'll like change it. And that album that's going to be coming out was kind of like making that was all like the process of kind of finding a lot of the people I work with now. Like a lot of different people like played on that project. There's like a couple different bass players and a couple different horn players, and every song is kind of different. And just like meeting a bunch of people and playing with a bunch of people and finding the people you like really vibe with and really work well with.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's a dope story, you know, because I know that there are instances where, you know, it works out really well. You know, I know that some of the vocalists that I use, they always like, well, one vocalist in particular, like she'll book the session, but then she'll always bring somebody with her that helps with the harmony. So she'll sing her lead vocals, you know, and then they'll go by one, and then they're just like, you know, back and forth about just how to either harmonize with it or where to ad lib or where not to. And I feel like, you know, those sessions are always, you know, fun in a sense of like you get kind of the most out of it, where that person, now that they just spent all that energy trying to get the leads, you know what I'm saying, they don't got to focus too much on the backgrounds, just the execution of it, since they have that like assistance there. Because I feel like, you know, when you're working on something, even me with the beats, like I spend so much time making a beat, you know, and then it's time to like write something to it. Immediately I go to the melody that I had in my head as I was making the beat, you know, and it's just like sometimes you just need like that fresh perspective, you know what I'm saying, to come in and throw something in. It might be that little missing key, that little missing element that you kind of overlooked because you just heard that the same beat, you know, over 1,000 times in the last 2 weeks or whatever the case is. So yeah, some good stuff there.
I think those fresh ears are important, because sometimes if you're making something, you might have a melody or whatever in your head at the beginning of the song, and then you make all these changes and all this stuff, and that original melody or that original idea doesn't really sound as good, but you already kind of have it in your head. And because you were there for the whole process, you still think that like that is the move. And then someone else might come in who wasn't there for the whole process and be like, no, that doesn't sound right, because they don't know it sounded right 10 days ago when the bass was different and the drums were different and all this stuff. And then they might be like, no, just do this, and then hit you with that first like perfect little line or something.
Nah, that's very true. That's very true. That's very true for sure. Like I don't do so much now today, but there was a time though I used to always just send my beats out to people, you know, like, yo, tell me what you think. I just made it, like fresh off the bounce, you know, I just email it to somebody, because, you know, I used to be just cooped up in my dorm room, just like making beats, and, you know, I used to do these little online beat battles, because like that was important to me. I needed to hear back like, what do you think, like immediately, you know what I'm saying? Now we have it a little differently, you know, where it's a little easier to release music, and you can kind of SoundCloud it, or, you know, drop it on the story real quick on Instagram or Twitter or whatever the case is, and kind of get vibes back.
Test the water a little bit. If you post a little clip and people respond really well, you're like, okay. And if you post it and it's just kind of like no one says anything, you're like, okay, that's I kind of know what that means.
It speaks volumes as well, even silence. So for sure. All right, man. I do want to ask, as we wrap up here, is there like, what kind of advice, I guess, would you give to somebody just kind of looking to, you know, become a creative, you know, singer, songwriter, musician? Let's say they have a little, you know, for example, let's say they do have a little bit of experience, you know, they know how to play a bit, they know how to write a little bit of songs, maybe not too much like stage, you know, performing experience, and they're just trying to navigate the space, dealing with like negative feedback and just kind of trying to find their voice. If there's any kind of words of encouragement or advice you would give to somebody like that?
I think it's funny to give advice, because I always feel like I'm like, oh, I still need advice. Like I'm still trying to figure stuff out.
Very true.
But there's always, I feel like no matter where you are in life, there's always people that could give you advice, and always people you could, I would say for live performance specifically, open mic a bunch. I mean, like obviously there's no open mics going on right now, but I like the biggest thing I struggled with was like singing. Like my voice was like not good for a long time, and it was just like really rough. And open mics are just like, if you need a way to perform, anyone can show up and perform. And so it's a great way, like you just have to do it a bunch and get that stage time. And that's another way to like meet a bunch of people too. There's a bunch of really cool people I met open micing, and it's a way to get good immediate feedback on your music, because you show up and you play a song and you can kind of tell when you're playing it if people are kind of not paying attention and they're drinking their beer and they're zoning out, or you can tell sometimes you play a song and people kind of perk up and tune in.
Right.
And so I think like open mics are a really powerful tool. They're not always like the most fun. Like the grind of open micing can really burn you out, because you're just like hanging out at a bar for 4 hours to play for 10 minutes and then you go home and stuff like that. But there's a lot to be gained from it. And then from like the other side of songwriting and stuff, I mean, for me personally, I just think like make the music you want to listen to. I'm always trying to like make a song that I wish existed. That is like, oh, if I was listening to someone else's album and this song came on, I would be super into it. And obviously, you know, you don't always hit it 100%, but I think if you create music with that goal in mind, you'll just stay a lot more true to like who you are and making the music that you want to be making, as opposed to making the music you think somebody wants to hear. Because I think if you hit that point where you're like, okay, I'm going to make this thing because people like that, you get so far removed from yourself that it just becomes like, I don't know, trying to like catch something, you know?
No, that's real, man. And I don't know if you noticed, but you have a dope motivational speaking voice, low key. That little riff right there, that little riff right there. It sound like you know, you can have your YouTube channel popping, just giving motherfuckers input, you know. But no, that's some real
TEDx.
stuff though.
Check out my inspirational TikTok. You can sign up for my course. It's $100 for 10 weeks.
You feel me?
Get inspired.
Right. No, exactly. But no, you brought some, you know, good points to the thing. Like the open mic grind is difficult, but I mean, there's chances to network, kind of see what's out there, how other people are doing things, what kind of gear they're bringing. You know, you just kind of learn a bit about the process. I know for the I Am Root brand and how we look at it in terms of helping artists, it's really a space for them to kind of see like where they are, you know, and how to take themselves seriously. You know, some people came as just poets or just, you know, I write a little bit in this notebook and I want to read it for y'all, you know, and now they're like got books, or now they have, you know, a brand that they're trying to build behind themselves based on the art, because they spent a little time hitting open mics and seeing what's out there, and they got 5 people, you know, at each show to come up to them and tell them that they're dope. And now it's like 10 people at each show after they go up tell them that they're dope, you know. And now they're looking at kind of that thing that they just did to express themselves as something, as a vehicle to kind of move their life forward or in a new direction. So it's definitely something, you know, to be learned there. You were mentioning a little bit about your voice, your singing voice. What do you have a song of yours that is your favorite?
Ooh, let's see. I don't know if I have one that's my favorite. I think it depends on the day. My favorite specifically singing. Let's say that I got one coming out next month. So let's say that one.
That one? Okay. Okay. I can tell you one that for me that I'm always like singing. It's been a couple months, but I know that every time I hear it, I often just like it's stuck in my head. Is the Domino one? It's, you know, another domino.
Oh,
yeah,
thank
bro.
you, man.
For sure, I sing that.
I'm glad you like that one, because that's actually one when I was recording specifically with my voice where I was like super second guessing that song when I was making it.
I feel
so
you.
I'm actually glad that you love that one, because that one's a lot more like stripped back than some of the other music I make. The voice is a lot more exposed, so then it made me a lot more nervous about it.
Oh, I got you. Well, some things, man, it's
so
just tough to deny.
I'm glad you like it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
What was that?
No, I said some things are just tough to deny. You know, it's like, you know, I'm sure you feel how you feel about it, but for me, it's like hearing the rawness, you know, of it, the vocal, of course, just like kind of knowing you personally, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, then hearing him, like, this is the guy that did the poem about, you know, I spilled my coffee in the driveway, and, you know, I remember that poem, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, this is the same guy who's now giving us a different side of him, you know what I'm saying? So I'm appreciative of the process, but like the words, you know, the writing and the melody, you know, it was something that was just catchy. Like I could just picture myself out on vacation, you know, or if I'm out just anywhere, like, you know, even I don't have to picture myself. It was just popping up. I'll be at work, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, I knocked something over, another diamond. You know, it's just like, it was just there, bro. It was just one of those things that stuck with me. And, you know, the fact that you made it, that was even doper because, you know, you the homie. So that was cool.
Thank you so much, man.
Hell
That's
yeah.
probably like one of the more personal songs I've written too,
Yeah.
as far as lyrics go.
Mhm.
It's like there's like a couple that are like more personal, a couple that are more like songwriting. So I'm glad that you liked that one, because that one was like a song where I was like, okay, I'm gonna try and like talk about some things that like I actually feel.
For sure. Real quick, I know I said we were rapping, but as we like we're kind of unpacking a little bit about that song, and I thought of that poem with the coffee and stuff like that. How has, like, you know, real quickly, I guess, how did you get into doing poetry? And then how did doing poetry, if at all, impact like any of like your stage presence, or, you know, just like kind of getting on stage in front of people a little easier or anything like that?
I think, you know, I haven't really been doing too much poetry lately, and when I think about the poetry stuff I did, it was kind of like just me trying something that I was like interested in and passionate about, because I liked writing and stuff. And the time I was doing a lot more poetry was kind of when I was like working on trying to like improve singing a lot. And so I think it kind of came from like a lyrical space where I didn't necessarily have to sing, because I was still like building up confidence and stuff. And so I think like it's just good to try things. I was like interested in trying it, and I was doing it for maybe a year or so where I was trying to do poetry. And I think I learned a lot about like stage presence, especially because when you're doing poetry, it's like you're just on stage, just you.
Yeah.
And when you have a guitar, you can really hide behind your guitar. Like as far as you're like, okay, I have this thing to hit that is in front of me and blocks me from the audience.
Yeah.
And so you kind of feel like safe behind your guitar.
Yeah.
But when you're doing poetry, you're really like bare for the audience to see. And so a lot of it was like, it was really good with like just being comfortable on stage, kind of like you just got to like do it enough to be comfortable. Because I know there are definitely times like when you go on stage for poetry, I was the worst about like kind of rambling on or trying to make like awkward jokes before I do my poem, because you're kind of nervous or whatever. And just learning that like you don't have to do that. Like you can if you want to, but you don't need to do this little thing to like hype yourself up to get started to do the poem. You can just show up and do it. I think a lot of like doing poetry, I was trying to find like my voice as a writer a lot. And I think it was like a good way to write different things, because sometimes when I write music, it's really easy to like, I have this instrumental, now let's just find some things that sound good. But when you're writing poems, you really got to be conscious of what you're saying. And then now when I write songs, it's kind of trying to blend the two of like what sounds good, but then also what are the things you're trying to say, and find those like happy mediums.
Oh, nice. That's very dope. Well, man, thank you very much, man, for one, all of the support that you've given to the I Am Root brand over the years, and two, for, man, taking this interview. It was dope to learn a little bit more about your story, you know, and plus we haven't chopped it up since I did the interview with you. For sure. Yeah. So, you know, it's been dope catching up with you, man.
Thank you so much. Do you mind if I promote some stuff really quick?
Oh yeah, man, run through it. Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna look up my calendar. On Friday, April 2nd, I'm putting a cover of the song All My Friends by Matt DeCaro up. It'll be on YouTube and Instagram.
Okay.
And then on April 16th, I have a single coming out called Colonize the Moon. And it's going to be off of the upcoming Juniper Ridge album. And the Juniper Ridge album is going to be out in July of this year.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So
what's
check all that stuff out.
YouTube is Juniper
What
Ridge?
was that? Yeah, I think it's just Juniper Ridge. Let me double check. And then Instagram is at Juniper Ridge AZ, and so is Twitter. So you can follow there as well. And I'm pretty sure the YouTube is just Juniper Ridge. Yeah, just Juniper Ridge.
For sure. Well,
so check all that.
Make sure we got the links in the description of the video, but we'll also have them popping up on screen so that people can visually see them.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm so excited once we can for more I Am Ruko events and to play at them and just be there and attend and stuff, because I really like the stuff you guys do.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, man. We are definitely looking forward to getting back to it, so appreciate it. Thanks for watching our YouTube video. Be sure to drop a like, leave us a comment, and subscribe for more content from I Am Ruko. To the very first question, which is if you could just talk a little bit about your journey to music. From what I know of you, I've seen you play the guitar, I've seen you doing, you write songs, you sing songs, I've seen you mess around on the keyboard, so you produce a bit in a DAW of some sort. I don't know if you're in Ableton or Logic, but yeah, just shed a little bit of light on how you got into music. When did you pick up your first instrument, or when did you realize when did you start enjoying music? Like, I like this artist, or I like this song. And then when did you start getting into it, playing it?
Yeah, so I guess when I first began to notice that I had an interest in art, specifically music, I would say music was my first love when it comes to art. At this point, I have, I guess you would call it, different mistresses and within the art umbrella, but music was my first love interest for sure. And it was pretty early on. I remember being probably like 8 years old, and just on the radio I would hear like it was either like early rock and roll or like blues type of music that I remember being really attracted to. And at the time, I didn't know that it was, like certain types of rock and roll. And I didn't know that there was such a thing called blues music until later on. I just picked up that, what's this blues stuff? And, I see. And I kind of put two and two together. but yeah, and for some reason that type of music really attracted me as a young kid, and it just evolved from because I've always been one of those people that when something piques my interest, I just go hard and I just completely nerd out. Never really public, like I'd never like tell people about it until I'm like a semi-expert basically. But just either at this point it's like YouTube videos, but back then it was whatever I could find, like any kind of like booklets or like in the 90s, whatever you could find at that point, like TV shows. But I mean, just little by little, I began to evolve into, like late 60s stuff. And I'm like, oh, like guitar stuff was pretty big in the 60s and the 70s, like stuff like Eric Clapton and like Led Zeppelin. That was most of my like teenage years, where there was a lot of like hard rock and heavy blues music and some metal and stuff like that. And yeah, I just knew that because a lot of people enjoy music and that type of music and other types of music, but for me, it wasn't enough to just sit back and enjoy it. I just kind of knew that I was like, okay, I like what I hear, but I know that if I were to try, I could definitely do something like that or something different. For some reason, I just had that that kind of inner confidence that I just wanted to try that instrument, and that I knew that I would, I don't know, be at least okay at it. So yeah, eventually got a guitar. I think I was around 18 or 19 actually. And yeah, like again, like if anything, I went pretty hard on it. Pretty much it was like a full-time job for me. It was like 8 hours a day or so, just fiddling around and stuff. And then just little by little, I guess, got better and better. But I didn't start performing for a long time, because I went up to school to NAU for a few years, and there really wasn't much of an art scene up there. Like I remember I sat in on some blues bands that played like on Monday night blues at one of the local bars. I did that a couple of times, but there wasn't really like an art scene like there is in Phoenix. And so it was a few years of just me kind of just on my own playing, getting better and better for years. And then it wasn't until I moved back down to Phoenix after I finished school that I really kind of by accident just kind of ran across the art scene, and that's where I ended up at meeting you guys. Yeah. Yeah, actually, it was a riff. It was "Sunshine of Your Love" by Cream. It was one of the bands that Eric Clapton was in the mid late '60s, and I remember that because it's one of those things where when you're first learning guitar, you learn things like "Stairway to Heaven" or "Smoke on the Water" is another really famous riff, but it's one of those things where like everybody has played it, and you just don't play it at Guitar Center. It's like it's one of those things because everybody's like, oh, Jesus, dude. And so I was conscious of that. And so by that point, by the time I picked up the instrument myself, I had a pretty wide knowledge of all of hard rock, early blues music, late blues music, like Chicago blues, British blues. I had all kinds of stuff in my mind. So I knew, I'm like, that's the song I want to learn. It sounds easy enough. It sounds cool as hell. And boom. So yeah, "Sunshine of Your Love" by Cream.
Okay. I have to look that up. I don't think that I personally know it. I'm gonna have to look that up. But I always wonder, because like for me, like I only dabbled, but like the first thing I learned was like it was like more of like a picking thing. It was a India Arie song, "The Truth." And I just learned that on guitar, and literally I would just play that anytime I picked it up. Like it'll be, months, even to this day. Like if I try to pick it up after it's been a while, like that'll be the first thing I go to kind of get my feeling, because I feel like once I get through that, I'm warm, and I can like do other things.
Yeah, in a way, I'm kind of like that still. Like when I pick it up now, I just have these these licks or these riffs that I go to just to kind of like a runner, typically doesn't just walk out on the track and just boom,
Take
just
off,
goes.
yeah.
He does his little routine, like he's got the little side stretches and whatever he does, little warm up, kind of like that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you can, man, describe your creative process. Like, if you were to like, be in the mood to like make a song right now, how would you like one, either, brainstorm ideas? Like, what's your process for brainstorming ideas, and how do you capture those ideas? Are you like, turn on your phone and just record a voice memo, or do you open up the computer and kind of start a whole project?
Yeah, so right now, I guess, this would be a pretty good setting to do something like that because, like the lighting is nice. It's not too bright, but it's not too dark. I actually don't have my night light on yet, but that's gonna go on in a little bit. But yeah, it's got a little ambiance to it. Yeah, so like right now, I have like a little screensaver going on in my my screen here, my TV. And it's just like the Roku fish tank screensaver, so nothing big. But one thing that I am big on that's something, it's probably one of those things that if other creatives hear this, some might be like, what? And others would be like, I do the exact same thing. Where like I have to have some kind of visual stimulus as I'm playing music, or if I'm writing something, or I do a lot of graphic art now as well. I like digital sketching and stuff like that.
Oh, nice.
So one thing I have in mind actually, so after this is done, whatever that may be, I'm gonna go downstairs and grill some dinner, but then I'm gonna watch, I'm gonna go on like a binge probably between tonight and tomorrow, watching Halloween 4, 5, and 6.
Okay.
6, the producer's cut. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
And basically, I don't intend to watch Halloween 4, 5, and 6 just, and just being zoned into the movie. It's rare. It's very rare that I sit down and actually watch a movie and pay attention to it from start to finish, because I just I zone out pretty hardcore a lot. As a kid, I've always had that thing where, at school it was an issue, and back then it was a problem because you didn't pay attention. But nowadays it was like, oh, that's kind of what I would do to get ideas and stuff. You just kind of zone out. But yeah, so I just put on a movie that I'm either familiar with, like the Halloween movies, I've seen those a bunch of times, and I'll see something in the screen, like if I'm sketching something, I'll see something in the screen that I'm like, I like that orange pumpkin thing from that. I'm like, oh, okay. And that'll kind of spark something. Like I'm not going to start drawing pumpkins, but the color orange might spark a memory that I have of something else that doesn't even rhyme with orange, but I'm like, I remember that's a cool, I was there that day, and that was a cool view I had. I could sketch that. And so for some reason, visual stimulus for me is big. So it's rare that I have the screen off. And I know that sounds super like millennial or super, Gen Z. Like, oh, I can't have the screen off. But for me, it's part of that creative process. I guess I got to be seeing like colors or a movement or something like that.
Right. No, that's true. Cause one of the members of the collective, like when he produces his beats, I don't know so much if it's a part of his process today, but he would always just have like random music videos, just playing on mute, but they'll just be playing, and just like the vibe of how people are like, portraying themselves on camera, and like the aesthetic of what's going on in the different music videos just helps him come up with different vibes or, moments and feelings that he's looking to like bring across in his music, So not so much like he's listening to that music for inspiration. He's just looking at body movement, cars, jewelry or landscapes, like whatever is going on there.
Right. Yeah. That totally makes sense to me. And that reminds me as well of, you've definitely been to Travis White parties. He always has some kind of like something on the screen as well, like music videos or something.
Right. Yeah.
And for no apparent reason, just for you to have something on. But a lot of times I have memories of being at his parties, and getting ideas either from like a song that he has on or something I saw on the screen, and I kind of like jot it down really quick, and I go back to it later. Tyndall Music, shout out to Tyndall as well.
Yes, sir.
Whenever I've jammed with her, she typically likes to have some kind of like psychedelic visual. So I picked that up from her actually. I'm like, "Ooh, where'd you get that stuff?" Like, "Oh, it's just YouTube." I'm like, "What?" And yeah, you just like YouTube psychedelic visuals, and there are tons of like 4 or 5 hour videos of like psychedelic images, and
Right.
some have music, some don't. But yeah, it's great background visuals to have around.
Yeah, for sure. And I've definitely, just pulling up to any of Trav's functions, got put on to new music, new music videos. The guy who's a good friend with Travis, who also paints a lot of our plants. So like the plant that's on the hat, the hang in there plant that we have, he painted those. But like anytime that I hang out with them or Trav or either one of those guys independently, like I always come up on a new music video, some kind of new music,
Right.
because like they always just keep a dense playlist of stuff, and it's like kind of competitive
yeah.
between those guys. They're always just trying to put each other onto like the newest, like, either niche or like
Yeah.
coolest or something about it. So it's always good
Yeah,
to have that inspiration.
For sure, man. I feel that because of the last year with that really nothing happened. There was no shows or no parties that I knew about, at least. I'm really behind in latest music because there was a lot of times where at Travis's parties or other parties or even at shows like your guys' shows, you guys got the DJs going and stuff. A lot of times I was like, have my Shazam out and like, ooh, what's that song? And what's that song? Because it wasn't really until I came across Phoenix art scene that I really got into hip hop. Like before then, my entire music universe was more like guitar based stuff. And there is some guitar in hip hop, but it's just not one of the prominent instruments like it is in blues or like old hard rock or even current hard rock, really. And so when I got into the scene, I was like, I don't do any hip hop at all. So at first I was a little skeptical, but it kind of worked out. But yeah, through all of you guys, I found current hip hop, older hip hop, and I was like, whoa. So pretty much discovered hip hop through all of you guys. So props to you guys.
Hey man, that's dope. So what? Is it something that you've no pressure, of course, but like, is it something that you felt like man, like it's been an eye-opening thing for you? Has it been something that you may not necessarily like look to incorporate into your music, but like, I don't know, has it shifted any way that you like create or make music or approach it at all?
Yeah, definitely, because it did kind of open my eyes to the fact that there was some guitar in hip hop, whereas before I thought there was virtually none. And so I heard a few things. I'm like, ooh, that's guitar. I'm like, ooh, I could at least make that with the guitar and maybe make it sound a little bit better with the guitar because I have like the effects pedals and stuff like that. And I definitely began to incorporate a lot of things from hip hop into my music because before it was very much blues based. Like I would call my music before, very like blues based something. But it really wasn't until I began to hear what you guys were all doing and seeing that there were some similarities because I would say that if today's Black artists were alive in the 60s, like how old they are now, 50, 60 years ago, they would all be blues players or they would be blues artists because that was kind of, if you kind of look back at those times, the 50s, even the 40s, if you go way back into blues history, like the early guitar stuff, 40s, 50s, 60s, a lot of the like edgy Black artists were blues guitar players. I mean, Jimi Hendrix was a pretty edgy artist for his time because nowadays a lot of people in Phoenix look like Jimi Hendrix. They dress like Jimi Hendrix just because they're hippies or hipsters or whatever they're called these days. But back in the 60s, there wasn't that many people that dressed like Jimi Hendrix. he was a blues based guitar player. And so I realized that there was that connection, at least that today's hip hop artists were kind of like the blues players of back then, and kind of vice versa. And so, I mean, there's definitely a connection between blues and hip hop because it's the main foundation of both genres is Black artists, African American artists. So there are certainly connections, and if you're familiar with blues music, you can pick them out in hip hop, and if you're familiar with hip hop, you can probably listen to blues music and be like, oh, that I can see how maybe this one artist came up with that one riff or whatever. There was a sample of that, stuff like that.
Okay. Well, also, a lot of it is been rooted in like, pain and storytelling and,
Sure.
a lot of like, if you will, the emotional sides of life. How does any of that play into, what led you to blues, or blues-esque vibes? Was it just like that playing style appealed to you, so you went with it, or were you actually like, I'm feeling, I'm looking to express, and these things connect with me based on like how I'm feeling?
Yeah, it's a good question because it's something that I do wonder myself and have thought about over the years, because even as a kid, when I got into blues music, nobody around me was into blues music. I mean, this would have been like the mid 90s, and I was going to public schools in Chicago. And I mean, in middle school, everybody who at the time was into NSYNC and Britney Spears and stuff like that. Nobody was into older stuff like I was, like the Beatles or the Rolling Stones or B.B. King and things like that. Nobody even had heard of most of that stuff. And so it is kind of an unclear to me as well why that specific type of music called to me, I guess, whereas everything around me was either hip hop, because this was like the mid 90s, like I said, so a lot of hip hop. And in Chicago, everything but blues.
Chicago, man, that's dope.
Yeah, for sure. Lincoln Park and Albany Park were like the two areas that I was around the most. But yeah, so everything but blues was around me, and so it is kind of surprising to me as well that I kind of chose that.
Okay. No, I just wondered too, because like, I mean, in my opinion, like whenever I saw you out, and you were like playing, I always just thought it was, just unique, man. Like you just, like you're just pretty confident in your style. Even the songs that you came up with, they were, they fit the vibe of like the blues feel, like you were saying, obviously, like it was very on point with like the root and inspiration of the genre. But like even with the wordplay in some of the songs, they'll have a little bit of humor in there too. It's not like the songs are necessarily dark. There'll be points into which like you could laugh, or chuckle while listening. And I always thought that was dope.
Yeah, thanks,
and, like,
man.
Unique.
Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, that is something that I am conscious of whenever I do write a song. I do put a lot of effort into the lyrics themselves. And that's mainly because a lot of times when I hear music, even nowadays, the lines that I hear are still very kind of cringy, to be honest. It's just like kind of overused, like, oh, I'm crazy about you. I'm like, how many times have you heard that in the song? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
And so when I when I write songs, I try to avoid overuse lines like that. And if I were to use something like that, it would be kind of like in a satirical way, maybe. Because I am conscious about, because one of the things I guess, that motivates a lot of what I do is this kind of like a general fear of being just like a normal person, and of being just like, oh yeah, that dude, oh yeah, he's a songwriter, or he's a guitar player, oh he's a graphic artist. I don't really know what I want to be known as, but I don't like to be known as just one thing, which is maybe why I've also liked to dabble in different types of art.
Yeah.
But the same with my songwriting. I don't like my songs, my lyrics to sound like a million other songs that are out there.
No, and that makes sense. I mean, and that's also something very good to like keep in mind, because like, I mean, we're in a generation of everything's kind of fast paced, and especially in terms of hip hop, it's like not there's a group of people specifically probably for rap that really care about lyrics, but when it comes to hip hop, it's more for some it's like the simplest bars, the things that can be a little easier to repeat, the things that are catchy, the things that catch on tend to go up, so I feel like just keeping in mind, given that you're creating a lane for yourself, like one with other genres, you're able to. I enjoy poetry specifically because I can like flesh out the longer version of my ideas if I want to, you know what I'm saying, instead of like if I tried to fit that into a rap verse, it'll be like, come on bro, where's the hook, like, you know what I'm saying, it's like they're waiting for the part to turn them up, you know what I'm saying, whereas with poetry I could just take my time and flesh out those ideas. And songwriting, and when you're doing other genres, you could kind of play around with the format and tell your story a little differently. Do you have any musical influences, just like any folks either creating today or just like from the past that you stem from when you write, or that you channel their energy when you get ready to go on stage?
Yeah, I would say as far as I would say musical vibes, I still definitely I just like the blues. Like, I don't know what it is. Like, I could definitely just learn other styles. Like, I do know some jazz, and I know a couple of other things, but for some reason, just like really what I just like to play and what makes me feel good to play is just blues licks and blues style of music. So I mean, basically, yeah. So like a lot of the classic guys like B.B. King, Albert King, and Freddie King, like those guys, definitely like, everybody that people who knows music has heard of, like Eric Clapton, Hendrix, of course. But
any folks out there doing it today that are like leaving a mark, or say, oh, that guy's like has a unique take on blues?
Yeah, like Gary Clark Jr.
Okay.
I like his music. I actually saw him live a number of years ago. Like, this is back in like 2013, or yeah, I think it was 2010 maybe. It was at one of the Eric Clapton Crossroads festivals, and one of the artists was Gary Clark Jr. So that was pretty cool. And like Derek Trucks, he's like a slide guitar player. But to be Santana, even though, I mean, he's playing nowadays, but he was bigger back in the day. But these days, what I'm trying to do is just find inspiration in different types of music that aren't blues, because I know that in one way or another, even if it's, I don't even know, like a Beyonce track or something, if I were to be influenced somehow by a Beyonce track, I would somehow find like a blues thing to tie to. So I'm listening to a lot less blues nowadays and a lot more of everything else, because I'm looking for different types of inspirations to make my music a little more different, because I wouldn't even call my music blues. I typically call it blueberry jam is what I typically say when I
remember that.
when people ask, and it just came because it's kind of like a mixture of blues and like jam music, and jam music is almost like jazz music. It's just open to so many different things, and I've kind of refined it to like psychedelic blues is kind of how I would describe it now if I had to put it to regular words.
Okay. No, I like that a lot. And I do remember Blueberry Jam. I feel like we've mentioned that in conversation a couple times between like Point of View open mic or somewhere around town. Okay. So you did mention that you are listening to a lot more stuff outside of blues. What subscription are you like listening to music on? Spotify, Apple Music, Tidal, YouTube?
Right now it's Apple. I mean, I've been thinking about switching to Spotify for a while. I just haven't done it because it's one of those things where like most things I have are Apple.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it's like a lot of different stuff. Like I went to I went to like an art night show like a month ago or so, and they had a DJ, so I picked up a couple songs in my Shazam. It's just like even like Viva Tirado, El Chicano. I don't even know really what that is. It's one of the tracks that I just liked, and I picked it up. The Mortal Kombat theme song. I just love that song. It's still one of the best songs to come out of the 90s, I feel. That original Mortal Kombat track from the movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, it's really, I just go somewhere, I'm like, oh, that's kind of interesting. I'll Shazam it, and whatever it might be, like some Billie Eilish I have on my stuff. I don't even listen. I couldn't even name one Billie Eilish song.
Right.
But I have a couple in my search.
So do you click around in like different playlists that are on there as well, and just kind of, you know, get put onto music by like, you know, whatever pops up on the interface?
Yeah, because one of the things that I do as well is I teach yoga. I was doing that for a while before the pandemic.
Okay.
And then, so for that, you gotta build playlists for your classes.
Yeah.
And you could just go. I mean, you can just go on the iTunes app and Google or search for yoga, and there are a ton of playlists that come up. So I found a lot of good stuff through that. I mean, it's under the yoga label, but it's like Brazilian jazz. That's super cool. It's like, yeah, you could totally use that in a yoga class, but it's a totally badass track by itself as well.
Okay. Yeah, I was talking to another buddy of mine, Juniper Ridge, and we were just having a conversation about, because right now I currently subscribe to both. I'm on Apple and Spotify. They're both claiming my coins at this point. But originally, like, I was using Apple just because like I was familiar with it. But I realized though on Spotify, like, it tends to put me on to new music a lot more, you know, based on just like the random things that I'm listening to. It'll just like pop up, you know, one day with just something that, you know, is in the ballpark of things that I listen to, you know. Obviously there are some misses, but like mostly when I'm on Apple Music, I'm like searching for things that I found already, you know, and like trying to add it to my playlist that I've created. Sometimes the hip hop playlist, or, you know, the or any other playlist on there, I do get put on and stuff. But even if I'm not in a playlist on Spotify, I could just run across something, you know, that's like really dope.
Okay.
Not that I'm trying to bring you over to any side. Like I said, I'm on both sides.
Is it the same price?
I believe so, yeah. And honestly, I started with Apple Music to be completely honest, because like I was still using like my ASU login, you know, and I was able to get like the student price, which was like $5 versus the $10, or I think it's 10 now.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, 10, because I think that's what I pay for Apple. Yeah, because one of the things that I heard from somebody was that when you create a playlist on Spotify, you can do you can fade from one song to the other. Yeah, and like there's little things like that you can do on Spotify that you can't do on Apple. If I was still teaching at this point, I might be more inclined to get Spotify for stuff like that. But which one do you prefer? Like, if you had to drop one, which one would you keep?
I think as a person that I feel like it's more tools also, like, because I make music as well, like I'm leaning more towards the Spotify way, just because the tools that it has also for just artists that are putting out music, for them to track their metrics and, you know, how they're getting, you know, attention, and, you know, where their traffic is coming from, and the relevance of a Spotify playlist for an artist. You know, if it's like a young artist that's trying to come up and they land on the right Spotify playlist, they could end up with tons of streams, you know, and, you know, people can follow them, they can follow their music releases, and, you know, the growth. I don't know too much about the algorithms for Spotify, but it just seems to you don't necessarily have to be the guy, you know, you can end up on a playlist, you know, with the right song, and you know, get some real traffic that, you know, you could build off of. So obviously I haven't tested that out, you know, because I haven't put out too much music to say, oh yeah, like I'm benefiting personally from these tools. But I've definitely know artists that are benefiting from it, you know, with their releases, and I'm kind of seeing it firsthand, and I'm like, wow, like the Spotify magic is a thing for sure.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, because I'm looking to upgrade my my software setup, and one of the things would be to do music more in the like with Ableton, because I have Ableton right now, and I have a MacBook Pro, but it's a few years old now. It's probably like, I don't know, it's 6 years old, maybe more at this point, which isn't really that old, but in MacBook Pro years, it's pretty old. Like the battery is, kind of dies pretty quickly.
I just switched from one that I got in 2012, and it was from 2010. Like,
wow.
And that's what I was using when we did the jam session with Johnny Rios and all that over here. Like,
okay,
that's what I was on.
So you have, you have a MacBook Pro now still?
No, I switched to PC, man. So I got a big old gaming PC now.
Damn, you know what? I'm on the fence right now between a gaming computer, a gaming laptop, and just like, setting myself up for the next few years with a MacBook Pro.
Right.
Because one of the things that I want to get into eventually is stuff like like visual effects, but not necessarily working in movies is my goal, but just creating like visual content that is like, graphic design, Photoshop, but also like VFX type of material.
Right.
And I was just looking online, just kind of Googled like, best laptops for VFX or best laptops for graphic artists. And typically it's like, MacBook Pro is always somewhere on the list because just the MacBook Pro is just good for art in general.
True, yeah.
But I have been looking at some PCs, like the Acer Predator is a gaming laptop that I've been looking into. It's probably like a full $1,000 cheaper than the MacBook Pro, but like the battery life is like 3 hours. Compared to like the MacBook Pro, it's like 11 hours or something like that. So I'm like, oh my God, like, Apple's is so good.
Yeah, it was definitely tough. Like, even for me, like switching, just because like I had it for so long, all of my programs, like I was running Logic and Ableton as well. So now I'm all Ableton at this point because Logic is an Apple product. But
really? Okay, I did not know that.
Yeah, they weren't for a while, but I think maybe, I don't want to say almost 10 years now. It's pretty much the upgrade to GarageBand. But yeah, no, I made the switch, dude, and I'm pretty, happy and content with it. Obviously, I still use my Mac for certain things that I need to tackle and like take care of, but it just came down to the price, man. I looked at what the specs were that I needed to, stream, video editing, root shit, like, what I'm saying, to take care of business. And the price for that in a Mac computer, ridiculous. For a Mac laptop, like, I was looking at $3,000 almost, and I'm just like, I don't know, whereas I look, then I, with the PC, I can rebuild. Like Trav is really good with computers. A couple of my coworkers are really good with computers. So like with something that I'm able to buy more RAM for or switch up motherboard and like kind of do the things myself, with, as I learn them, it just offered me a little more freedom to be able to, I didn't spend $3,000, but I got just as much power. Obviously not the smoothness and the finesse of a Mac. Like obviously there's a reason why Mac is priced at what it is and, all of that. But it was just like for my pocket's sake, but also, to do some gaming shit. Like, I do play a few video games and like to multitask. It definitely is something that I looked into, and it's been working out so far, So ultimately, man, you just gotta figure out what you feeling for your pockets, and also like what's gonna be best for the programs that you use. Luckily, you're on Ableton, so like you can run Ableton on either one.
Yeah, and basically like it's funny, because I'm probably looking at the exact same MacBook Pro that you're looking at, because I'm like, I'm looking at the exact same price that you were looking at. I'm like, oh my God, I'm like $3,000, and that's not even including all the adapters that you would need to get, because the MacBook Pros fucking don't come with it. They're like androgynous now. They have like no gender. There's nothing to plug in or something like that. 100%. I'm like, come on.
You get the dongle and it has the thing with all the other ports, but it's like no regular USB. It's all USB-C, no CD drive. All the new bells and whistles.
It's hard to justify the price, but like the way I look at it too is that like if right now if I were to just have to like save up for a computer, I'd be like, there's no way. I'm not gonna wait to save up $3,000. however long it would take me, whether it take me 3 months or over a year, whatever it would be. I'm like, no. But, you know, luckily, I'm one of those people whose parents just like, who were obsessed with me going to college. And even though I'm also one of those people with student loan debt, so it's not like, you know, like I tell people that, like, I'm like, dude, college only works when somebody pays for it. Like when your parents pay for it, it works. But when you get out of college and you're like $40,000 in debt, $100,000 in debt, I'm like, it kind of defeats the purpose of having gone to college.
Yeah.
And some people would argue otherwise. Well, you paid off. Sure, yeah. So there are pros and cons. But the fact is, I'm one of those people who's in debt, but luckily I'm like kind of drowning, but I still make enough to every so often splurge on things like that. So I'm in this weird spot where I'm like, I'm not rich because my net worth is in like the negatives essentially because I owe everybody money. Like the government owns me.
Yeah, exactly. I feel you.
But luckily, you know, I'm not somebody who is tied to things like that. Like, you know, somebody like some of my friends from school, they're either close to being done with their debt or pretty much debt free because they were like laser focused. They got like great careers right out of college and they knew what to do. And, you know, I give them props for that. I also wasn't one of those people. I mean, I graduated college and I'm like, what the fuck do I do?
Yeah.
And so I bounced around a lot and I had a lot of issues after college just because, I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but I just didn't really have a regular upbringing. So like people who generally go to college have like kind of like, not everybody, but they have kind of like that classic family structure where it's like, yeah, everybody's family is crazy, but you still have a family that kind of supports you in the right ways. Not that I didn't have a family that supported me, but it was just a different situation. And so basically all that boils down to, I know that I have this debt to pay off, but basically while I'm making some money, I might as well use it to fuel my passion, which I just feel is only a matter of time before my passion start giving me some money back. I just have that feeling too. So I'm like, it's like an investment basically is the way I see it, not really as like, oh, I'm just splurging.
Right. Yeah, no, 100%. And like doing music or doing art, like these hobbies aren't cheap, man. You know, it's just like,
oh, definitely.
I got a drum machine.
Dude, some of you guys, all that stuff, Dom Root, I'm like, dude, how did you afford all that? Because like, if I had to buy all that, I'm like, I would have to save up a lot.
Right, yeah, man. Just a little bit at a time, honestly. A mic at a time here. Or, you know, once I get a big check from work, I get it there. And, you know, like just in March, we celebrated 10 years of business, you know, or 10 years in business. So, you know, after 10 years of a little bit here, a little bit there, I look around and I got gear everywhere, you know. And it's just, you know, some stuff is a little dated now, you know, and it's time for upgrade according to some standards. But I just, you know, learned to try to use my stuff to the best of its ability. It's all not necessarily top of the line, but like, you know, I'm just thankful for what I have and what I've been able to get. You know, some stuff was a miss, you know. I paid like $500 for some stuff that I don't use as much, you know, as I thought I would before I got it, you know. But who's to say like in 10 years that might be the instrument I use every day, you know. It's just right now it's just so much going on. It's just like you know, I'm not saying every purchase is the best purchase, but like when I'm in those moments I do think a lot about it, you know. I try not to just buy anything that pops up. I try to buy things that I need or that I think that'll help production, making music, or things that'll push I Am Root forward.
For sure, yeah. Man. Yeah. That's what I've been telling people about this word passion, you know, because it's one of these hot words that's been around for a while now. It's taught, you know, hashtag passions, all that kind of stuff. And I used to think that it was one thing, like I used to think that it was like the one thing that you couldn't bear to be without. Like, oh, I gotta play music every day, otherwise I would be miserable. Yeah, you know what? In a way, that's kind of true. But also, I was willing to put in hours and hours of work a day for music, though. It wasn't just like I was like, oh, I was just good overnight. Like a lot of people kind of think that, I feel. Like a lot of people do miss that whole concept of the amount of work that goes into being an artist.
Right.
Like the amount of hours that go in every day. Like you just like you don't date because you want to stay in and practice. You don't go to like that party, that kegger party, because you're like, nah, bro, I just want to stay home and jam tonight. And because a lot of times, because yeah, what you just said about a little bit at a time, and you build all that stuff, it's like a little empire you have there, basically.
Right.
And yeah, like I have I have some things. I have a pretty good Fender amp. I have a good Fender guitar, and a good like a good keyboard. I got Ableton and stuff. But yeah, obviously I didn't just go one day and be like, all right, I'll drop
to Guitar Center.
Yeah, let me get one of everything. That didn't happen. It was definitely little by little. And what I find passion to be nowadays is more like the different elements to this word passion. One element is what you just can't imagine not doing. I can't imagine not sketching every day. I can't imagine not singing every day or whatever. But another element or another side dimension to passion, if you will, is what you're willing to put in all your effort into. Because as I've been collecting my own equipment over the years, there's been a lot of times where people have come over to my place, or people have just seen some of my equipment, like, oh, dude, how much you spend on that? I'm like, I tell them, and they're like, oh, bro, Jesus. And I'm like, and to me, it was just like, dude, what else am I gonna spend my money on?
Right. Yeah.
Like, to me, it wasn't even like a second thought. I'm like, of course I'm gonna drop almost $2,000 on the guitar. Like, why wouldn't I? To somebody else, it would be ludicrous. But then typically the people who are like, oh, bro, when you kind of analyze what they do, they don't really do much themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas when I go to the art scene and I see everybody perform, everybody's rolling out all kinds of like amazing equipment that I'm like, holy shit, that must have been, there's no way that was less than $1,000. I kind of have an idea of what some of this stuff is worth, kind of like the same as you do, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm like, yeah, dude, all these people have it kind of that same thing as me. I'm like, it doesn't really matter what it costs. You save up, you do whatever it takes, because that's what's going to get you to express yourself in the way that you want to express yourself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's true, man. And too, some folks, like, what they spend their money on is different. Like me, I don't do too much shopping, like I just bought new clothes for the first time in maybe a year and some weeks, or even longer.
Right.
So it's just like when I get my money, my goals are equipment things. I'm looking at microphones. I got microphones on my wall. I subscribe to Sweetwater, all the Tape Op magazine,
Nice.
all the places that just let you know about new gear and this is coming out and that's gonna help you. Because like I went to school for audio. I went to ASU, but afterwards I went to MCC for audio production stuff specifically, because like I was always into music creation. I've been making music since about 10, just making beats using Reason and or Fruity Loops from back when, before it was FL Studio. But I felt like, I knew all this stuff. I had Iron Root going, but I didn't know the stuff behind the music. Like, what am I doing with this EQ? Like, why am I EQing right now? Like, I knew the hertz, I knew it was up and down, but like, and instead of soloing each track and EQing them independently, like understanding the science behind the mix, why we're mixing and how to get those sounds to blend and all that stuff. So it was definitely something like once I got into that program, I'm just looking at gear, and that's how I understood the difference between like a dynamic and a condenser microphone and like why we need them.
Yeah.
'Cause, like you look online at a condenser microphone and you're like, damn, $3,000. Like, you just see the price and it's just ridiculous. And I think that I need that, but I live in an apartment with high ceilings. Like I have no use right now for a condenser microphone because my room isn't treated enough for, the highest end condenser microphone. You know what I'm saying? I could use one, but spending all my money on that, I'll probably be better off dropping a couple $100 on a good dynamic microphone, which is, more so necessary in a space that doesn't have the best acoustics, you know. But I didn't know that stuff. I would have just been Googling what's the best mic, you know, and then that would have been my goal is that $4,000 condenser. And then I'm, you know, booking sessions and having people come by and not understanding why, like, I'm hearing my neighbors, you know, like making tea or whatever it is, you know, so.
Right. Yeah, that's funny you say that, because I think that's exactly probably where I'm at right now. Because I also, one of the things I do is a podcast, and when I got the equipment for that, I literally did that. I'm like, best microphones for podcasts. I'm like, oh, it's one of the, like, I see that brand in a bunch of different lists. Okay, let's see that brand here. I'm like, okay, that's a reasonable price. No knowledge of dynamics or anything technical. I was like, I've seen that brand in a number of different lists. That's a reasonable price. I'm getting that mic.
Right.
And I mean, so far it's worked out so far. But yeah, it would be nice to know that. So it's definitely cool to have that training as a foundation, because like one thing that I have done a whole lot recently is jam with a lot of people. And in some ways, I just feel it's because I myself am a little self-conscious about jamming with other people, because I really only like certain types of music. Like, it's honestly just like blues-based type, you know, dark themes, gypsy notes, like that just sound, just like that's a certain sound to them. I know how to play other things, but I'm always kind of nervous that when I go jam with somebody, I'm not going to have any idea how to play anything that they want me to play, because I really don't spend any of my time doing anything else other than what makes me feel good. And what makes me feel good is just blues type of stuff, and maybe some metal, maybe some hip hop, maybe a little bit of jazz here and there, a little bit of this, a little of that, but always just that one, like, foundation. And so in that regard, you know, I kind of just keep to myself a lot. But at the same time, I feel like I have a lot of different things that I could do with people. So I'm in that weird thing where I'm like, I could, but I'm like, should I? And I'm like, I kind of just like being on my own, but it'd be cool to see what we have to say about this, that sort of thing. So I'm kind of like a hermit too when it comes to being an artist. I see everybody else posting a lot, and I'm like, I kind of just like, I'm over here in my corner.
Yeah, no, I definitely can like associate with that as well. Like, it's been a journey, honestly. Like 10 years of putting together this whole I Am Root thing. Like, in a way, Dom Root, the artist, got buried, you know what I'm saying? And like, it was just, everything is through the lens of I Am Root, you know, the collective, the brand, the events, the merch, you know. It was just like, so honestly, the pandemic gave me that opportunity to kind of slow down and be like, really, like, I've been in some grant programs that have been more focused on Dom Root, the artist. City of Tempe got a grant from them, and a grant from artists, Arizona Arts Commission. But like, so you know, thankfully, like, those three things happened, because like, otherwise, like, we were just focused on the next show, the next Rebel Lounge, the next thing, you know, that just kind of spinning in that hamster wheel type of thing, where it's just like, when you have so many things to try to juggle at once, like, I'm a people person. Like, I get the most enjoyment out of seeing people like rock the stage, like, you know, versus me just on there doing it and people clapping for me. Like, knowing that I put together this showcase where, you know, 8 people hit the stage and they got to just really do something that they thoroughly enjoy, and like, seeing those smiles, like, is a great feeling for me personally, you know. So I'm always willing to, like, if you will, sacrifice, you know, because some people that, you know, that will be crushing to them, like, if they didn't have a chance to perform. Like, if I didn't perform at a Rebel Lounge show that we did, I'll be perfectly fine, you know what I'm saying? But you know, for some artists who also do business, you know, they feel as though they, you know, they would have to do that spot. You know, sometimes I try to back out of it, but like, it'll be like Fransisco or somebody will talk to me like, nah, bro, you gotta do the set. Like, you can't not do it, you know. But you know, if I didn't have the space, like, I'd be completely fine, you know, not tripping. But, you know, that energy, I guess, sort of just kind of carried over into me kind of pushing my music to the side, really, and like my focus, or like the things that I want to make, and like the direction that Dom Root music wants to take. Like, you know, I got Late Night Radio out, you know, did Mad Million before, did Day Trip with E. Nash, but like, that was all in my spare time, like I never really just made my projects a priority. So yeah, man, like 2020 has been a lot of that, just like just kind of figuring things out. And even when I like connect with people, I don't just want to make shit about, like when I was in high school, dude, I would rap about whatever, cars, money that I didn't have, women that I didn't know, like, whatever the case was, but like I'm not in a space now of like creating stuff that I don't necessarily care too much about. Like, it does have to align with like the man that I am today, so in a way I can kind of connect with you on that. Like, you play what you like, you play what makes you happy, so sometimes I get folks that want me to make beats and music that isn't my vibe, and it's just like there's plenty of people out there that's making beats like that. It's like you could type in Drake type beat and just email any of the 100 producers that pop up off the Drake type beat, but I do like creating experiences. I like learning. Like that's why I enjoy working with like Stones and Johnny Rios's and just the the plethora of musicians that are here in Phoenix. One, because I'm not too deep like on theory, in terms of like knowing what's what, but picking little things up from different musicians like over time has definitely helped me make sense of things, like outside of the technical, the hertz and EQ stuff, like actually like understanding the music and like changes. Like one person that's been big on me in my production process has been Stone, just like pushing me to add changes. He'll let me know when something's too repetitive or like too loopy, if you will. It's just like, yo, we need some changes here. And for me, that's good energy. What I'm saying? That pushes me to think about like, all right, what does a change look like? Now I don't have the theory knowledge to be like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna change that to a that, and that's gonna be that. I just push the next button and see if that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So do you aside from the production classes, do you have any other kind of musical training, like, or any kind of technical training like that, or theory training?
No, nope. Self-taught. When it came to any instrument that I played, I'll just YouTube and then just kind of learn, the basics from there. When I was young, like like elementary, middle school, I did take drum lessons for about a year, and then I tried to do keys, piano lessons, but I just don't think I was vibing with my teachers. I also don't think I was taking it seriously. I was like heavy into sports, football, track, basketball. So I didn't, I was real like low key about my passion and love for the arts and music. I thought I was about to, I thought I was going to the NFL, to be completely honest, but like once I got to high school, like my high school team, the varsity squad had went like 0-40 before I got there. That's, for the last 4 years, they lost every game straight. And for my 4 years, they had lost every game straight. So by my sophomore year, bro, I had knew like, yeah, I'm an art dude. Like this sports shit ain't for me. Like, cause it's not like I'm a bad player, but at the end of the day, if I can't control the outcome of all this hard work I'm putting in, I need to be in a form where the energy that I put into something, I could like monitor and track the results coming out. Like if I put a whole bunch of hours into loving music and making music and creating and building relationships with people and all of that, I can see how I'm 10 years into I Am Root. Or when people think of the I Am Root brand, they think of X, Y, and Z experiences. Not that it's all rooted in music, but like my experience as an artist has been creating music, but also creating opportunities for artists, so it's just a different outlook on it.
Yeah, I feel that. I guess in that same regard, I'm also mostly pretty much all self-taught, because I've never had any kind of musical training at all. Like, I mean, I had music class in like 4th grade where they taught us hot crust buns with the fucking recorder, like I would, I don't know if I'll call that training. But yeah, like the guitar, I really learned that just by, I like that way it sounds. Let me play this a million times until it sounds exactly like that. And the same with like digital sketching now. It's pretty much, I mean, YouTube videos, like let me ask you this, like, if you're watching hours and hours of YouTube tutorials, are you self-taught?
Not really, right? I feel like it's like homeschool, if you will, or some kind of like, because I mean the lessons are there, but I don't know. It's tough for me to say. You know, I personally don't really feel like it's self-taught. You know, because obviously someone's teaching it to you, but you can't just like message that dude if you don't understand. You know, and be like, yo, bro, like at minute 30 and second 28, you were talking about hammer on here and like, you know, do this part. Like, I'm having some trouble. Can you like show me, you know, further? It's like you don't get that actual you know, when you're being taught something, you have an opportunity to ask questions and kind of go further in that regard. When I was learning online, or, you know, my experience with it has always been watch it, you know, you learn from it, and the parts that are a little fuzzy to you, you click around until you figure it out, you know. And it just depends, because even with like video editing and stuff, you know, that I learn on YouTube, you know, wouldn't consider myself necessarily a self-taught. I'm video editor because I learned a lot from YouTube, but some stuff you know, involves paid programs. You know, it's like, all right, they show you this much, and it's like, aha, to get that crazy spark flash thing, you got to download this, and it costs $49.99 or whatever. You know, so then you just like, you're figuring out every possible workaround to just get beyond that one step, because you spent 30 minutes watching this video, in the last 10 minutes you need a paid program to use or whatever. But yeah, no, that's definitely a good question. I never really thought about it, but like, if I had to kind of, you know, throw something out there, that's what I would think. It's definitely not all the way, because, you know, self-taught all the way would be E. Oh, that's E. Okay, you just like make a note of it. It's like you're kind of figuring it out backwards, like without looking up any like resources. But I mean, if you just use the resources available to you and figure it out, kinda, you know, it's like a self-made millionaire, but you got a, you know, $500K donation to start.
Exactly. Yeah, and I think that because of things like that, we're in this very special time to be an artist, of all things. I mean, it's a special time to be a lot of different things, but specifically to be an artist, because like, for example, we were talking about getting a MacBook Pro versus getting a PC or something like that. I just generally have never been a computer person. Like, for work, I'm very good at Excel. Like, anything that needs to be done in Excel, I'll just figure it out. I'll YouTube tutorial it, or I'll just like fumble through it and I'll figure it out. So I'm good. I'm good in the sense, like for example, like my degree is in mechanical engineering. Like, when I think about that literally means nothing other than the fact that I'm certified to have some kind of problem solving capability. Like, I can't really engineer anything. Like, I literally don't know how to engineer. But the way I see it, that degree says that I have problem solved my way through that curriculum. Is kind of how I see it in my head. And so when it comes to computers, I'm good at figuring out what I need to do for work. I need to figure out that Excel thing. Okay, boom, done. Sure. I need to figure out this Salesforce thing or whatever. Of course, boom, done. You pay me to do that, of course. But in my own personal life, I'm like, okay, I gotta download spyware. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? And you give me the option of like, oh, the MacBook Pro comes with like, you don't got to do anything like that. I'm like, I'm going with that 9 times out of 10.
Right.
And so we're in this special time where like we have these tools, and no plug for Apple, because like I said, I am on the fence. I'm going to a PC laptop because of the price and other reasons as well. But we are in this time where the tools are getting so good that the only limits that are kind of like remaining are your creativity, not so much how good you are at moving the brush. I mean, sure. I mean, right now I use the iPad for my art, and for a lot of it, I use like Procreate, and that's a lot of sketching. So it's you still got to be good at sketching things. But I also do a lot of vector art, which basically is like I choose the triangle option. I click and drag, bigger triangle, and I make all kinds of shapes that are very complex and look complex, but are really very simple. And so I'm able to create very complex things very easily nowadays. And I find that to be across the board. Like I have Ableton. I'm able to do drums, keys. I can do guitar on Ableton. I can do the flute. I can do all kinds of stuff that I don't own, but I just have Ableton. That doesn't matter that I don't own any of those. I have Ableton, and that's good enough for me. And that I think will just keep evolving to the point where we'll just like be able to think, I want to create this type of sound, and it'll create itself. So the limit will truly only be, can you think of a good enough thing? Not, can you spend 8 years practicing 6 hours a day to play that thing yourself?
Right, yeah.
I think back then it was much harder to get to this level, and it's getting easier and easier to be an expert at different things.
Right. No, that's very true, man. You raised a great point, and it kind of helps kind of bring things back full circle, because a little earlier we were also talking about like the songwriting. You know how you put a lot of focus on your songwriting, giving blues and kind of adding a little bit of that comedic relief or a little satire here. And I was talking about how I like poetry for being able to kind of flesh out those ideas, and hip hop, and not all hip hop, of course. You got Kendrick, Cole, like there's pockets of things that get real lyrical, and there's also pockets of things that are just real poppy, in terms of like pop music, really just friendly to the ear, easy to repeat, TikTok worthy music. And I feel like kind of some of the points that you were bringing up with how things are eventually how technology is growing. It's not so much how fine your pen is in terms of drawing or sketching, but just the things that you're thinking of, like, how thoughtful that idea was in general. It's not I'm mad, I'm crazy about you, but how so? Like, and
Right.
like actually bring those images to life, outside of, because like I talk a little bit with some of my homies about, like, let's say like 90s R&B, how in some of those like songs it's like they profess their love, and it's real poetic, and it's kind of dramatic, but it's like real, like, it's a real emotional. They're talking through things, and
Right.
there was a transition to where it's like, all right, instead of the whole butter them up, it's like it got to a point where it's just straight to the point. Like, I want to stick this in you and scream my name, and it's just like, all right, so
Right.
it's just like, obviously, like, some writers don't want to abstract. Abstraction isn't always the best, where it's like, all right, eventually get to the point of what you're trying to say. But it's just kind of walking that balance a little better, to where it's like, all right, we don't have to just give it all to the listener. Like, we have to creatively, like, kind of paint this world or paint this idea to be received.
Right.
Otherwise, it's just a race to whoever can say the most, I don't want to say clear and concise, because that's not necessarily the best, but it's just like, it's not a rush to just make it the best factory cut thing. I guess that's along the lines of what I'm trying to get at, but like, yeah, just playing that little balance a little better.
Yeah, and I guess to add to that from earlier, it's definitely not about adding complexity to make it unique. I'm a firm believer in keeping things very simple. Just using simple techniques in a unique way to make it overall unique. As I was saying, I like to gather a lot of content. Like, I'm a person that likes to gather different points of views. I enjoy. I get more out of talking to people that I disagree with than people that I agree with. Like, when I agree with you on everything, it's like, yeah, it feels good to talk to you. And it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, fuck yeah. You believe what I believe, cool. But at the same time, I'm not getting a whole lot from that interaction, because you already believe what I believe, like, cool. Whereas if I talk to somebody that I disagree with, I have to kind of do things like like, okay, first of all, what is it that I believe, and why do I believe that? Okay, then what do they believe, and why would they believe that? Okay, it really forces you to really think. If you're one of those people that likes that kind of stuff, not if a lot of people are like, oh, I can't even listen to you. But in that regard, what I'm saying is that I just like to gather all kinds of content, and I find inspiration in so many different things. And like, for example, like I was watching a Jackie Chan thing. Like I was on YouTube, and I was watching this video called, I think it was Jackie Chan My Stunts, which is Jackie Chan explaining how he does a lot of his stunts that he does on films.
Okay.
And the main takeaway that Jackie Chan kind of was putting together in this video was that he wasn't doing anything fancy, anything fancier than regular people have access to. Like, all that he was doing, and this is by his own words, I'm paraphrasing, but all that he's doing is taking very simple techniques that a lot of people are familiar with, but just using them in a unique way, giving his Jackie Chan spin to old techniques, but that's what makes it his own thing.
Right.
So I'm a firm believer in just, if you have basic training in an instrument, you can still create a masterpiece. If you have basic training in an instrument, you just have to have that inspiration. But you don't have to be an expert to create masterpieces, is what I'm trying to say.
Right. That's very true, because often we overthink it, the process and
Definitely
everything about it, what people are going to think, what we think about it. Just putting too much thought into it can definitely prevent you from releasing something. It's definitely done that to me. Like late night radio was something, I forget what year I actually put it out, but it was something that was like ready 3 years before it actually came out, but I'm just like juxtaposing myself with, against things that I shouldn't. And for that reason, it's just like, oh no, next year is the year, or I'm going to add this to it and then it'll be ready. But if I would have just put it out, I could have moved on from it so long ago, and been on to something else, like received whatever energy I was supposed to get from that, good, bad, indifferent, whatever. But, it was something that as I was creating, I would make new beats while still, that concept was in the works. I'd be working on new stuff and it'll get put on pause, the new stuff. I'm like, oh man, this is fire, but it's not in the scope of what that project was supposed to be, so those things would be put on the shelf. And even now I'm digging through old folders, just finding stuff, or, finding little clips that I had posted on Instagram when I was making beats. And I'm like, wow, dude, like, where did this go? But because it wasn't the vibe of late night radio, it wasn't time to be worked on. It was a cool idea that I had to get out somewhere, and save. But often when I do stuff like that, I don't go back and actually reopen those folders and like finish those things. It's like a notebook, I just like put notes in there and then flip the page, and the next day it's a new note, but it's like that last note was something valuable in that. And I'm just, trying to do better at being in those moments. And like, sure, if I run out of ideas for the day, I'm done with the beat. Like, been working on it for 3 hours, ear fatigue, whatever the case is. But I'm just trying to incorporate a better habit of like actually going back for those beats, or going back for those ideas. Because there's a little value still left in them.
Yeah, definitely. And so I do have a question for you, because being an artist and being a creative, or, how people have different ways of phrasing it, or different, words for it. I find it's one of the things that I think about a lot, like when you just have some free time, or like, you're lying in bed right before you fall asleep and you're thinking about the universe, you're thinking about all kinds of things. One of the things that I think about frequently is creativity. It's being an artist, what that really means, because it's easy to pinpoint a creative. You're like, oh yeah, that dude's he paints a lot, or he's I see him perform, he's a singer, or he's this, he's that, I see him do this. But that's sort of like like, oh, gravity's a thing, prove it. Oh yeah, you drop something. Well, that's showing me the effects of gravity. The fact remains, scientifically, we don't really understand gravity. We can't create gravity. All that we know is that if you create enough mass, you get some gravity. But other than that, all we can do is show you the effects of gravity, but we can't explain gravity itself, really. I find that to be the case as well with being an artist, being a creative, because it's easy to say, like, for sure. I mean, I see that you have all those instruments there, all that equipment. I've seen you perform poetry. I've seen you perform music and things like that. I've seen our friends do the same, perform their own craft and stuff. So easily, I'm, oh, all creatives, sure. But if like an alien showed up, I'm like, what's the difference between like you guys and like these people that just go to work and pretty much just watch Netflix and do nothing the rest of the day? How are you people different? And like, other than the fact that you do stuff, you do art, yeah, but why? Why do you do that versus not? And why do they not do that versus doing something? That I find gets to like a really weird type of realm when you're like, it's completely unknown as far as I know, because like, how would you define creativity, keeping in mind that creativity is not just used for art?
Right. Yeah. I feel like it's a real, using another word, it's like those innovative spirits where it's like, even though you're not like making, like, people who have patents for sandals, like, those people are creatives in a way, because they're creating functional tools for either entertainment, for how a society functions. I mean, obviously there's creators of life, but like, for me it's just things that are made to serve a purpose. If you create tools, art, those things kind of give me creator like vibes. It's like where you're innovating, you're even, I mean, problem solving in a way, where you're creating solutions. Like for me it's just like, I look at it more so in that space than specifically for art, because I know some artists who they feel like the word artist kind of limits their scope of things. They have plans for like social reform and they want to do so much more, and they feel like the word creative / activist works for them, because it's like it encompasses art, but it also encompasses this gray area of other that I could possibly be doing, when you can't quite define it, but you want something, I guess, that could work, for the general public to take that word and be like, oh, they do something, that's either art or, I mean, I feel like most people generally probably would think art, if you're just like receiving the information, like, yeah, I'm a creative, you may guesstimate it's art, music, or something along the lines of that. But for me, I do, at least incorporate those who create functioning tools of society, programs, just these different things that help communities change or even individuals.
Yeah, it's interesting. Creative / activist. It's an interesting one. I had heard, I had not heard those two words combined, but so that's interesting. I guess personally I like the word visionary myself, because something that people use interchangeably, but I find to be two different things, very much so, is creativity and imagination. I think that people like, oh yeah, he's creative, he uses his imagination, like they kind of use those kind of interchangeably. But I just, when I think of those two things are very different for me. And I think when you're able to kind of combine those two, you're really more like a visionary type of person rather than just an artist or something like that. I mean, maybe a creative might encompass that too, but I guess the word that I kind of think in my mind is visionary. Like you can kind of see this pattern where no other people can't, and you can imagine things to add where other people just wouldn't be able to do so.
Yeah, for sure. I could see that, creativity and imagination. Definitely, in terms of creativity, like a creative person could definitely use their imagination, or they could not at all like use their imagination and still be considered a creative person. And then on the scope of like visionary, I do see, the wideness of, a term like that, to where you could encompass, somebody who obviously uses their imagination, or a creative part of their imagination, to be able to connect to another cause or another initiative. Perhaps it's may not be art. It could be just how like social groups operate. You could have a great understanding of historical trends, and be a powerful visionary for the future, for a company, for an art movement, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, like someone like Donald Glover is somebody that I'm a fan of. I mean, to be honest, I'm not too familiar with his acting stuff, but I'm familiar with him in general. And I'm a fan of his music for sure. I love his music. But what I'm a fan of the most is the fact that he's so versatile with how he's able to. I mean, he's like a comedian, an actor, musician. He's all kinds of other stuff that I'm forgetting now.
Got his own show for Atlanta.
Right. He does so many things, and it's not like he was known for certain things at first, but he really kind of brought everything up almost all at once. Like he just became known as like this general, like just a general visionary is kind of how I see a person like that. Whereas, somebody who's a really great musician that we all love or whatever, that's, a great musician, maybe like, a creative, a genius in music, but they're not quite a visionary because they can't quite apply that imagination or creativity to other things, like someone like Donald Glover, or other people can. And it's not just him that does it, but I find that people like Donald Glover, who are multi-talented and seemingly so effortless, like how he's able to do everything so good. It's not like he's just like, oh yeah, he's a good musician, but he's a shitty actor. No, I mean, he's just good at everything.
Right.
I find that he's like a prototype for like the future human who's just gonna who's gonna have access to so many things that they're gonna be so good at so many things.
Right. Yeah. Especially in a world where like we're coming up, you were told or advised to do one thing really well, and then do all those other things. Whereas he was doing comedy, getting his acting thing going, like making music, and like some of his earlier music, I've been tracking his career for some time, and it wasn't all this good, you know what I'm saying? But like, you have to continue to work at it, and eventually like now any of the older stuff that I would deem or anybody else would deem like not that good, it doesn't matter, like, because he's created so much. Like when you see a success story like that, like, you can't wallow on the things that didn't go so great. It's like, dude, this dude is doing it all, like, and as the story continues to progress, that's pretty much what people want out of today. Is like more revenue streams, the ability to not be boxed into just one thing. And he could have tried to do the comedy thing, but there's a ceiling on that, specifically when you are a visionary, and you're like, yo, this creative thing that I have inside of me is more than just the colors that I see in comedy. It's like like what I want to do has to be on screen as well. But then it's only so much that I can do on screen, or I can say on screen, because I'm following the script. So I got to make music as well, so I can say what I want to say, But then there's still this whole thing with music. Not everybody's going to listen to it. The reach is a little low. So I need to do this other thing too. Like, and that's completely fine. Where maybe, 10 or 15 years ago, kids growing up that are in elementary school or middle school, they're discouraged from like thinking that way. I mean, art in general was something that kids were discouraged from pursuing, specifically because of the money. It's like, you should be a doctor, you should be a lawyer, you should be an engineer, you should go pursue those things. You go to college and yada yada yada. But once even once the layers start to get peeled back from that, and it's like, oh yeah, you could make it as doing art or whatever. Not that everybody's parent holds that value. Still only a select few that have kind of relaxed back from just that old mantra or old model of thinking. But yeah, it's still ultimately a tough decision, for someone to make and do that full time.
Yeah, definitely, because I just think it's absolutely amazing that how he has that much command over so many different disciplines, because like when you think about what it takes to be a good artist, you know, like even itself is kind of like, it's based upon opinion, because it's not like a fact what is a good artist versus what isn't. But you know, one of the things that you know, maybe some people might agree with, is that to be a good artist in one discipline, you got to have some kind of knowledge of the pop culture of that discipline that you're in. Like if you're a hip hop artist, I would imagine you got to have some knowledge of what's cool and what isn't in the hip hop realm to know how to create good content.
Mm-hmm.
And to have that knowledge of different things, comedy, acting, music, whatever else he does, I think it's just amazing. And it shows that how incredible humans are, because while people like him are right now less common, I think that what they're doing is they're really just uncovering how far one person can really go. Like if you're a kid now and you see someone like Donald Glover, you're like, oh yeah, I could probably do that. Whereas when I was a kid, I didn't really have too many examples like that, if any. I just thought, you got to be good at one thing. I got to be a really good guitar. And so for a long time, I was just a guitar player. And then as I began to really kind of like, yeah, guitar is good, but I'm like, I really kind of like, I know I can sketch something really cool. I know it. And it began to get like an itch. And so I began to branch out. And it's just like this kind of feeling that I get, you know, you got to express yourself in different ways. And so I just find people like that, Donald Glover and other people, to be, like I said, Elon Musk is another good example, because another type of visionary character who is good at so many different things. I mean, like PayPal was like the first thing, and it was SpaceX, Tesla. I mean, the Boring Company, such a wide variety of stuff. I mean, people like that, I think, are like, yeah, like the prototype to really what humans are going to be like, or can be like in the future, if they get their shit together, really. And really, it begin to explore their interests in a free fashion like that.
Right. Yeah. I mean, because you brought up, you know, the perfect point, which was about, you know, them being the prototype. Because I was like, just imagine, dude, like if those were the folks, like if those folks were the norm, you know, coming up, like if Donald Glover, the Elon Musk were just what we saw every day as, like, you know, things that you should go out and you know, subscribe to, we'd probably just have different mentalities altogether. I mean, we're here now, you know what I'm saying, but we probably would have arrived here much sooner and be on to whatever's to come after that, like, you know, trying to one up that. So the ones coming up today, like, are definitely gonna be definitely in a good space in terms of like what to look up to, because like this whole, you know, LLC Twitter is a thing, and entrepreneurship talk, and you know, everybody's looking into real estate and how to sell on this site, and you know, just really how to create revenue streams for themselves, you know, that can kind of create a layer of independence. Because like, you know, like at one point we were taught that you go at it in this conveyor belt way, you know. Now people are realizing they can hop off and kind of take this detour, because you know, you thought you had to do shit by a certain age in order to have a certain level of whatever it is, you know. But like even myself, like I turned 29 yesterday, and it's just like, sure, I'm very, very close to 30, you know, but it's just like I'm still at a point where I could make a shit ton of mistakes, you know, and still be young enough to turn shit around, you know, and make a huge change. One of the biggest entrepreneurs that I follow, Gary V, you know, in terms of him, like, he was 34, you know, before like kicking off his own empire, you know, besides his dad's shit that he built for his father and the liquor business and all of that. But like, you know, before he started building any personal brand for himself, you know, he was 34. And for me, I always thought the age thing was a thing. Like, I wrote a book fresh out of high school, coming into college, and I thought like publishing a book at 18 was like this phenomenal thing, you know. But then I got to the point of editing, and I'm just like, nah, this is too expensive to try to get this thing edited, you know. And then like so fast forward, the book never got published, but like, you know, I was just always thinking like, man, an 18-year-old with a book, that narrative is far more fire than me dropping it now at 29, you know. It just had a little more impact. But at the same time, the type of book I wrote was about like, I was big into reading self-help, so it wasn't like necessarily a self-help book, but it was just in the space of like some positive kind of motivational, like just kind of perspective, if you will. It's called Our Minds, Our Obligations. But then ultimately I just came down to like, it was the editing thing that kind of made me not want to pursue, but also like, yo, I'm 18. Like, who wants to read the perspective of an 18-year-old kid? You know what I'm saying? In terms of like talking about life, like I wanted to go live more, and like I felt like it'll be way more impactful after I've experienced so much. You know, now, you know, at 29, if I decided to write that, the perspective of it would be far more different, given the time I spent trying to build I Am Root, you know, the time I've spent coming to terms with myself and the music that I want to create, or the image that I want to portray. It's just like so much different than that, you know. And I mean, ultimately, all that to say is just like, you know, for me, I've learned to practice a lot more patience, you know, in terms of like when I'm creating, and just with myself too, as an artist. And like, you know, as I create and do things, it's not about, you know, trying to hit a certain deadline, or, you know, thinking about it in this way. Like I was completely overthinking stuff back then, you know. It was just like, I was just like trying to have shock value, like for clout, before they started using the term for clout. Like I wanted to be the 18-year-old with the book more so than I wanted that book to be the best thing someone ever read, you know. So
yeah, man. Well, first of all, happy belated birthday. Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much.
Yeah. If there was a party, I wasn't invited, guys. Just so everybody knows.
Nah, no party, man. Just a relaxing day. My girl had surprised me. We went down to Timpytown Lake, hopped in one of those boats. You know, we were pedaling our ass off.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
That's cool.
Yeah. Got a workout in.
Yeah, man. I'm always down for chill birthdays, man. But yeah, man, the whole age thing. I mean, like, I'm 33, and yeah, when I turned 30, I was like, sure, yeah. In my mind, I was like, oh yeah, I'm 30 years old now. But it wasn't like, some people, like, they get crushed when they turn 30. And like my whole thing on that is that the people who focus on like, oh, I'm getting older, I'm getting, or this and that, the people who focus on age in a negative way like that are typically the people who aren't doing shit with their lives. And that's why they're anxious about it in the first place. Whereas the people who are doing things, not even necessarily being famous or being rich, but they're following their interests, they're following what they like, and they're just living life. Yeah, they notice they're getting older. Obviously, you just notice. But they don't get crushed by it. They're not like, oh, God, I'm running out of time. I mean, we're all running out of time, but some people are using their time much more wisely than others.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, there are just way too many stories out there of people making it in their 40s, in their 50s. And at this point, like I was saying earlier, we're in this kind of like weird new age of being an artist, of being a human, essentially, where it's like, you know, what is making it? You know, before it was like you get a record deal and you go from playing local shows to playing arenas or something like that.
Yeah.
But nowadays, I'm like, I don't even know who has made it and who hasn't. You know, like for example, someone like the Colored 8 band. I'm like, they're pretty big. I'm like, I don't even know what's different, you know, between the Colored 8 band and like a band that's playing at arenas. I'm like, the Colored 8 band is fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, that's one thing too that I learned when in the art scene too. I'm like, so many people are so good at what they do, and when I hear stuff in just the local art scene, even at some open mics, I'm like, this is just as good as some of it that as I hear in iTunes, you know, trending #1. I'm like, it's crazy how talented some people are and are completely unknown. But they have like also like 8,000 followers. I'm like, okay, well, are they famous? Are they like, what is going on? Like, it's so hard to say, to know what's going on. Like, who's famous nowadays? Who has made it? What it really is? And there's really that barrier has been broken. I feel there's no such thing as I've made it, and it's just really up to, it's like a spectrum. Are you good? Are you kind of good? Are you really good? Are you like prodigy good? Whatever. Yeah. Like there's no cutoff like there used to be. So it's like this super free time to be in. It's like there's no better time to be an artist than now, I feel.
Right. Nah, man, some very good points there. I definitely want to thank you, dude, for hopping in here. Joining me. This,
Sure.
episode 5 of our culture convos. I don't remember the last actual conversation we've had, like the date on it. You know what I'm saying? It's been a
long
minute, man.
time.
So we are definitely looking forward to get. I think it was definitely a message. I mean, not face to face or verbal, but like the last communication I have, it was either via text or on Instagram. It was like you asking us, like you had a show planned right before everything locked down. You were trying to see if we were gonna be doing anything. And I just want to say thank you, man. Thank you for that. It's dope, being a part of the community, but also like when things slow down, just having people out there that care to see when the next one is. Some people don't message at all, but when folks hit us up like, yo, when y'all coming back or when you doing something, like it's definitely a good reminder as to why we do what we do, because like when everything shut down, I'm looking at it as a blessing. I'm like, man, our last few shows wasn't quite packed. It was just like we kind of got lucky here, where I don't have the pressure of trying to have to promote this thing and expect all these people to come. Am I losing money? Who I gotta pay? All this craziness, kind of slowed me down a bit. But messages like the one you sent and some other wonderful people that love and support the Iron Root brand, it kind of helped us refocus, and really we spend a lot of that time focusing on what we want to do once we're ready to open back up, and I think people will be really excited with what we're about to come up with. So I'll definitely be reaching out if you're trying to hit the mic and do some things. Yeah, we definitely plan on switching the vibe a bit, kind of nostalgic for those who've been rocking with us since our start in 2011, and we started doing events in 2013. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to it. I just want to say thanks for that. Do you have anything, in terms of like just want to put the people onto that you're either working on that you want to share? And if not, man, what we like to end with is just words of encouragement for up and coming artists that are, just trying to find their place, find their voice, find that consistency, you could paint that, that person could be any person, a musician, a visual artist. But yeah, if you don't have anything to roll out and kind of announce or, share, obviously please drop your social, so people can follow you, keep up with you. You drop some gems here. So I'd imagine that, folks want to hear a little more about that podcast. I know we started prior to recording talking about your pod, but I don't think since we've been rolling here, we've mentioned the pod. So I would like to hear a little bit about, where people can check that out, if it's going to be making that return and all that.
Yeah, for sure, man. And yeah, I mean, I definitely appreciate all you guys, like you guys, Tyndall, all these people who put up open mics and shows. Like we all know, when people who aren't artists see artists, it's easy for them to not know how much work goes into that one performance they just saw. Just like for the artists themselves, it's easy sometimes. I'm not saying for who. For me, sometimes it's easy to forget how much work it goes to set up those shows. How many connections you got to reach out to, the venue, all the artists, and this and that. You got to make sure you got their lineup. And so yeah, every so often I'll be at a show and I'll like step back and think, holy shit, dude. I mean, I couldn't even imagine how many hours of work was put in to set this whole thing up. So I'm always trying to be conscious of that and grateful to those who put the shows like you guys. So, and yeah, I'm always definitely excited to hear about what you guys have coming up. I myself don't have any shows coming up because of the pandemic, and barely now. I'm just hearing about some shows like Art Night. Still, it's kind of coming back up. Okay. There's a show this Saturday. I'm not even sure what it is exactly, but I might hit that up for a little bit. Other than that, yeah, like my social, my Instagram is Brown Martinez. Just I think there's 2 Z's at the end, but just Brown like the color, Martinez, and you should find me. But yeah, the podcast. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it depends on who it is, it depends on who I'm talking to. I'll like just go all out and completely nerd out. And for others, I'm like, it's about this or whatever, because it's gone through a bunch of different evolutions. Like at first, it was a radio show at Radio Phoenix.
Okay.
Shout out to Radio Phoenix at Phoenix Center for the Arts. It was called Living the Dream. and it was basically about interviewing people who were just, doing passionate things that they were passionate about, and just whatever, stuff like that. After a while, it kind of evolved into something called typical human behavior, which was analyzed just people being people, and it's a lot of different topics, but we found that it was too broad. It wasn't just it was just too broad we didn't have much of an audience. But as we did research for all those topics, we began to realize that there was a lot of weirdness that was sprinkled throughout the culture, a lot of just weird stuff. That's how at the time we just explained it. And we did a few episodes, but we've decided to go all out into that one topic. And so the podcast is now called Spectrum of Strangeness.
Okay.
And you can find it on iTunes, Spotify, I think it's Stitch or Twitch, whatever the podcast one is.
Something like that.
Stitch. Yeah, and SoundCloud as well. But basically, it's just about, if I were to just kind of it's about that. I would say it's about UFOs, but really it goes much deeper than that, because I'm not sure if you kept up with it, but the government has been releasing a lot of UFO stuff recently.
Yeah, I've been seeing that.
And I find that I don't know how else to phrase it, but you know how I consider politics, what we see on CNN, on Fox, on MSNBC, or whatever, what they show us is like a show. It's I'm not gonna say it's pre-written or anything like that. I'm not one of those people who are like, oh, voting's all a fraud. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a show like that, but I'm saying it's a show there's an agenda to all that stuff. It's more like a reality show. You just let them say whatever they want, but there's a production behind it. Guys, say whatever you want in that speech, but we got to get these things across, basically. That's how I see politics. And in that regard, what we're being shown in the UFO stuff by the Pentagon is part of that show. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. It's hard to go much deeper than that, but if you're interested in that sort of thing, as a kid, aside from art and music, what always got me going was sleepovers with friends and guys, what do you guys think about UFOs? Are aliens real? I was always that kid. Right. I was always watching sci-fi movies, horror films. But guys, what if ghosts are aliens? That was always me. That kid at sleep.
Light right here.
Dude, that was always me. Yeah, and that's a whole other realm. Sci-fi horror, huge on. Why? I don't know. But basically, the podcast, if that was also you as a kid, or if you have any interest in those topics or want deeper things than what the government is showing you, then yeah, check out Spectrum of Strangeness on whatever podcast format you choose. Otherwise, follow me on Instagram at Brown Martinez. I might set up an individual art page. I don't know. I'm not sure if you have that, but I have my Brown Martinez would be my personal page for general, maybe some music, some visual art and stuff, but have one Instagram account only for visual art and music, no personal stuff, just only strictly art.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm about to. That's kind of what my Dom route is. It's about to be transitioned fully to just music and art stuff, because just for the brand itself, I Am Root, it has 5. For blog, apparel, events, the podcast. So it's just a little bit too much to manage. There are a couple of heads that assist in managing those, but I don't need that many of them.
Yeah, yeah, for sure, I feel that.
I just and I'm so low key. Even this is probably the most we've even talked, just consistently nonstop. But in general, I'm not too talkative, and I'm hoping to, going forward with my music, be a lot more forthcoming about my story and who I am through the art, ultimately, because that's what I want the catch to be. I do feel interesting, as a person. Obviously, when I talk to people one-on-one, I'm a lot more comfortable than if it was 10 of us in a room. I wouldn't want to be the center of attention, but if it's 2 or 3 of us, I'm a little more comforted and like just relaxing in chatting and talking. But sometimes large crowds, I just don't fit the vibe. You know, it's just like I just rather lay back and kind of be the root, not the branch or the flower, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I feel that. And I guess that totally reminds me, I didn't even answer your last point about inspirational words, but what you just said reminded me of that because like I myself, I wouldn't call myself a social person, even though I did a lot of talking just now in this interview. But like a lot of times I'll go places and I'll just like completely avoid everybody. I'll just, be like playing chess on my phone, or I'll have my Audible on or something like that. I just don't like to talk to people when I'm out. I like to kind of keep to myself. I'm very introverted, except for, with certain people. Like I knew, because, this is probably the most that we've talked in one sitting, but I knew that, you're an open-minded guy, you like to converse, and we've had other conversations in the past. So I knew that, you were open to a lot of different things. But so with people like you, I find it very easy to open up. But in general, man, I'm like, fuck that. I'm not down to talk to them. Like, just, let me be. But that also, I find it can be a detriment. So a lot of times I find it difficult to accept the fact that I have certain talents. Like a lot of artists might be in the same boat where like they might be shy about displaying their art. Or, they might be shy about singing loudly at their apartment complex, or singing too loudly or whatever, playing their music too loudly. And yeah, maybe, there can be too loud, but whatever. Or they're afraid to show their friends their new sketch because they don't know what they're going to say or whatever. And yeah, like in general, all I would say is like easier said than done, but you got to find a way to be like, fuck that and move past that, because I find that the more I talk to people, the more I meet artists, the more I meet people at work, people everywhere, I find that there are a lot of unrealized artists out there. There are a lot of people who you talk to them and you're like, dude, there's something about that person. I'm like, I could totally see you in the art scene doing something. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing at work here? And I'm just doing nothing here. And I find that when you kind of talk to them a little bit more, if you're curious like me, you find that they just like, I have a lot of interest in stuff like that, but I'm not gonna get the time to put in the work. I got kids, I got this and that. And they put all these mental blocks. You got kids. I don't know what it's like to have kids, but all I know is that there are a lot of people with kids who are doing fantastic things. I don't know how they do it, but they find time. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of, basically comes down to, you just got to find time. Everybody's busy. Everybody's, I've been busy, man. It's like, dude, everybody's busy. It's like, what do you think, you're fucking special because you're busy? It's like, dude, everybody's busy.
Exactly.
So you just got to make time, find time, no matter what. If it's important to you, you'll find the time. If it's not important, like with dating, man, if that girl wants to go out with you, she'll find the time to say yes. If she doesn't want, I'm busy, I got this and that, whatever. Mm-hmm. So you find the time, you make the time, put in the work, and you just don't be shy about displaying your talents, because that might be what you were here to do. You don't even know it.
Right.
And if you're putting a damper on that, if you're putting a limit on that, then you just might be putting a limit on your overall self as a person. You probably wouldn't want that.
Okay. Yeah, man. No, that's definitely some valuable input right there. Don't fall victim to analysis paralysis either, and just show it to your friends, dude, or, share it and kind of just take that step, and then take the next one after that. But,
for sure.
I forgot something I saw. I don't remember who the quote is from, but, on Twitter, you always see stuff. And it was a good one. But it was just along the lines of like, in order to like be the best or some shit at what you want to do, you just gotta get started. You know what I'm saying? At the least, it's not like to be the best. I'm fucking up the quote 100%, but like along the lines of like, in order to get to where you want to be, like you got to get started at least. Like, you know what I'm saying? So
right.
It's just like, once you for not, obviously for those who realize they have the artistic ability. I know you were mentioning for some of the ones who may not even realize it's in them, but like once you realize it, just take that step and definitely don't overthink it. This has been a good one, man. I'm gonna have to get you back once we get season 2 rolling of this, and I get my in-person set up. I'm gonna try to have a nice little in-person little vibe that people can come and kind of get comfortable, and we'll chat. Looking to add some people to the team here too, so we'll have a little more flexibility, so that I don't have to be at the controls and interviewing. I know for the people at home, I probably look awkward because I have the program into which I'm recording all of this into up to make sure everything is straight, levels, and all that random stuff. But in a perfect world, it'll be a separate figure in this seat, you know what I'm saying? And then I'm able to just enjoy the interview and kind of just dive in without having to focus on the technical side of stuff. But I mean, that's the world we're in today, as artists and people looking to create multiple revenue streams for themselves and their families. It's like a lot of it is wearing multiple hats.
Definitely, man. Yeah, appreciate you having me on. And anytime you want to have me on, for sure, just let me know. And if you're down to talk about anything in the weirdness realm, just let me know, and we'll have you on Spectrum of Strangeness, because we're always down to talk to people who don't know anything about a topic, because that's what we're curious about. If you don't know anything about this, what is your perspective?
Right.
Because sometimes that's the best perspective.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah, man. That sounds fun. We'll have to get that set up.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, man. Once again, thanks a lot for having me on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. No problem, man.
Thank you for watching our content. Thank you for watching this video. Be sure to drop a like, subscribe, leave us a comment, or visit IamRootCode.com for more Rudy content. Y'all stay up.
This meeting is being recorded.
Through Zoom. That's kind of weird. I don't. Did you get like a little audio notification?
Yeah.
It's like, yo. The question I do want to start with is like, when were you introduced to music? One, as like just a fan of music. Like, what did you grow up around? Like, what was your folks listening to? And then when did you start playing?
Well, I grew up in like a very musical family. Like both my parents are music directors, so I mean, from the time I was like born, I was playing music. Yeah, my dad was a music director at this church for like 20 years, and I started playing bass probably like second grade, like in church. It was like, hey, we need a bass player here, play this. But I did like choir and stuff. Like we had our own like family choir thing and family band growing up.
Okay. Real quick though, not to interrupt, but I do want to unpack that a little bit, because that sounds like, I mean, it sounds like if it clicked for you, if music clicked for you, it sounds fun, but it does also sound kind of like, a pressured situation. It's like, yeah, we need a bass player, get in there, Jerm. Like, you come from a family of it, so it's like,
yeah, like it was kind of like forced, but at the same time, it wasn't. It was like, hey, we need a bass player, and then I started playing bass, and I was like, this is fun.
Right. Okay.
And my dad was really good about it too. He would he would throw me into like random like church services. Like we did like a Spanish one, like Filipino like church thing, and like all kinds of like random stuff. And he's like, I don't have sheet music for it, but just listen and try to figure it out. So that was like my dad's mentality on it, just to, you know, figure it out yourself,
right?
Also do it, like do it right.
Yeah. That's dope though. I mean, you're an awesome bass player, you know. So obviously the method worked, you know. And like, okay, yeah. But yeah. So what kind of stuff did you come up listening? I know I interrupted and stuff, but like, what kind of music was it? A lot of gospel, or you know?
I mean, yeah, some gospel stuff. My dad really was into like Michael McDonald and like Earth, Wind and Fire, kind of like anything with keyboard, because my dad was a piano player. So any like good keyboard player he would find, and I would just always be listening to like the bass parts and all those. And any like Motown like kind of stuff I really like was drawn to first.
Okay. Motown.
Yeah.
Okay. Now my next question for you is, all right, so say you pull up to a jam session, maybe with some like musicians you don't really know, and it's, you know, the full set there, everything but bass, you know, and you pull up, got the bass and everything like that, and they're already going. Like, what are some things that you listen for, like when you get ready to hop in? You know, is it like, do you try to lock in with like the drums, or I mean, obviously you can hear what they're playing, and you know, by now you can deduce what stuff is what, but like, is there a certain instrument or musician that you look to like connect with?
Yeah, I always try to hit with the drummer first, because when it comes to bass, like you got to think of it more of like a rhythm instrument than a melodic instrument.
Okay.
You know, so I'm always like listening for the kick drum, like whatever that kick drum's doing, like I just got to do it. And I usually don't try to find the note right away first. I'm always just trying to find what that kick drum's doing.
Okay.
You know, that bottom rhythm, and then you just got to find the root note of the chord of whatever they're playing, and then go from there. Okay.
So, I mean, second grade is a long time ago, so you might have to dig deep here. But like, what was one of the first songs you learned to play, or like, you know, not the first one, but maybe one that you found yourself playing often, if not the first?
Well, the first song my dad like made me learn was a song. I remember it very specifically because we always would play it. It would be like our go-to song. It was 25 or 624 by Chicago.
Okay.
And the bass line's like do 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 do, like just a walking bass line down.
Yeah.
And it was like really easy to like learn. And it's the whole song. So my dad's like, just keep playing that, just keep playing. So we'd play that all the time. But then like when I started like playing like for myself really, I remember hearing a Vampire Weekend song called A-Punk, and the bass line was just like really, really fast. And I was like, I need to learn this. This needs to like be the song. And I just forced myself to learn. So I did. And then, I don't know, I think it got me better.
Okay. So, what would you say is some of your favorite stuff to play? Like, either genre, tempo, like, you know, just like what's, like, if you could just, you know, turn. Obviously, you could play whatever, but you know, what do you get excited to play?
Jazz music, probably, just because it's very, you know, free forming. You can do whatever you want. I don't know. I like playing everything, honestly. Just there's certain styles that are just more fun to play, I guess. You know, if I'm playing like church music, it's, you know, you can get kind of boring sometimes, but you know, you can add in some stuff that's more fun. Jazz music, definitely jazz music. I've been trying to get into like reggae and like ska music more, because the bass lines, especially in ska music, because all the bass lines are just really fast paced and you know, always going with a fast kick drum.
Yeah. So how's that been going?
It's going all right. I'm probably not practicing as much as I should be, but. You know.
Okay. What would a challenge like that you like? What's one of the challenges you face with that? Because I mean, from like an amateur's position looking at you, you know, it's like, damn. If somebody hit me up like, yo, who's some of the best bass players you could think of? You know, obviously besides celebrity, you know, like people that I can actually call. like, you know what I'm saying, I would definitely think of you and stuff like that, you know. So it's always interesting from my perspective just to learn a little bit about, like, you know, some of the you know, areas that you find yourself having to practice at to, you know, stay sharp.
Yeah. Recently I've been trying to get my ear better trained, like being able to hear something and be like, okay, what are the chords like that are in this? Like, what are the notes that are in that main note chord, you know? And I've been trying to do that. I got like an app on my phone that just like is like a pitch pipe.
Okay.
So I just been like hearing random sounds and I go, okay, what key is that in? And just trying to figure that out just by like sound, like, and it's like not just in like songs or anything. I try to do it with like random things, like very like a train or something go by. Like,
yeah,
oh,
you can kind of.
What key is that in? Or like hear a bird do something. You're like, okay, what notes were they doing? And just getting my ear better trained, I think it's helped me a lot. Just like with like hearing a song and being like, okay, I know what to play right away versus having to listen to it over and over again. You know.
Okay. Random sidebar. Do you know anyone with like perfect pitch?
Yeah, I know a couple people. It's funny because those people can be really kind of annoying sometimes because, or they get annoyed. Not that they're annoying, but they get annoyed because they hear everything and they're like, "Oh, that's out of key." Yeah, I grew up with like a couple people that had perfect pitch. Like, I was in a band that this girl, she could play everything and she had perfect pitch, and I've always wished that I could do that, but at the same time, it's like I'm kind of glad that I don't.
Right, yeah, you know, maybe like a hindrance in a way. I always, like, when I was going through my audio program at MCC, I'd always hear, you know, different people talk about it, and that was my first time knowing, you know, anything about it in that class, because I definitely don't, I think, you know, so it was just like, how does one even, you know, recognize that they have it, or, you know?
Some people just know. I don't understand it. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was pretty interesting. So I just wondered if you had connected with anyone that has. So the guys just dropped a Tiny Desk NPR submission. Pretty dope. Twerked on.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. It came out really a lot better than we thought it was, and it's getting a lot of good reception. So
yeah,
it's a fun little jam.
I forget who I was messaging, probably Kal, but I was giving Ira her props on the visuals, man.
Yeah, she did good. Yeah, she was all excited because she was using new equipment and stuff. So.
Oh yeah, it was really crispy, and like, you know, the lighting and stuff was good, and just like those shots where she got up close on you guys, like you could just really see your expressions, like, you know, just everything was like real clean. So
yeah, it was fun. It's fun. I really like the song too. You know. It's the new summer anthem, you know. Right. Just now that we're getting back to like doing stuff, it's like I'm just trying to, you know, go get twerked on.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. And I see E Nash getting his Anderson pack on, you know.
Yeah, he had the look for sure.
Nice, man. No, I'm loving it, dude. So any plots like just coming up? I know with things like shifting and changing, are you guys looking at gigs, or you know, just more so focusing on some of the videos and the digital side of things?
Really both. I mean, we got a bunch of songs that we've been sitting on. We recorded a bunch of new ones recently. We're gonna make some videos for, but now that things are starting to open up, there's a couple of venues that we've been talking to and starting new shows, and yeah, getting it going. So we're excited to get back to it.
Nice, man. I know that following's gonna be excited, dude, because man, you know, I mean, for every First Friday is just amazing in terms of the turnout and the love that the city shows you guys, and you guys give back in return. It's just, you know, it's just magical every time. So just knowing that you guys are prepping to get back, I know that they're gonna be extremely excited to like just be there, you know, rooting for y'all.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Hopefully we'll get back to First Friday. I mean, it's not like official, like set up yet, but like people are out there. So
yeah, exactly. So eventually, you know, definitely. So what would you say, switching it up here a little bit, if you had to pick, what would your top three, I mean, that are out, you know, that people know of, top three Color A songs that you guys have made or performed?
Well, Savage Season probably is our best one.
Yeah, and no, personal favorites too. Make sure your personal.
My personal favorite.
Yeah, Germs picks.
Let's see. Galaxy is always fun. Instrumental.
That's my number one personally. So
yeah, that one's always fun. Just because it's groovy and jazzy, and we play weird stuff on it.
Yeah.
What else? Whoa is really fun to play because we changed it up how we play it versus like the recording. We like to add some stuff live. It's always really punchy and fun.
Yeah, I mean the crowd receives that one well too. Like,
yeah, so definitely a crowd fun one. Trying to think, what's it's hard to pick. I want to say, well, we have a unreleased one that we're going to be dropping soon. It's called Run It, and it's a very like jazzy, hardcore, like rock one that's really fun to play. So we'll be releasing that one pretty soon.
Nice. And have you guys played that one before? Just not released it?
We played it live a couple of times.
Oh, nice. So if you know type of thing.
Yeah, it's in the know.
Okay, for sure. No, that's dope, man. And I'm sure when it drops, it's gonna go crazy in terms of numbers because people are definitely excited and looking forward to Color 8 moves. I see the merch and stuff you guys have going up. Last time I linked up with Kal to give him some of our Iron Root stuff. He dropped some of y'all stuff on me, so
nice.
I got the t-shirt with all y'all faces on it. That was pretty clean. I love that artwork on that one. That I think it's black with like yellow and white on the front.
It's got the old Japanese letters on the bottom. I forget what it means on there, but
right,
it says something.
Right, and I wear it because I support y'all, so I believe it says something. But yeah, man, no, I definitely appreciate this. So what I do want to throw in here next is just a little bit about some questions about if you're working on any solo music.
I mean, yes and no. I always have like just random songs on my computer that I just like throw together. I had an idea of releasing like 30-second songs.
Okay.
And just like little just jams that I have by myself,
Yeah.
And just call it like germ jams or something.
Right. Because I mean, do you do any producing? Like, I know you play guitar and bass, but like, do you hop on the DAW and like bang out?
Yeah. I'm not like super great at that, but I can do it. I can set it up and put some stuff together. But I really just like playing on like other people's stuff mostly.
Got you.
I've been trying to link up with a lot more people that just need bass recordings. So that's what I've been mostly doing.
Got you. What about the vocals, man? I know I definitely feel like I've seen clips of you like,
it's a secret.
Singing, okay, saving that for the down the road. Got you.
Yeah. We gotta. I mean, yeah. I've been singing some of our songs live. Well, when we were doing shows. Trying to. Me and Emmy will be switching off doing vocals and stuff. But
nice.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be doing more singing when we get back to it.
Okay, that's gonna be exciting, man. I know, like behind the scenes, it's always something like joked at or something like that.
Yeah,
thrown out there. So I always wonder, because I see some clips and I'm like, man, it sounds pretty good, So looking forward to it, man. The creativity, it takes you wherever. So. When you're in that zone, you locked in, you could just go. Do you have a favorite First Friday?
A favorite? I mean,
it's been so many, but...
Yeah, we've been doing it for like 5 years.
It don't have to be like a date or a month or anything, but like something that happened there. It was like, man, this thing happened.
Well, I remember when we like first started playing at First Friday, like we weren't playing on that big field. We were playing in like the little alleyway.
The alley, okay.
And for some, like those ones were like very, maybe it was just because we were in an alleyway. It seemed like way more intimate, and it'd be like not as many people, but it was like, it was just really cool. The energy was just like really, really fun to be at. And it was like the first couple times that I played with the band. was those. So those are all, I always think back to those and just like remember like that's where we started, and then we went out to the big field and done so many things.
Right
there.
then you see people crowd surfing. It's the pits going. It's
the pits.
amazing.
Yeah.
It's definitely amazing.
There was one First Friday that my mom came to, and she had her camera and was like walking around really close, and there was a mosh pit going on, and somebody just like went out of the mosh pit and just knocked her over.
Oh no.
And she like fell. She's like, I think I passed out, but that was awesome.
Right.
So that was pretty memorable.
You know, definitely memories. I'd probably freak out like, oh shoot, hit a wrong note or something. But no, that's crazy. All right, so I do want to switch it up and just get some other picks that you have, like personal favorites, or just some people that you could put me onto in terms of bass players, either that you grew up just like looking up to, thought was dope, and even some people today that you think, you know, are doing some all right things. You know, one guy that I listen to just because he's familiar like with a lot of musician or, you know, lyricists and stuff that I rock with is Thundercat. You know, he's doing some cool things with bass today. But yeah, feel free to drop some gems on me. Anybody in the past or today that you enjoy listening to.
I mean, Thundercat for sure. I'm saying he was the last show I saw before quarantine and everything.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
So that was awesome. Let's see. I grew up listening to like James Jamerson, who played on like everything. Played on every Marvin Gaye track. You know, any like studio like Motown record was all James Jamerson. I really in high school I really got into the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Okay.
Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and I always try to like emulate that slap sound that he always had. Today it's hard to say. Thundercat's probably the top. There's a guy I follow on Instagram named Derek Bennett.
Okay.
He just gives like lessons and stuff, and he's like just insane. He's wild. Victor Wooten though is probably my favorite bass player.
Okay. And SVIC?
Yeah.
Okay.
VIC tour. I got to go. He does like a bass camp every year, and
nice.
like 2 years ago, I went to it and just give lessons and stuff. And he just connects like music with nature and like just things in like daily life. And he's just an insane bass player. So Victor Wooten, probably the best bass player of all time.
Nice. Okay. And so you dropped us some of your favorites. So obviously we're halfway through 2021. For the last few guests that we've had on this podcast, I asked them basically like what their mindset was at the start of everything that happened in 2020 with the shutdown and everything. And like what, I guess, things did you tell yourself you were going to do? Like, man, all right, you know, once, you know, maybe the hysteria kind of settled down and you were like, all right, I got to try to take advantage of some of these opportunities.
Right.
What kind of things at the start of quarantine did you get into? And, you know,
I told myself I was going to practice a lot. Just like very technical. I was trying to get more technical with my playing and everything, but you know, I did and I didn't. You know, I had a couple days when I didn't do anything, I didn't play, but I tried to make myself play every morning.
Okay.
Like I'd wake up and just play, do something musical every day. I mean, I didn't really try to do too much. Just stay active and stay positive, and just try to exercise more and eat healthy.
Right.
You know?
Right. Okay. And so I see that you definitely been attacking the social media a little more, you know, either with covers or some reels. I'm not sure about TikTok, but at least on IG, I've been seeing, you know, some activity pick up there. How's that been working out for you?
It's pretty good. I like making those covers. It's always fun. It's hard coming up with like cover ideas because I'm like, oh, I could do this song. But everyone does that song. I can't do that song.
Got you.
Yeah, I haven't hopped on the TikTok train yet.
Like Stank Face.
Yeah, like Stank Face. That guy. That goofy man.
Right.
I taught him that Stank Face. You know,
See?
It comes from the bass face first. It's not,
100%. See, so
he stole that from me.
All the royalties from the fanny packs go to Germ.
Yeah, they all go to me.
So so what's some of the inspiration for some of like the green screen animations that you use? Like, I find them kind of funny and like clever,
Yeah, I just try to find like just random videos to put like I was like watching those nature documentary.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, I could put some. I forget what song it was, but I put like a video of kangaroos fighting in the background, and I was like, this is dope. I just got to put this in. Green screen. And I bought a green screen, and I was like, I gotta just use this.
It's time to go in. Okay, I like those a lot. What about shows? Like any shows you watch either during quarantine or currently? Like are you into like either TV shows, Netflix, Hulu stuff, HBO Max, whatever it is?
I just watched that show Invincible. It's on Amazon Prime. It's like a Justice League kind of show.
Yeah.
But it's like more intense and like it's cool.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I don't know. I watched Rick and Morty a lot.
Rick and Morty. Yeah.
What's that other one? Solar Opposites. The same people.
Okay.
I try to watch like dumb things that'll make me laugh.
Yeah. I feel you. Kind of help you unplug from, if you tapped into the United States all day, man, it can get dark.
Just need things that'll dull my brain a little bit,
Right. No, I get that. So do you have any goals for this year? Like any things that you would like to hit or achieve before the year's up?
I want a tour. That's really what I want. I mean, from the past tours that I've done, it's like the funnest thing ever. I love doing that. Yeah, if we can, if like things will be normal, definitely want to tour. Just want to record, play more, and I just want to get out of Arizona for the summer before it gets too brutally hot.
Oh yeah, because it's on the way.
It's on the way. It's coming.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, no, that sounds dope. What tours have you been on?
I've been on a couple like just random little tours. We did Color 8 did a futuristic tour back in like 2018. That was our last tour. When I was in high school, right when I graduated high school, I filled in as a bass player on a tour with this like pop rock band called Radio Drive-By. I don't think they're a band anymore. But that was fun. Just did a full like U.S. tour for like 2 months.
Yeah.
Just like randomly, I barely knew anyone on it.
Just go.
It's like, we need a bass player. Can you come? I was like, yeah. Just 'cause I was 19 and I just thought I'd do it.
Right? No, that sounds dope. I feel like Ian Ash told me a story some time ago where he did one in Mexico. Like he just took like a random trip.
Yeah, I did that with him. Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, me and him did like a 4-show tour. We did like one in Tucson, then we drove down to like 3 cities in Mexico.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, it was very random and super fun. So we did like a taco festival. And it was like this huge band from Mexico there.
Yeah.
And it was really fun.
Nice.
Yeah.
So any spots that you hit amongst all of them, if you combine them all into, one little pot, any places or states, cities that you really enjoyed either for the performance itself or just the place? Like, man, while we were there, we ate some bomb ass food or met some dope people or whatever.
Mexico was really cool. Just because it's Mexico and like people we hung out with, like some of them spoke English and some of them didn't speak English. It was really fun trying to, do that whole barrier there. Let's see, New York was really fun. When we were on the Futuristic tour, we played at this really awesome theater. It was like, I think it was called Gramercy, and the venue was super cool. And the East Coast, like people that go to shows are very different than the West Coast. You know, they were like, all right, what do these guys got? Like, it was very like, all right, you need to impress us before we make judgment.
Yeah.
You know, so that was kind of fun. Just being like, oh, okay, what can we show them?
Yeah. To kind of get them excited and like, you know, and I that's definitely rewarding too, because like I feel like some basketball players, like when I listen to some of their interviews, they like the boos, and not necessarily boos, but that moment of like having to prove something, you know,
right?
Once you win them over, that feeling of, yep, I got y'all now, like now we can play whatever we want, and y'all right here locked in with us.
Yeah, that's always fun. Just trying to, here's what I got, do you like it?
Yeah. So I hear, or I remember hearing on that tour, you did some crowd surfing. Was that your first time?
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, we played like, so our set was like, we played a couple songs, and then Futuristic would do a couple songs by himself, and then we'd come back. So like when we were done with our like first like set, we were like, okay, we got to crowd surf them off the stage. And the very first show that I did, I got dropped. As soon as I jumped out, it was like, boom, and I just fall over.
Oh.
They're like, are you okay? And they pick me up. And yeah, and after that, everyone caught me. So.
Was it kind of shaky jumping out there after that though?
Yeah, I was like, oh, I can't do it the second time. I was a little nervous.
Right, like y'all better not drop me, dog.
Yeah, that was funny. Very first show too. That's
dope. Well, that's dope. You get to check that off your bucket list on your journey to be a rock star. That's like, yo, I did that early in my career.
Got dropped real quick.
Yeah. Yes, sir. But yeah, man, no, I want to thank you, man, for hopping in here with me, dude.
Yeah, of course.
This will be my 6th episode of this, and nice. I just want to tap in with different people, man, that I rock with, and just chat a little bit about why you do what you do, and why you like what you like. It'll be Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube is where the video will be hosted. But yeah, man, is there any? I'm trying to think. My typical thing is to ask is there anything you want to leave the people? But I was trying to think of something more profound than just leave the people, but I got nothing. So yeah, man. But yeah, if there's any just last few words of like affirmation, I usually like to go in the direction of like, all right, for your field, like upcoming emerging people that are getting into playing bass and getting into their instruments. More so like when I say leave the people, I'm talking directly to people looking to, get as good as you and become better. Like, just ways that they could lock in and, maybe it's a little trick that you learned that was like, it took you a while to learn. And obviously when learning a craft, it's going to take you a minute, practice, repetition and stuff to get it. But any gems you want to throw out there for the people looking to get good at bass or guitar, or keys? I always think that all music is good music. There's no such thing as bad music, and everything in life is based in music because everything has a rhythm, everything has something. So just if you can find the rhythm in anything, if you can find the music in anything, I think you can become a better musician or do whatever. Just being able to listen versus being able to listen to yourself, I think is more important than anything in music. Oh, that's awesome. Are you still giving lessons?
Oh yeah, here and there. Yeah,
here and there. What's your be sure to drop your IG or just any information on that. Just in case folks are watching and they're moved by that message and they're like, "Yo, I need to get this guy in my life."
Yeah, hit me up on Instagram. Jeremy Plays Bass.
I'll be sure to pop that on the screen. But yeah, be sure to tap in before it's too late. Because at some point you're probably not gonna be teaching. It's all shows. In songs soon. But
soon.
Yes sir. Thank you very much, man.
Of course.
Very happy this is multiple choice. Menace to Sobriety.
Menace to Sobriety, B.
Yeah.
Nah, it's actually gonna be C. Liberate.
It's Liberate.
Yeah,
that was
so
the one with the
we was at Darby
the
Park.
strawberry,
Yeah.
song.
Yeah.
That was called Liberate.
Yeah.
Menace to Sobriety was a different one. Menace to Sobriety was a little darker. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with B, and that's my final answer.
You said P?
B.
Oh, B. B.
Yeah.
Menace to Sobriety. It's gonna be Liberate. C.
No, I was one of those two.
Isn't it B? I think it's B. Menace to Sobriety.
You gonna go B?
I'm gonna go B.
All right, it is C actually. Liberate.
Is it?
Yeah.
Dang. I was like, because I remember it too. I was like,
Yeah, Menace to Sobriety was the second one.
Okay.
So it's right there.
B. Menace to Sobriety. Actually, I saw that one. So if it wasn't in 2012, I saw it at some point.
I'm gonna say C. Liberate.
That is correct.
Oh God.
Probably the only one so far that's gotten that one right. Number 2. Who was?
You said the first one?
Yeah, the very first one.
The first one was Liberate.
So C.
Wait, don't, am I right?
C is correct, yes. I'm
Okay.
gonna say yes before you sabotage that one.
Liberate.
C. Liberate is correct.
Hey.
Yeah, off to a good start.
If it was the first one, oh, it's between Menace and Liberate, but I'm gonna go Liberate. Been a while.
I'm gonna say D. Untold, Untitled. All right.
But that was the early days. That was way before you pulled.
It was the early days. I wasn't there yet. I was trying to go. I was like, man, stay rooted. I was like, nah, I was there for that. Damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I met them all at the same time. I was like, damn. Right. Man, you know what? I want to say Zill or not Stefani or Janae. I want to say Zill though. I'm gonna say Zill because I know y'all used to throw parties and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you will be correct. B.
All right, correct. Cool. Go.
All right.
Ew. So it's between Janae and Stephanie. Ooh. I'm gonna go Stephanie. Oh.
Zill.
B. Zill is correct.
That's a good question. I don't know. I'm gonna say Stefani.
It's not correct.
Dang.
Close though.
Zill.
Zill is correct. Yes.
Oh.
C. Stefani. It was A. Oh, okay.
Zill.
So B. Yes, that's correct.
I'm sorry, I can't remember the letters.
Oh no, that's cool. Yeah, just say the
Okay.
name. That's fine. Just so you know, you were like the person answered most. Everybody said Stephanie Monet on their answer.
Oh, well, you know. Okay.
A. I think that's Sahriel.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
I told you I wasn't gonna know any of this.
At least the early ones. I mean, these is early days. All right.
No, hey.
All right, here we go.
I'm gonna go with Zill. Like I'm gonna have to go with Zill. Before Stephanie.
B Zill is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm about to say, don't overthink it.
I was really thinking, like, man, you know, would it be one of the angels? And I'm like, no, it was there before the angels were there.
A.
A, Minister Sobriety at Phoenix Center for the Arts. That is correct.
Yay, we're on the board.
Yes, and we hit 210 that night.
I just used context clues from the last time.
Oh, right.
I was like, okay, he told me the answer to some question.
All right.
I'm gonna go with the Newton.
So you're gonna go with B, the Newton?
Yeah.
It's gonna be A at Phoenix Center for the Arts.
Was it? Damn. Okay. I'm slacking right now.
Hey, it's been a long time. And
Memory's horrible.
I want to say A or B. I'm gonna go with B. I went to that one. That was packed.
That's a toughie.
Most bodies in the building.
I'm gonna say the Mother's Day event.
So see, Art in Motion.
Yeah.
It's not that one.
No. Okay. Wait. Let me get another guess.
All right. Go ahead.
Because I was gonna say, what was the last one?
The last one was Peace in Mind at Club Downtown. So that was the Johnny Rios collaboration.
That one.
D, Peace in Mind. It's not.
Damn.
Yeah, so it's actually A. The one you said wasn't it. It was actually, yeah. So that's the one you was all in gold. You had that fancy dress on and shit. With the
Really?
headpiece. Yeah.
That was the best turnout?
In terms of numbers, yeah, we had the most bodies in the building. Upstairs, like between the upstairs and the downstairs.
Well, see, that's not fair. I feel like that was my first one. I'm not gonna pick that one. I was nervous. I hadn't noticed what was going on.
So much happening.
Am I beating other people? No. Huh? Did anybody get the first three? All right.
No. Not at
okay.
All. Not
good.
At all.
Haha.
See?
C is not correct.
Oh.
It's gonna be A.
I'm going with the Newton. I remember it was one at the Newton that was crazy.
Newton. It's actually gonna be A. The film release at Phoenix Center for the Arts, but Newton definitely was close second. Yeah.
Really?
Yes, sir.
I think the Newton was maybe like my favorite. It was some at the Newton where it was like we didn't have enough room. It was like getting to the point where it was like busted out the doors and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, those are for sure the most memorable too. Like, if I had to think of like any highlights over the run, like those days is shit that niggas constantly talk to us about. Like,
probably it was around that Newton time. Like,
right. Yeah, no, that's
where I'm seeing like people coming in, couples, like random people, and it's like I don't know who these people are, but it's like, and I remember most of those people at the Newton, where it's like I don't know who these people are, but I've seen them like twice come in. Like I think it was like events at the Newton. Yeah, like it's legit. Like
in there.
Like people that aren't even connected to the ASU don't know me, don't know you. They're just like, oh, we heard, like older, younger people just like, oh, we heard that this was a nice event in town for the night. So this is our outing, me and my wife's outing for the weekend. All right, like that. Like we got you.
For sure.
I think it was the event at the Newton. Damn.
Phoenix Center for the Arts.
Okay. I want to go B. Yeah, option B, Speak Life at the Newton. The Newton was packed from what I remember. Yeah.
Damn. Okay. See, look, I was, I thought it was gonna be the fashion show and shit, but like, you know what I'm saying? You said, you said it was a bigger turnout, man. All right. So the Newton is small, man. So I don't know. It's like, yeah, you probably had a big turnout, but like, I don't know. It's pretty. Yeah, big as ever. All right. I'm gonna say A. Because it's like the center of the arts, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a nice venue. So if you had your name on that, I feel like people would love to come out to the center of the arts, like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna go with A. Like,
You are correct, A. It was
man, let's go, baby.
We had 210 in that mug, so.
Choo, man.
It was A.
You wanna go with DJ Damo?
I don't think so though, but I'm gonna go with it.
DJ Envy. No, I'm just kidding. I think D. So I'm 1 for what, 5 or 1 for 4? Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go with Zill on that one.
DJ Zill is correct. A lot of people have been saying DJ Damo, and I've been giving half points on the low because like he would always pull up and then you would let him like do shit. You know what I'm saying?
No, he was. It was a collective, So it was like him being in the building is just like a cue to people that, all right, Zill and Damo are DJing this, like, you know, so like that's definitely worth a half.
DJ Damo.
Hey, DJ Damo.
I'm gonna go with DJ Damo.
All right. Number 5.
First ever Iron Root event at West 6 for the Liberation release. Alright. So for
DJ Zill.
Okay. Now are we talking about DJ Envy from like Breakfast? Yo, hey, if he would have, bro, like I feel like the whole town would have known. Right. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm gonna go ahead and just X that out because like I feel like, you know, everybody would have known. That would have been too easy. But I'm gonna say DJ Damo started off.
DJ Damo. So A?
Yeah, A.
All right, it was not DJ Damo. It was DJ Zill.
It was Zill. Okay.
I don't recall